Today is one of those days when I realized that staying friends with my ex-husband was a huge mistake. I'm at the baby shower for Anna Sophia, Owen's wife, and my replacement. Indeed, I'm sitting next to her, a place of honor in this circle of beaming well-wishers. And I'm probably beaming just as hard as everyone else. Harder, even. My gosh, isn't it wonderful? She's so radiant, smile that I give at work quite often, especially as my brides get bitchier, or their mothers get more critical, or their maids of honor get more jealous. But this smile, the baby shower smile, this is superhuman, really. I know that coming today is incredibly pathetic. Don't worry. It's just that I didn't want to seem bitter by not showing up. Though, I'm pretty sure I am bitter, at least a little. After all, I'm the one who always wanted kids. Every time I brought it up, though, Owen said he wasn't sure the time was right, and he loved our life the way it was. Yeah, so that turned out not to be quite true. But we did stay friends. Coming today, though? Pathetic. However, I woke up this morning utterly starving, and I knew the food would be amazing at the shower. Anna Sophia inspires people. Plus, I'm moving out of the city, so for the past 3 weeks, I've been trying to eat or give away every morsel of food in my apartment. Let's also mention that I couldn't figure out an excuse that people would buy. Better to be an oddity here than poor Jenny at home, scrounging through a box of wheat thins of indeterminate age. Anna Sophia opens my gift, which is wrapped in Christmas paper, despite it being April. Liza, my host, glowers. The red and green cocoa-swilling Santas are an affront to the party vibe, which Liza noted on the invitations. In an effort to create a beautiful and harmonious environment for Anna Sophia, please adhere to the apricot and sage color scheme in your clothing and gift-wrapping choices. Only in Manhattan, folks. I'm wearing a purple dress as a middle finger to Liza, who used to be my friend, but now posts daily on Facebook that she's LOLing with her BFF, Anna Sophia. Oh, this is so lovely. Thank you, Jenny. Everyone, look at this. It's beautiful. Anna Sophia holds up my gift, and there are gasps and murmurs and exclamations and a few glares that I have brought the best present. I cock an eyebrow at the haters. Suck it up, bitches. My gift was actually dashed off last night, as I kind of forgot to buy a present, but they don't have to know that. It's a white satin baby blanket with leaves and trees and birds stitched into it. Hey, it only took me 2 hours. Nothing was hand-stitched. It wasn't that big a deal. I sew for a living, a wedding dress designer. The irony is not lost on me. Couldn't you have just bought a stuffed animal like a normal person? Murmurs the person on my left, Andreas, born Andrew, my assistant, and the only man here. Gay, of course. Do straight men work in designer bridal wear? Also, he hates and fears children, which makes him the perfect date for me under the circumstances. I needed an ally. Have I mentioned that the shower is being held in the apartment I once shared with Owen, where, so far as I could tell, he and I were extremely happy? Yes, Liza is hosting, but the power went out in her apartment thanks to the ham-fisted construction crew installing her new glass countertops, granite being so very last decade. And so we're here instead. Liza is sweaty and loud, rightfully worried about being judged on her prowess as a hostess. This is the Upper East Side, after all. We're all about judgment here. The gifts, including mine, border on the ridiculous. The shower invitation, engraved from cranes, asked at the behest of the parents for donations to the Clean Well Water charity Anna Sophia founded, gushing.org, the name of which brings to mind a particularly bad menstrual period, but which raises funds for wells in Africa. Yeah, therefore everyone donated fat checks and tried to outdo each other with gifts. There's a Calder mobile, a 1918 edition of Mother Goose Stories, a mohair stiff teddy bear that costs about as much as the rent on my soon-to-be former apartment in the village. My gaze drifts across the now tastefully furnished apartment. When I lived here, it was cozier and boho. Fat, comfortable furniture, dozens of pictures of my 3 nieces, the occasional wall hanging from Target, that bastion of color and joy for the middle class. Now the color is incredibly tasteful, with African masks on the wall to remind us what Anna Sophia does, and original paintings from around the globe. The walls are painted those boring neutral colors with sexy names: October Fog, Birmingham Cream, Icicle. There's their wedding photo. They eloped, so thank God I didn't have to go to that. Or, heaven forbid, make her gown, which I would have done, if asked, because I'm still pretty pitiful where Owen is concerned and can't figure out how to divorce him out of my heart. Though the photo was taken by the Justice of the Peace in Maine, it's perfect. Both bride and groom are laughing, slightly turned away from the camera, Anna's hair blowing in the sea breeze. The New York Times featured the photo in the Sunday Vows section. They really are the perfect couple. Once it was Owen and me, and while I didn't expect perfection, I thought we were pretty great. We never fought. My mom felt that since Owen is half Japanese, he was a better bet than those simpletons I dated, all of whom I hoped to marry at one point or another, starting with Nico Stephanopoulos in 8th grade. The Japanese don't believe in divorce, Mom said the first time I introduced her. Right, Owen? He agreed, and I can still see his omnipresent sweet smile, the Dr. Perfect smile, as I called it. It's his resting expression. Very reassuring to his patients, I'm sure. Owen is a plastic surgeon, the kind who fixes cleft palates and birthmarks and changes the lives of his patients. Ana Sofia, who is from Peru and speaks 5 languages, met Owen 11 weeks after our divorce when he was doing his annual stint with Doctors Without Borders in the Sudan, and she was digging wells. And I make wedding dresses, as I believe I've already said. Listen, it's not as shallow as it sounds. I make women look the way they dreamed they would on one of the happiest days of their lives. I make them cry at their own reflections. I give them the dress they've spent years thinking about, the dress they'll be wearing when they pledge their hearts, the dress they'll pass on to their own daughters someday, the dress that signifies all their hopes and dreams for a happy, sparkling future. But compared with what Owen and his second wife do, yeah, it's incredibly shallow. In theory, I should hate them both. No, he didn't cheat on me with her. He's far too decent for that. He loves her, though. Ostensibly, I could hate him for loving her and not me. Make no mistake, I was heartbroken. But I can't hate Owen or Ana Sofia. They're too damn nice, which is incredibly inconsiderate of them. And being Owen's friend is better than being without Owen entirely. The quilt has made the rounds of admiration and is passed back to Anna. She strokes it tenderly, then looks at me with tears in her eyes. I don't have the words to tell you how much this means. Oh, shut up, I want to say. I forgot to buy you a gift and dashed this off last night with some leftover Duchess satin. It's no big deal. Hey, no worries, I say. I'm often glib and stupid around Ana Sofia. Andreas hands me another cream puff. I may have to give him a raise. I'm so excited about your new shop, Anna continues. Owen and I were talking about how talented you are just last night. Andreas gives me a significant look and rolls his eyes. He has no problem hating Ana Sofia and Owen, which I appreciate. I smile and take another sip of my mimosa, which is made with blood oranges and really good champagne. If I'm ever pregnant, though the chances of that are plummeting by the hour, I imagine I'll have the unenviable I sat on an air hose look that my sister had when she was percolating the triplets. There was no glow. There was acne. Stretch marks that made her look as if she'd been mauled by a Bengal tiger. She gnashed on Tums and burped constantly, but in true Rachel fashion, my sister never complained. Ana Sofia glows. Her perfect olive skin is without a blemish, or indeed a visible pore. Her boobs look fantastic, and though she is 8.5 months pregnant, her baby bump is modest and perfectly round. She has no cankles. Life is so unfair. We just found out that our daughter's classmate is her half-brother, says the taller woman in lesbian couple number 1. One of them just became a partner in Owen's practice, but I don't remember her name. Imagine if we hadn't known that. She could have ended up dating her half-brother, marrying him. The fertility clinic gave out 14 samples of that donor sperm. We're filing a lawsuit. That's better than adopting, says another woman. My sister, she and her husband had to give back their son the 4th time he set fire to the living room. That's not so bad. My cousin adopted, and then the birth mother came out of rehab, and the judge gave her custody of the baby, after 2 years, mind you. On the other side of the circle, there seems to be a heated debate over whose labor and delivery was most grueling. "I almost died," one woman says proudly. "I looked at my husband and told him I loved him, and the next thing I knew the crash cart was there." "I was in labor for 3 days," another states. "I was like a wild animal clawing at the sheets. Emergency cesarean 8 weeks early, no anesthesia," someone else says proudly. "My daughter weighed 2 pounds, and ICU 57 days. And we have a winner." The other mothers shoot her resentful looks. Talk turns to food allergies, vaccines, family beds, and the sad dearth of gifted and talented programs for preschoolers. "This is fun," I murmur to Anna Sophia. "Oh, well, yes," she says. Irony is not one of her skills. "I'm so glad you are here, Jenny. Thank you for giving up your afternoon. You must be very busy with the move." "You're moving?" one of her extremely beautiful and well-educated friends asks. "Where?" "Cambria-on-Hudson," I answer. "I grew up there. My sister and her family are—" "Oh, my God, you're leaving Manhattan? Will you have to get a car? Are there any restaurants there? I couldn't live without Sannyasa yoga." "You still go to Sannyasa?" someone says. "I've moved on. It's Bikram hot for me. I saw Neil Patrick Harris there last week." "I don't do yoga anymore," a blonde woman says, studying a raspberry. "I joined a trampoline studio over on Amsterdam. Sarah Jessica Parker told me about it." "What about brunch?" someone asks me, her brow wrinkling in concern. "What will you do for brunch if you leave the city?" "I think brunch is illegal outside Manhattan," I answer gravely. No one laughs. They may think I'm telling the truth. Now, granted, I love Manhattan. To paraphrase the song, if you make it here, the rest of the world is a cakewalk. And I have made it here. I've worked for the best, even Vera Wang, as a matter of fact. My work is sold at Kleinfeld Bridal and has supported me for 15 years. I was named one of the designers of the year when I was at Parsons. I've been to not one but 2 parties at Tim Gunn's place. He greeted me by name. And yes, he's as nice as he seems. But while I love the city, its roar, its buildings and smells, its subways and skyline, in my heart of hearts, I want a yard. I want to see my nieces more often. I want the happily ever after that my sister nailed, that's unfolding for my ex-husband and his too nice wife. I hope I'm running to something, not away. The truth is, work has felt a little flat lately. Cambria-on-Hudson is a lovely little city about an hour north of Manhattan. It has several excellent restaurants. Some even serve brunch, shockingly. The downtown has a movie theater, flowering trees, a park, and a Williams-Sonoma. It's hardly a third-world country, no matter what these women think. And the latest shop is Bliss, custom-made wedding gowns. My baby, in lieu of the humankind. My phone beeps softly with a text. It's from Andreas, who has put in his earbuds in order to drown out the stories of blocked milk ducts and bleeding nipples. "Check out the nose on the great aunt. I hope the baby inherits that." I smile at him gratefully. "Did you hear about the obstetrician who fathered 59 babies?" someone asks. "That was an episode on Law and Order." "Ripped from the headlines," someone else murmurs. "Someone in my building was one of his patients." Oh dear," Anna Sophia says. I turn to her. She looks a bit startled. "It's probably not true," I tell her. "No, I think it appears my water is broken." There is a silence, followed by a collective roar. I'll spare you the details. Suffice it to say that, despite there being a dozen women who've given birth all jockeying for position, my hand is the one Anna Sophia clutches. "Oh, Jenny, it's happening," she says. "I feel something." Her beautiful brown eyes are wide and terrified, and then I'm easing her onto the floor and crouched between her still slim thighs. Really, it's like she's showing off. I slide off her thong. She's maintained her bikini wax, FYI. And holy mother of God, I can see the head. I fumble in my purse for the travel-size Purell. If you ride the subways on a daily basis, you carry Purell. And slather some on my hands. "Get some towels and quiet down," I bark at the other shower guests. I'm kind of good in emergencies. Liza hands me a stack of towels, very soft, and about to be ruined by whatever comes out of a woman during childbirth. "Let me help," Liza whines. Indeed, this would make a great Facebook post. "Just delivered my BFF's baby, LOL, with Ana Sofia Marquez Takahashi." "I need to push," Ana pants, and she does, once, twice, a third time, and a face appears. A baby. There's a baby coming into my hands. One more push and I'm holding it, slimy and covered in white gunk and a little blood and incredibly beautiful. Dark hair, huge eyes. A miracle. I ease her out all the way and put her on Anna's chest. "It's a girl," I say, covering the baby with a towel. It seems like just a few seconds later that FDNY clomps in and I entertain a quick and deeply satisfying fantasy. The head firefighter is filled with admiration for my cleverness, checks me out, and asks me to dinner in the cutest Brooklyn accent the world has ever heard. His biceps flex hypnotically, and at the end of the date, yes, he does pick me up to demonstrate just how easy it would be for him to save my life. And a few years later, we have 3 strong sons, twin daughters on the way, and a Dalmatian. But no, their attention is quite taken with Ana Sofia, as it should be, I guess. Though it would be nice if just one of them checked me out. Someone cuts the cord, and Ana is weeping beautifully over her daughter, and Liza holds her phone to Ana's ear so my ex-husband can sob his love and admiration for his wife, who just set the land speed record for labor and delivery. From down the hall, I can hear Andreas dry heaving in the tastefully decorated powder room over the murmurs of admiration from the shower guests and the brawny firefighters as they tell Ana how amazing she is, how beautiful her daughter is. Seems as if I'm leaving the city in the very nick of time.
Rachel. The last time my husband and I had sex, I fell asleep. Not after, during. Just for a second. Adam didn't even notice. I think he just thought I was having my mind blown, and it was all part of the grand finale. But I did. I fell asleep. And it felt so good. The sex felt good too, but the sleep, that gentle floating sensation, the skittering thoughts, the warm, comforting smell of my husband, the rocking rhythm. And just for a second, there I was, away. This has been bothering me. I told Jenny about it and she laughed till she cried. And I did too. But I was thinking about how I'd vowed never to be that woman, the kind who's too tired for sex, the kind who regards making love as just another chore and an endless blur of days. "Cut yourself some slack," Jenny had said, patting my hand. "You're an amazing wife, but tell Adam you need a nap for the love of God, or have him give you a massage instead next time." Except I don't want to be one of those wives who'd rather have a back rub instead of sex, though if Adam did give me a back rub, I'd probably cry with gratitude. 14 hours a day of lifting kids, buckling car seats, picking up toys, sitting on the floor, lugging diaper bags because Charlotte is still holding out with potty training. Of course my back hurts. But it's a small price to pay. Our girls are so lovely, so wonderful and precious and miraculous that I can't even believe they're mine. "Mama?" My middle daughter, lifted out of me 1 minute after Grace and 1 minute before Rose, snaps me out of my reverie. Charlotte's chubby little torso is smeared with paint, non-toxic, made from organic vegetable dye. Once you learn there are products like that out there, it's impossible to ignore them. And the Perfect Mommy faction here in Cambria-on-Hudson, New York, makes sure you know exactly what kind of paint their toddlers are using. We've been finger painting, and I always strip Charlotte and Rose down for that. Charlotte in her Sesame Street diaper, Rose in her tiny flowered underpants. Rose has moved from her poster board to the kitchen floor, but that's okay. I'll wash the floor later. Grace, on the other hand, is fully clothed, because even at 3.5, she's very tidy. Her little brow is wrinkled as she carefully draws on her paper. My serious baby. Not for the first time, I worry that she's on the Asperger's spectrum. She's too neat, too fastidious. Then again, she has cut my cleanup by 1/3. "What is it, Charlotte?" I ask, stroking her blonde curls. "I poop, Mama. My bum hot." She shoves a hand in her diaper, then withdraws it to show me. "Sticky." "Where's that chapter in the parenting books, huh?" "That's fine, honey. Let's get you cleaned up." I glance around the kitchen. All the drawers and cabinets have safety locks on them, and the girls and I are fenced in with baby gates. "Rose, Grace, I'm taking Lottie to the bathroom, okay? Stay here." "No, I coming too, Mama," Rose demands. Both Rose and Charlotte are behind Grace in the speech department, which the pediatrician assured me was normal with multiples. Still, I worry a little. "Grace, are you okay on your own?" I ask. "Yes, Mama, I'm making circles." "They're beautiful, honey." I scoop Rose up, hold Charlotte so she can't touch anything with her poopy hand, and walk down the hall to the powder room. Dang it. Somehow Charlotte just managed to wipe her hand on my leg, so I'll have to change again. Well, that's life with 3 kids. Laundry every day. Besides, I was going to change anyway before Adam came home. In the triplet group the girls and I occasionally go to, there are moms who look 15 years older than they are, who have inches of gray roots showing, who wear their husband's clothes and smell like stale milk and spit up, who are weepy and exhausted. They terrify me, because some days I feel as if I'm 1 inch away from that myself. I never want my girls to think they're exhausting me. They're the loves of my life. I'm the mother who actually misses them the 4 hours they're at preschool 3 days a week. Being a stay-at-home mommy was all I ever wanted. "Time to wash hands, Lottie," I say now, setting Rose down and turning on the water. "Rose, do you have to go?" "No," she says. "No thanks, Mama, I fine." She smiles and my heart floods with love. I'll have to write that down on one of my note cards so I can tell Adam about that. No thanks, I fine. I try to store up those little moments to tell him, since he has such long hours. Also, my memory isn't what it used to be. I wash Lottie's hands, then take off her diaper and clean her up. "I poop more," she says. "Okay," I say, putting her on the potty. Rose and I wait. Charlotte grunts, her face going red. "No poop," she announces grandly, and the 3 of us laugh. I love being a mother so much, it's a wonder my heart fits in my chest anymore. Adam and I made these perfect girls, and I can't quite get over that. For most of my life I've fought shyness. I'm still shy, even around Adam sometimes. You know how it is. If I have a stomach issue, I use the guest bathroom. I still have to give myself a pep talk before we go to a party. And while I still blush and feel awkward when I'm out in public sometimes, I have this, the knowledge that my girls adore me, that I know exactly who I am and what I'm doing as a mother. The memory of my days as a graphic designer at Celery Stalk, a company that made computer games for kids, are shadowy now, but I remember the effort it took talking to everyone, trying not to worry so much. How it took an hour for my shoulders to drop after I got home. This is what I'm made for. We wash hands again, all 3 of us. The soap dispenser is new, and the girls are still fascinated by its wonders. I put a clean diaper on Charlotte, and we're good to go. Just as we leave the bathroom, Rose squats and pees on the floor, soaking through her panties. "Oopsie," I say. "I sorry, Mama." The usual stash of paper towels isn't under the sink. Dang. "No, that's okay, honey. Don't worry a bit." I glance down the hall. "Grace, how are you, sweetheart?" "Fine." I can tell by her voice she's not fine. "What are you doing, honey?" I walk down the hall to the kitchen, holding Rose by the hand. She's dripping, which means I'll have to wash the hall floor, too. "Nothing," Grace says. Then there's the sound of something spilling. Cheerios all over the kitchen floor. Those things have impressive sliding power. "Don't dump the cereal, sweetheart. That's our food." "I want more circles," Grace says, emptying the box. "I want to color all circles." Charlotte is already stomping on the Cheerios, grinding them into fine powder, which makes Grace scream in fury. Rose hesitates, then joins in the stomping. "Settle down, girls," I say, scooping up Grace. "My circles, my circles," she wails, arching her back so that I nearly drop her. Nap time. Such blessed words. I am eternally grateful that my daughters are such good sleepers. 20 minutes later, Rose is in clean clothes but weeping because I won't let her drink the Windex I use to wipe up her pee. Grace is angry and stony-faced and has told her sisters she hates them, which made me flinch. I don't think Jenny and I ever said that to each other, and I have no idea where the girls learned the word hate, especially in reference to other humans. Charlotte is making the strained poop face again. "Mama, more pooping," she confirms. "Great," I say, "not a problem." It's 1:34. Bedtime is 6 hours away. But no, it's not that bad. It's just, well, it's tiring having 3 kids at once. People like to tell me how blessed I am, and trust me, I know that. 4 years of trying to have a baby, 3 on hormones, 4 in vitro attempts, 4 years of hope and yearning. Adam and I went through a lot to have this family. Which doesn't mean it's not tiring some days. "I'm not sleeping," Charlotte tells me. "I hate sleeping. I hate. Grace's anger seems to have infected her. "Sleeping is a happy time," I say, kissing her head. She rubs her eyes and glares at me, but she'll be the first one asleep. Grace will be the last, and she'll need a good 20 minutes of snuggling when she wakes up, flushed and confused. Rose already has her little butt in the air, thumb in her mouth. She gives me a drooly smile and closes her eyes. Their room is my favorite place in our gorgeous house, yellow and green, with mobiles that I made, an overcrowded bookcase, and 3 hammocks filled with stuffed animals. Unlike a lot of the houses I've seen, this room isn't a showplace, an adult's idea of how a child's room should be, with 4 tasteful stuffed animals and books arranged by height. No, this room is real and beautiful, sunny and light and airy. These books are red. "Sleep tight, my babies," I say, closing the door. Charlotte kicks the wall a few times, but that's tradition. I now have an hour and a half of what Adam calls your time. My time is spent vacuuming and washing the kitchen floor, cleaning the bathroom, putting the lids back on the paint pots, washing the brushes, chipping dried paint off the table, hanging up Grace's picture on the fridge. I then wash out the sink and check the menu I made on the weekend. Being organized is kind of a must when you have to grocery shop with 3 little ones. Tonight's dinner is salmon with couscous and roasted almonds and a broccoli salad. I stick a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc in the fridge, take the broccoli and red cabbage out of the fridge, then pause, glancing at the computer. It'll just take a second. I Google 5-star hotels, New York City, and scroll through the list. The Surrey. Nah, too fussy. The Peninsula. Just looked at that one last week. Anything Trump. No thanks, too overdone. Aha, the Tribeca Grand. I click and look at their suites, then call up. "Hi, I'm interested in booking a suite for a weekend in September," I tell the woman, who has a gorgeous accent. Swiss, I decide, not that I'd know. "No, just for 1 person. Business with some entertaining thrown in." "Well, I'm looking at that one right now, but I'm not sure that'll be big enough. Is the penthouse suite free the weekend of the 21st? It is? Great. And the rooftop terrace? That's for penthouse guests only, correct?" The dishwasher kicks on as the woman tells me about the cost, the amenities, the restaurant, and I imagine lying on a chaise longue on the terrace, looking at the city, or sliding into that giant bed, the thrill of those polished cotton sheets. I'd get a martini at the bar, a specialty martini, not something on the menu, but something I'd ask the bartender to make just for me. Then I glance at the clock, realize I only have 40 minutes of me time left, thank the Swiss woman, and switch the laundry. When Adam comes home just before 7 o'clock, I'm clean, thanks to taking a shower while the girls played on the bathroom floor with my makeup brushes, and dressed in clean clothes. The house is picked up. I managed to put some flowers in a vase, after scooping a tulip head out of Rose's mouth and calling the poison hotline to ascertain that she'd be okay. Dinner is in the oven, the wine is in an ice bucket, the table is set, the girls are fed and bathed and sweet in their little jammies, jumping up and down with excitement at the sight of their father coming through the door. "Princesses," he exclaims, kneeling down to hug them. He smiles up at me. God, I love him. He's still so good-looking. Better-looking, one of those boyish faces that's improved with age since we met 10 years ago. His black hair is starting to gray, and smile lines fan out from his eyes. He's the same weight he was when we got married. So am I, though I've had to fight for it, and some of my parts aren't exactly where they used to be. But Adam is nearly unchanged. "Sorry I'm late," he says, standing up to kiss me. "That's fine," I tell him. "We can eat after they go to bed." We try to eat all together every night, but sometimes life interferes. And honestly, how nice this will be. Almost a date. Hopefully, Grace won't keep getting out of bed, because if she does, Rose will too. "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy," Charlotte chants. "Rose, put that down, honey," he says as she tries to carry his briefcase. "Rach, I'll put them to bed. How's that?" "That would be great," I say. "They'll love that." A lot of people in this area work in Manhattan. 2 of my friends have apartments in the city, and one's husband lives there during the week. A lot of folks don't get home from work until 8 or 9. But Adam has always worked here in Cambria-on-Hudson ever since he graduated from Georgetown, and it's just one more thing I'm grateful for. He spends more time with the girls than most of my friends' husbands, the type of dad who has tea parties with our daughters, pushes them too high on their swings, and has promised a puppy for their 4th birthday. In Cambria-on-Hudson, being a stay-at-home mom is common, and the lovely neighborhoods are full of slim, highlighted mothers in Volvo cross-countries and Mercedes SUVs, moms who get together for coffee at Blessed Bean and go shopping together for a dress to wear to the latest fundraiser. I do some of those things too. Mommy and me swim class at the country club that I'm still a little embarrassed about joining. Adam said we needed the membership to schmooze for his job as a corporate attorney, but I still feel shy, and incredibly lucky too. Adam takes off his suit jacket and drapes it over the railing. "Story time," he announces, then scoops all 3 girls in his arms and carries them upstairs. Grace's dark cloud has lifted, Charlotte is shrieking with delight, and Rose has snuggled her head against his shoulder and waves to me. I pick up Adam's jacket automatically and put it in the dry cleaning bag in the hall closet, then go into the kitchen and pour myself a glass of wine. 15 more minutes for the salmon. From upstairs, I can hear Adam singing Baby Beluga to the girls. This little window of quiet is a gift. I look around the kitchen, which I love. I love our whole house, a big 1930s house that has no particular style, but is gracious and warm and interesting. Jenny teases me about being a throwback, and it's true. I love all the homey stuff, baking and gardening and decorating. Our childhood home was nearly perfect until Daddy died, and Mom and Dad were so happy, so solid, so together. That was what I wanted, ever since I can remember. From the hall closet, I hear a phone chime. I guess Adam's phone is in his suit pocket. Can't have him lose that, because like most people these days, it's practically an appendage. I retrieve the phone and glance at the screen. The text is from Private Caller. There's an attachment, no message. Baby Beluga is still being sung upstairs. The phone chimes again, startling me. Private Caller again, but this time a message. "Do you like this?" I click on the attachment. It's a slightly blurry picture, but of what, I'm not sure. A tree, maybe? Though it doesn't look so healthy. It looks diseased, moist and soft. There's a knothole that looks damp and sick. Whatever it is, I can't imagine why someone would be sending it to Adam. He doesn't know anything about trees. A vein in my neck throbs, the vampire vein. Maybe it's an artery, I don't know. Baby beluga, baby beluga. This was clearly sent to Adam by mistake. That's it, because otherwise Adam would have this person in his contacts list. His phone is always completely up to date. In fact, he lost it last week, and he went a little crazy looking for it. All those contacts, he said. All those saved texts and apps and calendar notes and everything that I don't use on my phone. I just use it to call or text him or Jenny, or in case the nursery school needs to get in touch with me. I think it's a tree. I'm almost positive. But Adam doesn't know anything about trees. This was probably meant for the tree warden or something. Baby beluga, baby beluga. I forward the picture to my phone. Then I delete it from his. That throbbing vein makes me feel sick. I put the phone back in his jacket pocket, put the jacket back in the bag, and then I go back into the kitchen and take a big sip of wine, then another. The girl's door closes upstairs. Adam is always faster at tucking in than I am. His feet thud down the stairs. "Babe," he says, "have you seen my phone?" "No," I lie, "but I did just put your jacket in the dry cleaning bag. Maybe it's in your pocket?" "Right." He goes to the closet, retrieves the phone, checks it. Then he looks at me with a smile. "What's for dinner? It smells fantastic in here." "Salmon." "My favorite." "I know." And then I smile, though I have no idea how my face actually looks, and pour him some wine. I remember what I wanted to tell him. "No thanks, Mama, I'm fine." I don't tell him. I keep that to myself. When we go to bed a couple of hours later, Adam checks his phone, kisses my temple, and is asleep within seconds. Usually we make love on Friday nights, since the next day is Saturday, and Adam doesn't have to get up early. He tells me I can sleep in too. The girls are big enough to play in their room for an hour or so, and he's even offered to get up with them. But he never hears them, so I wake up anyway, and then wake him up, and then I can't ever get back to sleep once I hear the girls moving and talking. But this Friday night, nothing. A kiss on the temple. No expectant smile, no nuzzling, no "you look beautiful" or "you smell fantastic," his traditional opening volley when it comes to sex. Maybe he noticed that I fell asleep last time after all. Maybe he's being thoughtful. Or maybe it's something else.
Jenny. The drive from Manhattan to Cambria-on-Hudson is one I couldn't make in my sleep. COH is my hometown, a place my sister never left except to go to college, a place I visit at least twice a month. But it's different, coming here to live. On many fronts it's perfect because I never did want to stay in Manhattan forever. COH is a pretty town on the banks of the Hudson, saved from true depression by its proximity to the city and some really smart planning on the part of the town council. Years ago, they preserved the riverfront, which is now home to restored brick buildings filled with dress boutiques and home goods shops, a bakery and cafe, an art gallery, and a few restaurants and salons, and bliss. There, in the center of the block, is my new business, the shop name announced in sleek steel letters over the door. Rachel designed the logo, a simple branch of cherry blossoms, and 3 days ago we tackled the window display, pink silk cherry blossoms tied to dangling white ribbons. The interior of the shop is the palest pink, the floor is a dark cherry, newly sanded and polished. In the window, being admired by 3 young women, is a strapless peau de soie dress with lace overlay, a pattern of tiny rosebuds woven into the chantilly. Cambria-on-Hudson also is home to 3 country clubs, an equestrian club, and a yacht club. It's on the very border of Westchester County, you see. With all those wedding venues and deep pockets in town, Bliss should do just fine. And maybe I'll get the old tingle back, now that I'm not surrounded by memories of Owen. I'll miss the city, but I admit that I feel a little relieved to get out of there, too. It's a hard place to live. The constant noise, the endless blur of humanity, The exhaust and pavement and strangely sweet steam rising from the subway grates. It takes a toll, all the walking in heels, navigating through crowds, grabbing onto subway poles and stair railings that have been touched by thousands of people. And last I checked, I was allowed to go back to visit, though my friends and colleagues made it feel a bit like I was walking the Green Mile to my execution. Such is the nature of New Yorkers. So yes, this is a good move, a year in the making, and I can't wait to get settled. Life will be quieter here, easier. I'm not just moving because Owen and I got a divorce. Honest. I head up the hill from the riverfront, where there is block after block of gentrified old row houses. Some streets are a little careworn and rough, and the other side of Broadway gets seedy fast, as we are not quite as Westchester County as the rest of Westchester County. The Riverview section of the city, where my sister lives, is quite posh, with big sprawling houses and glimpses of the Hudson. But Magnolia Avenue, where I'm renting, is lovely without being snooty. Real people live here, people who have to work for a living. As I pull up to number 11, my phone rings. I sense my hard-won optimism is about to get a smackdown. The angel of death, also known as my mother, Lenore Tate, long-suffering widow and professional pessimist. Best to take the call, otherwise she'll call the police to check on me. "Hi, Mom," I say, making sure I sound chipper. "I'm just checking in. Honey, I'm so sad for you. Horrible that you have to move," she says in her trademark tone, mournful with a dash of smug. "I don't have to, Mom. I chose to." "You sound so depressed." "Well, who can blame you?" My eye twitches. "I'm not depressed. I'm really happy. I'll be closer to you and Rachel and... Yes, but these aren't exactly ideal circumstances, are they? It should have been you and Owen, not him and Anna Sophia. Oh, she is quite beautiful. The baby, too. Did I tell you they had me over last week? Yes, you've mentioned it 9 times now. Oh, you're counting. Poor thing. I can only imagine how hard it was delivering the baby who should have been yours. Okay, I'm hanging up now. She's not exactly wrong, and she knows it. Such is her evil power. I'm coming over to help you unpack. Do you have pepper spray? The neighborhood is seedy. When I went to college, Mom moved across the state border to a posh little town in Connecticut and began viewing COH as akin to the slums of Calcutta. It's irritating, but at least she doesn't live too close by. "Mom, the neighborhood is gorgeous," I tell her, using my calm the bride voice. "Well, it's not what it was when your father was alive. If he hadn't died, it still might be a nice place to live." This is one of those illogical and unarguable statements so common from Mother Dear. Westchester County is hardly a hotbed of crime and urban decay. Even if COH was hit by urban blight, which it hasn't been, it's not as if Dad, who was a dentist, would have single-handedly stepped in and saved the day. "You should have moved to Connecticut, Jenny. Hedgefield would have been perfect for your little dress shop. I still don't understand why you didn't want to come here." "Because you live there?" "I have to go, Mom. Don't come over. I'll have you up over dinner later this week, okay? I can't eat dairy anymore. It gives me terrible diarrhea. Anna Sophia made empanadas that were delicious. Maybe you could call her for the recipe, since you're not the best cook." Cleansing breath. Cleansing breath. "Anything else?" "Well, don't make duck. I'm morally opposed to duck. Do you know what they do to ducks at a duck farm? The cruelty. It's barbaric. But I do love veal. Can you make veal, or is that too hard for you?" "I'll make something delicious, Mom." "I won't. I'll buy something delicious." "See you in a few hours, then." No, please don't come. I won't even be here. I have a bride coming in." A lie, but it's de rigueur when dodging a maternal visit. "Fine. Maybe I'll call Anna Sophia. She asked for some advice on getting the baby to burp, so... Okay, bye." I stabbed the end button hard. My twitch has grown into a throb. I'd like to say that Mom means well, but that wouldn't really be true. When things are good, she looks not for the silver lining, but for the mercury toxicity. When things are bad, her eyes light up. She stands straighter, and her life is filled with purpose. She views my move to COH as both my inevitable failure at marriage — she always hinted Owen was too good for me — and also a gauntlet I've thrown at her feet. If I do better after my divorce, personally and professionally, it might imply that she should too. Well, no point in crying over spilled milk. Spilled wine, yes. But I have a long day of unpacking in front of me, and I want to get started. Unfortunately, the moving truck is nowhere in sight. Louise said he knew the street, but they're late just the same, even if they left just a second after I did. Hopefully, this will be the last time I move, which is exactly what I said when I moved in with Owen. He was the fourth boyfriend I lived with, but I thought he had staying power. But seriously, this could be the last time, because my new place is flippin' beautiful. The real estate lady said it's possible that it'll go up for sale next year. It was an impulse buy on the part of the owner, and my lease is only for 1 year. A hint, she said, that the owner might want to sell it. So I could live here forever. And why not? It's elegant and cozy at the same time, a 4-story brick townhouse painted dark gray with black trim and a cherry red front door. Iron window box holders curl up in front of all the windows, and I immediately picture planting trailing ivy and pink and purple flowers in a few weeks. The trees along the street are dressed in green fuzz, and the magnolia across the street is in full cream and pink glory. My apartment consists of the middle 2 floors of the building: living room, dining room, tiny galley kitchen, and powder room on the first level, then 3 small bedrooms and a full-size bath up the wide wooden staircase. The Victorian clawfoot tub was impossible to resist. There's a tiny backyard with a slate patio, which I get to use, and a tiny front yard that belongs to the super, who has the first floor, the pied de terre, the realtor called it, which made it sound very fabulous and European. The 4th floor is being used by the owner for storage. With the 3 dormered windows up there, the light would be fantastic. If I owned the place, I could use the entire floor as a home studio, or a nursery for my attractive and cheerful babies. A man comes down the street walking a beautiful golden retriever. He looks my way and our eyes meet. He lives right next door in that gorgeous brownstone, and he's single, go figure, a chef who's just signed a contract to let his name be used on a line of high-end French cookware. His sister is engaged, and guess who's making her dress? Jenny Tate, that's who. What a small world. The Christmas wedding is at St. Patrick's Cathedral, and I wear a wine-red velvet dress to the reception, and he's in a tux, and as we dance together, he slides an engagement ring onto my finger and drops to one knee, and his sister, in her gorgeous satin-modified A-line dress with green velvet trailing sash, is all for this. In fact, she's in on the proposal and is already crying happy tears. We get married and buy a charming old farmhouse with views of the Hudson, so our twin sons and little daughter can run and play while we harvest vegetables from our organic garden, and we'll breed Jeter, our faithful Goldie, and the kids will all be valedictorians and go to Yale. The man fails to make eye contact. Instead, he's yelling something into a phone about your bitch of a sister, so I regretfully cross him off my list of potential second husbands. Owen never yelled. One of his many qualities. I never ever heard him raise his lovely, reassuring voice. I wait till the guy is safely past, just in case he's a serial killer, as my mother would no doubt assert, and get out of the car, swing my cheerful polka-dot purse onto my shoulder, and check myself out in the window. Yeesh. Andreas and I killed the last 2 bottles of Owen's wine last night while watching Thor's 1 and 2 for the eye candy. Part of my divorce was that I got half of Owen's small but wonderful wine collection, and I didn't object. An image from our marriage flashes like lightning. Owen and me on a picnic in Nova Scotia a few summers ago, holding hands. He picked a daisy and tickled my ear with it, and the sun reflected off his shock of black hair so brightly it almost hurt my eyes. His hair is adorable, standing up in a way that defied gravity. Perpetual bedhead that made him instantly appealing and almost childlike. No wonder his patients love him instantly. The bewilderment is the worst part. That's what they don't tell you in divorce articles. They talk about anger and loneliness and growing apart and starting over and being kind to yourself. But they don't tell you about the untold hours and the black hole of why. Why? What changed? When? Why was I the one you chose to marry, but all of a sudden I'm not enough anymore? But I'm not about to start off this phase of my life bewildered. Fuck you, Owen, I think, and it's oddly cheering. The super is supposed to meet me here and give me my keys. I tighten my ponytail, summon a smile, and go through the iron gate to the superstore. This courtyard could be adorable with some plants and a little cafe table. But right now, it only holds a ratty lawn chair that's seen better days. It's the aluminum frame kind, the seat woven from scratchy nylon fiber. The image of a fat, unshaven man wearing an ill-fitting bowling shirt, scratching his stomach with one hand and nursing a Genesee with another, a mangy dog by his side, leaps to mind with unfortunate clarity. But no negativity. In 10 minutes, I'll be unpacking in my beautiful new place. I can put the kettle on, even though I don't like tea, but the image of tea is very cozy on this cool, damp day. Red wine is even cozier. Maybe I'll invite the super to have a drink with me. Or not, if he looks like the guy I just envisioned. Did the realtor say if it was a man or a woman? I can't remember. Better yet, a neighbor will come over. Not the angry golden retriever man, but a different neighbor. An older man, maybe, someone who has a good bottle of wine in one hand. "I saw the moving truck," he'll say, "and wanted to welcome you to the street. I teach Italian literature at Barnard. Are you free for dinner? I happen to be cooking a roast." Then again, what kind of single man cooks a roast? Scratch that. I'll come up with something better. I knock cheerfully on the superstore. Shave and a haircut, 2 bits. There's no answer. I knock again, less cheerfully and more loudly. Still nothing. Pressing my ear to the door, all I hear is quiet. One more knock. Nothing. I go back to my car and call the realtor, getting her voicemail. "Hi, it's Jenny Tate. The super doesn't seem to be here and the moving truck will be here any sec, so maybe you could call him? Thanks so much. Bye." On cue, the phone rings, but it's not the realtor. It's Owen. "Hi," I say. "Hi, Jenny." His voice is low and holds that intimate timbre that makes the parents of his patients name their next baby Owen, boy or girl. It also works well with women. Between that and his omnipresent faint smile, it always seems as if he's about to tell you a secret, and you're the only one he can tell because you're just that special. We women get a little feeble-minded around Owen Takahashi, MD. He could say, "Hey, I've been thinking about strangling a few kittens. You in?" And you'd find yourself answering, "You bet I'm in. When can we get started?" "You made it okay?" he asks now. "Yeah, just fine," I say, eyeing my house. "I can't wait for you and Anna Sophia to see it. And the baby. How is she? I love her name, Natalia. It's so gorgeous. We've been divorced for 15.5 months. Soon, I hope, my need to be uber chipper will fade." "She's beautiful, Jenny. I can never thank you enough." "No," I sing, rolling my eyes at myself. If Andreas were here, he'd give me a nice brisk slap. "It was an honor." Make that a punch. "So, listen, Jenny, we'd like to use Genevieve as a middle name, after you." "Oh, God. Well, that's not my name," I say. For some reason, Mom just wanted Jenny, not even Jennifer. "Yes, I remember," he says in that I've got a secret voice, evoking late Sunday mornings in bed. But still. "You know what, Owen? Don't, okay? I don't want your baby to be named after me. Come on." "That's very nice. Thank you." There's a silence. A drop of rain slaps the windshield, but just one, lonely and useless. "You'll always be special to me," Owen says softly. I clench my teeth. What he means is, I'm sorry I stopped loving you and found all that meaning with Anna Sophia and discovered that I was dying to be a father once I had the right wife, that is. And I'm living the dream right now thanks to your clever hands and my perfect wife's amazing uterus that just pushed the baby out in a matter of minutes. No hard feelings, right? "Well," I say in the same idiotic chipper voice, "you're special to me too, obviously. I married you, right? But I mean, you and Anna are both special to me, and so is Natalia, right? How often do you get to deliver a baby after all? It was fun." He laughs as if I'm the most delightful person in all the world, which he once told me I was, come to think of it. I miss you already. We'll see you for dinner next week, right? You bet. Because yes, I'm going to their place for dinner next Friday. How civilized, how urbane. We're so New York. You couldn't pull this shit off in Idaho, let me tell you. Probably because people are more honest out there. Give Anna Sophia and the baby my love. Before I can say anything else that's stupid or spineless or inane or all of the above, I click off, grab the steering wheel, and shake it. Do you have to be such a dickless wonder? I ask out loud. Do you, Jenny, huh? How about a little dignity, Is that so much to ask? My phone dings with a text. Mom, I bought you a rape whistle. There was a gangland slaying on your street last week. No, there wasn't, Mom, I yell, strangling the steering wheel with even more gusto. There was no gangland slaying. Hey, you okay, Charlie Sheen? Comes a voice, and I jump against my door, grappling instinctively for the handle to escape my would-be rapist or gangland murderer. A man is leaning down, peering at me through the passenger window. Can I help you? I squeak. You were screaming. You seem to be the one who needs help. He looks pained, as if I'm the 19th crazy person he's dealt with today. I was talking to myself. I work alone for the most part. Occupational hazard. Anyway, sorry. I try to remember that I'm a fabulous and creative person with an impressive work history in a very competitive field. Nevertheless, I feel like an ass. Hi. Hi. His hair is flippin' beautiful. Chestnut brown and curling. His eyes are blue-gray, really, or maybe green-blue. Yes, he's looking at me like I'm insane, but those are some very nice eyes. Keep it down next time, he says. There are children around. I feel my cheeks start a slow burn, which is generally what happens when I'm confronted with an attractive man under the age of 95. I clear my throat and get out of the car, the cool, damp air making me wish I'd worn a sweater. I'm Jenny, I say. I'm moving in, but the super's not around, and he has my keys. See? All perfectly normal, pal. You're moving in? Yes, this house, number 11. Do you live around here? I do. He doesn't elaborate. Probably doesn't want to point out his house to the crazy woman. Well, do you happen to know the super? He's tall and thin. Suddenly, I want to feed him. Also, that's some seriously gorgeous hair, even better than at first glance. Married. Hair like that wouldn't remain single. He's wearing an unbuttoned flannel shirt over a t-shirt, and while he looks like he just rolled out of bed, it kind of works. He brings me a bottle of wine and flowers to welcome me to the neighborhood. He's a boat builder, and he invites me for a sail on the Hudson next weekend. And the stars wink and blaze overhead, and he's never felt this way before. He always believed the universe would give him a sign, and what's that, a comet? If that's not a sign, then he doesn't know. You fucking me? He asks. What? No, I'm not, okay? I just need my key, but the stupid super isn't here. The stupid super is right in front of you. I close my eyes, sigh, and then smile. Hi, I'm Jenny, the new tenant. Leo, keep your eyes to yourself for the record. Can I please have my keys? Sure. He tosses them over the car roof, and I catch them. So, why the screeching? He asks. I wouldn't call it screeching, really, I say. Oh, it was screeching. Let me guess, man trouble? Wrong. Ex-husband? No, I mean, yes, I have one, but no, he's not the trouble. Did he remarry yet? Would you like to help me carry some stuff in? I ask, forcing a smile. So, yes, in other words. Is she younger, a trophy wife? I grit my teeth. I have to unpack. And no, she's 14 months older than I am, thank you. I yank a canvas bag from the back seat. I'm not the most organized person in the world. My sister holds that title. And I forgot to pack my underwear drawer in my suitcase, so it's in with my drill and hammer and a pint of half and half. Leo the super looks in, but refrains from commenting. Feel free to help, I say, grabbing a Boston fern with my free hand. I'm afraid you'll read into it. I already feel a little dirty. Great. The guy seems to be a dick, his hair notwithstanding. I lug my bags up the 8 stairs to my front door, then fumble for the keys, nearly dropping my fern. "Hey, Leo," calls a feminine voice, and we both look down the street. A woman about my age, younger, let's be honest, is dragging a small child with one hand, holding a pie in the other. "Happy weekend, you."
"The same to you," he calls. "Hi, Simon."
"Your son?" I ask. His eyes flicker back to mine.
"My student. I teach piano."
"Oh, nice. I love piano music. I mean, I guess I do. I've never thought about it much. I like Coldplay, and Chris Martin plays piano, so that counts, right?"
"Classical piano?"
His voice implies that an unstable woman such as myself has never heard classical piano. He's almost right. Aside from what I hear at weddings, I tend to veer toward things written in this century. As a matter of fact, yes, I lie. I love classical piano, Beethoven and, those other guys. He cocks an eyebrow.
"Name 2 pieces."
Piano Man by Billy Joel.
"Oh, God."
And Tiny Dancer by Elton John. He grins suddenly, and his face, which is already too nice of a face, transforms into gorgeous. "Simon's been practicing so much this week," says the mom, and speaking of eye-fucking, she's not very subtle. I gather Leo the super is single. A quick glance to his left hand shows no ring. So, he's single. Hello? I feel a prickle of interest. After all, I do want to get married and have kids.
"God," he mutters. "I'm a person, okay? Not a piece of meat."
He opens the gate of his courtyard and holds it for the mom, ruffling Simon's hair. The mother thrusts the pie, and practically her boobs, into his hands. "Strawberry rhubarb," she announces. "I thought you could use some feeding." A husky "fuck me" laugh ensues. Her kid, who's about 6, rubs his nose on his arm, then wipes the arm on his mother's very short skirt. I hope she's cold.
"This is very nice of you, Suzanne,"
Leo says.
"Come on, Simon. Let's hear you play, buddy."
He puts his hand on the kid's shoulder and steers him in through the gate. I only realize I'm still watching when Suzanne gives me a pointed look, then follows Leo into his apartment. By 4:30, my furniture is in place, hauled in by the brawny movers who arrived 5 minutes after I unlocked my front door. Rachel was supposed to come by this afternoon, and I texted her a little while ago, but she hasn't answered. She's not one of those people glued to her phone. Probably got lost in baking or stenciling or something. Adam was going to take the girls to the Children's Museum so she could help me, but maybe something came up. Still, it's not like her to blow me off. Not at all. I start unpacking one of the boxes labeled kitchen. Cooking has never really been a great love of my life. Eating, sure, but Owen was the better chef. Once we divorced and I moved to the village, my tiny apartment was 2 doors down from an Italian restaurant. Problem solved. But maybe I'll cook more now. It could happen. My kitchen windows overlook the little courtyard. All day, Leo's had a steady stream of students, ranging in age from 4 or 5 to middle-aged. All the adult students seem to be women, and there is not one father in sight. Many women carry foil-wrapped goodies. The sound of easy piano pieces floats up to me, as well as some popular songs. I recognize Clocks by Coldplay. See, I wasn't that far off, as well as a few Disney songs. I also recognize a lot of flirting going on between Leo and the females. Owen never flirted. He is, earnest and kind, which smothered any flirting ability he had. I take out a weirdly shaped whisk and wonder what it's for. I'm gonna miss Phil's Walk and Portobello, that's for sure. I had 6 restaurants on speed dial in the village, but Cambry has a few cute places, and of course Rachel will feed me whenever I want. She lives to feed people. I love eating with her and Adam and the girls in that big, sunny kitchen where Rach always seems to have cut flowers in a vase on the table, where the girls say grace before they start eating. The biggest plus to moving back here, I'll get to see them whenever I want. Every day, even. The thought brings a warm rise of happiness. My sister is and always has been my best friend, and I adore her husband, who's handsome and charming and just dull enough. And my nieces are the lights of my life. Nothing feels better than their little arms around my legs when I come through their door, or their tiny, soft hands in mine, or their heavy heads on my shoulder when they've fallen asleep on my lap. When they were first born, I spent 2 precious weeks living with Rachel and Adam, changing the tiny diapers, swapping girls with Rachel depending on which one was hungry, changing the laundry, and folding the little preemie outfits. Even if I never get to be a mommy, at least I'm a beloved aunt. I unpack a pretty wooden bowl I got in Australia when I was doing an internship down under. The red and orange polka dot chicken I bought at Target. Not exactly an irreplaceable artifact, but so cheery and happy. Another pair of misplaced panties. A picture of Rachel and me, which I place in the living room in the built-in bookcase. I really love this place. I can make curtains for the big windows, lace panels that would look perfect and still let in light, a big old oriental carpet for in front of the gas fireplace. My red velvet couch and leather club chair look as if they were made for this living room. I think I'll buy a butler's table and get a few orchid plants. Rach will tell me how to keep them alive. Some movement on the street catches my eye. Oh, hooray! Speaking of my sister, she's here, standing in front of her minivan. She looks a little strange. Her hair is in a messy ponytail, as is mine, but for me, it's normal. Also, she's wearing jeans and a t-shirt. As someone who wears a uniform to work, I own 5 black pencil skirts, 5 sleeveless black silk shirts, 5 long-sleeve black silk shirts, and 4 pairs of black Jimmy Choo pointy-toe heels. The first thing I do every day when I get home is rip off my sleek clothes and get into pajamas or jeans. My days off, Sunday and Monday, are for sloth, I've always felt. But Rachel is always turned out, as Mom says, usually in a dress and cute shoes. I don't know how she does it, to be honest, raising the girls, keeping that house so beautifully and still looking great. I knock on the window and wave, but she doesn't hear me, so I head out onto my stoop. I should get some pansies or something for out here. A planter full of flowers would make it look so cheerful. Hey, Rachel, I call. She looks up, and I realize she's been talking to Leo, who is now sitting on his lawn chair, drinking a beer. A multicolored lump of fur lies beside him. I presume it's a dog, as it is dog-sized. Seems like I wasn't too far off in my mental image of a super. I go down the steps to give my sister a hug. Hi, thanks for coming. Sorry I'm late. I glance at Leo, who's petting the dog with one hand. His expression is naughty. You okay? Did he say something to you? I ask my sister in a low voice. Who? Him, Leo, the super. Oh, no, he's very nice. Well, come on in. The movers were great, and I'm just putting stuff in drawers. Want some tea? Do you have any wine? Shoot, no. I can run downtown and get some, though. I have one, Leo says. It's okay, I tell him, but thanks. That would be great, Rachel says. My pleasure. He unfolds himself from the chair. 6'3", I'd guess. Loki, stay, he orders. The dog, who looks rather close to death, doesn't twitch. My sister looks a little pale. Are you okay, Rachel? I ask. She doesn't answer, just goes up the stairs into the little foyer. This is great, she says unconvincingly. And the thing about Rachel is she loves home decorating and all that stuff. It's her art form. She's Martha Stewart meets Maria von Trapp. In fact, she found me this place, and when we came here with the realtor a month ago, Rachel raced around like a kid at Christmas. Thanks, I say. Rach, you seem weird, hun. Then she takes out her phone and taps a button. Do you know what this is? Is this a tree with some kind of disease or blight or something? I look, then flinch. No, it's, where did you get this? Because shit. What is it? I swallow. It's girl parts, crotch shot. Hey, Owen and I watched a little porn from time to time back in the day. The picture is blurry and super close up, which is quite icky, so yeah, I guess I could see how Rachel, who was very innocent, could think it was a diseased tree. Who sent this to you? But my sister doesn't answer because now her face is the color of chalk and her legs buckle, and Leo catches her just as he comes in the door.
Rachel. A distant part of me is so embarrassed that a total stranger has seen me faint. I've never fainted before. I mean, I've wanted to 1,000 times, usually when I'm at a party, trying to pretend that I'm having fun and trying to eat when no one else is looking. I'm always worried about how I look when I'm eating. I think people who throw parties should offer private little carols where guests can go and eat in private. So I generally don't eat at parties. Then the wine goes right to my head like now, and that makes me feel even more self-conscious because I'm afraid people will say, "That Rachel got so drunk at our party last night." So in the end, I neither eat nor drink. I just stand around hoping to faint, because leaving the party, even by ambulance, would be preferable to trying to look like I'm having a good time. But I suppose I really earned the faint today. And Jenny's friend is very kind. He has sad eyes. Sad for me because I'm an idiot. I guess I knew what the picture was. All morning long I smothered the thought, watched as Adam read on his iPad and accepted gifts from the girls, a picture from Rose drawn in nursery school, a tulip head from Charlotte, a rubber band from Grace. Charlotte was chattering, Grace sitting at his feet with a notepad and pen pretending to write a book, all 3 girls content to bask in his half-attention. Before, I never would have faulted him for that, those delayed responses and absent-minded pats on the head. He works hard. He deserves time to relax. But this morning, I wondered what he was looking at. Who might be messaging him? And as ever, his phone was on the table next to him. That's nothing new. I wouldn't let myself read into it. It was a tree sent by mistake. I didn't look at the picture again. Instead, I went to the computer and looked up that hotel again. The soothing colors, chocolate and cream and white. The lobby bar with its palm trees and beautiful clock. Looked at that for a long time after he took the kids to the museum. And though I had to go to my sister's, all I did was sit there, looking at the penthouse suite, imagining how calm and confident I'd feel there, sipping that martini and looking out over the city. "Rachel, drink some more water, honey." My sister's dark eyes are worried. I obey. I'm sitting on Jenny's lovely, soft old couch, and my sister is teary-eyed and furious at the same time. Leo, that's his name, Leo Killian, a nice Irish name, is looking at me too sympathetically. Tears are leaking out of my eyes, but they're far-away tears I'm not really even aware of, except Jenny keeps handing me tissues. Adam loves me. I know he loves me. To think I thought it was a tree, a knothole. Some kind of hole, yes, but really, I am such an idiot. Almost 40 and pathetically naive. I hope he's not giving the girls macaroni and cheese for supper. Yes, it's organic, but I like to save it for when I've had a really hard day. If he uses it, he preempts me. And you know what? He should never make macaroni and cheese from a box. I'm the one who gets to do that. I stay home with them all day, every day. I get to be lazy once in a while. He should make them chicken and broccoli and... Oh, God, he's cheating. My thoughts surge and roll like a riptide, crashing into each other from all directions, then shushing back before I can figure out the current. I just don't know what to think or where to swim. Leo hands me a glass of wine. "Thank you," I say. Is my life over? Life as I know it? My heart starts thudding in hard, erratic beats. I love my life, our life. Finally, we seem to hit the sweet spot. Before, even though I liked my job and my coworkers and friends, I was waiting for my real life to begin. Marriage, motherhood. Just as I was starting to worry that I'd never meet anyone, I met Adam. The courtship and marriage part was strangely easy. But then came 4 years trying to get pregnant. Hormone injections and trying desperately to keep our love life fun and spontaneous. And please, there is no spontaneity when you're trying to get pregnant. But I did my best to trick Adam into believing I was just incredibly horny and creative. Then 33 weeks of sheer terror, because when you're pregnant with triplets, you're a time bomb, and all you pray for is to make it to 27 weeks, then another week more and another week more. Those first few weeks when Rose and Grace got to come home, but Charlotte had to be in the hospital, and then with all three of them, at least one baby always awake, always hungry, always crying, always needing to be changed, the pain of my huge cesarean incision, my rock-hard, ever-leaking breasts, even then, I loved it. But this past year, with the girls all sleeping through the night, eating regular food, and the no-dairy restriction lifted from Grace, and nobody having a peanut allergy, and Rose seeming to have outgrown the asthmatic bronchitis, I've loved every day of so many months, been so grateful for every day. Please don't let those days be over. I don't want things to change. Please, God, don't let Adam be cheating. I guess I said that last thing out loud because my sister squeezes my hand. Maybe, I begin. My voice sounds as thin and weak as rice paper. Maybe whoever sent it just hit the wrong number? Sure, Jenny says, but she's stiff and tight next to me, so it's clear what she thinks. I look at Leo. Do you think it's a wrong number? I ask him. He's a man. Maybe he'll know. He hesitates, then runs a hand through his hair. No. Why? Because if you were going to send a picture like that, wouldn't you make sure it was going to the right person? Yes, except I would never send a picture like that. I gulp a mouthful of wine. My head is starting to pound. My husband might be having an affair. My husband is having an affair. The words don't sink in. So, you're a piano teacher? I ask him. That's right. The wine in my glass trembles as if we're having an earthquake. Oh no, it's because my hands are shaking. Some of my friends use you. Elle Berkman, her son is Hunter, and, Claudia Parvost. Her daughter is Sophia. Sure, nice people. Elle and Claudia aren't really my friends. We're in the same book club. We all belong to the COH Lawn Club. The girls and I take Mommy and Me swim classes there. Elle just had breast implants and now wears a string bikini that makes the teenage boy lifeguard extremely uncomfortable. Apparently, my brain will think about anything other than that picture. My girls, we want them to take an instrument. I always thought piano would be the nicest. He smiles. It's a sad smile because he knows. How old are they? 3.5. Twins? Triplets. I smile, but my smile is broken and weak, wobbly as a newly hatched bird. Are they too young? Not necessarily. If they can sit still for half an hour, they're not too young. It's a kind answer, because he doesn't want to deny me anything right now, because I'm a pathetic, stupid wife. The wife is always the last to know. My wife doesn't understand me. My wife will never find out. I'm leaving my wife. I chug the rest of the wine in my glass. Why don't I go? Leo says. Yes, thank you, Jenny says, standing up. She walks him to the door and they murmur for a second, no doubt expressing their horror and sympathy for me. Jenny comes back and sits next to me, her pretty face concerned. This was supposed to be her weekend. I was supposed to help her, and the girls were supposed to come to cheer her up, because it's really real now, her divorce from Owen. Owen's new family, and she loved him so much, and God, I hope he never cheated on her. She said he didn't, but who can really know anything anymore? No one, that's who. Suddenly I'm crying very hard, not just leaking tears, but full-on chest-ripping sobs that hurt, they're so vicious. Oh, honey, Jenny whispers, holding me close. Oh, sweetie. Don't tell anyone. I have to figure out what to do first. I choke out between the awful, shuddering convulsions. No, I won't, she says, And Rachel, whatever you need, I'm here. If you and the girls want to stay here. No, I yelp, startled out of my tears. No, it's way too early to think about anything like that. I don't even know if it's true. Please, Jenny. No, you're right, I'm sorry. My phone chimes with a text. Adam. We're home. How's Jenny's place? Should we come over? A completely normal text. Normal husband talk. Look at this, I say, wiping my eyes on my sleeve. I mean, seriously, it was probably a mistake. Whoever sent that just dialed the wrong number. Sure, it could have been. I stare at the phone, then hand it to my sister. Could you answer? Just say the place is a mess and I'll be home later. She types my response, then hands me back the phone. Adam replies, Okay, babe, love you. See, he loves me. Of course he does. When we were engaged, we talked about cheating. I brought it up even though it was hard, even though my heart was sledgehammering through my chest wall. I mean, I'm not really the ultimatum type, but certain things have to be said. I wouldn't be able to stay with you if you ever cheated, I told him, and he said he'd never ever do such a thing. He only loved me. He only wanted me. He didn't feel the need to warn me that cheating would be a deal breaker for him, too. Obviously, I'd never cheat on him. It went without saying, even back then. He loves our life as much as I do. He wouldn't risk it. I think this was all a mistake, I say with more conviction. Because if it's not, everything is different now. The doorbell rings. Jenny stands and looks out the window. Shit, it's Mom. I'll get rid of her. Why don't you hide in the bathroom? I obey. My legs feel weak, and that wine is throbbing in my brain, thick and sluggish. Hey, Mom, I'm not feeling so good, I hear Jenny say. I have a wicked headache, and I'm almost done, really. You must be so depressed, Mom says. You look awful. Was it heartbreaking? Not really. We've been divorced for more than Of course it was. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry for you. Even though Rob's life was cut short, at least we never had to even think about divorce. We might not have had many years together, but we made them count. You don't even have that, you poor thing. Want me to rub your head? I'm good. Nothing makes our mother happier than discussing the troubles of those around her, even her daughters, and sometimes especially us, so long as she can come out the winner. Those 4 years that I tried so hard to get pregnant, all she could talk about was how easy it had been for her. When the girls were born by C-section, all of them just about 4 pounds, which was great given that they were triplets, Mom delighted in telling me for the 1,000th time about how both Jenny and I came into this world at twice that weight. Both you girls were perfectly healthy, she said, sounding slightly perplexed. Well, I'm sure yours will grow. If she saw me now, she'd home in on me like a missile, and unlike Jenny, I can't hide anything. My face in the mirror is nearly unrecognizable. I look terrified. I can't lose Adam. I can't. I love him so, so much. There has to be a mistake. After my father died, I couldn't look in the mirror because the heartbreak was written over my face so clearly. I look the same now. Eyes too wide, skin too white. They're still talking. Mom doesn't want to leave, wants to talk about Owen's new baby and hear again how Jenny had to deliver her. Look, Mom, you're right, my sister says. I'm incredibly depressed. I have a migraine. I never had a migraine. I never even get headaches. And just want to be alone so I can wallow. Maybe we can have lunch this week. Come by the shop, okay? It's really cute. Yes, but it's hardly Manhattan, is it? I hope you won't go bankrupt. You should have moved to Hedgefield. You could live with me until you get on your feet and we... Okay, Mom, thanks, bye. The door closes and another minute passes. It's safe, Jenny calls. My college roommate was from Los Angeles, and she described being in an earthquake. If you can't trust the ground to stay still, she'd said, the entire world seems wrong. I feel that way now. What can I do? Jenny asks as I come out on my fearful legs. I don't know. I have to believe that Adam was not the intended recipient of that hideous, disgusting picture. How do gynecologists stew it all day, look between the legs of their patients and not just throw up? My sister takes my hand. Even though she's younger, she's always been more certain. I take a deep breath. I'm a mother. I'm not a weakling, and I have to be logical and smart. I have 3 children with this man. I can't just react. I have to talk to him, I guess. Want me to babysit and you guys can go somewhere? Or I can take the girls out. They can even stay over here tonight. I'd love that. I don't know. I don't know. My sister nods, then takes a slow breath. I hate to ask this, she says, but are there any other red flags? Anything that would prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was cheating, she means. I don't think so. He's been tired lately, but people get tired. He's been working on this really complicated case and, well, he's been tired. It's just that tired never meant too tired before. She doesn't say anything. Is she pitying me? Disagreeing? Agreeing? Adam's a corporate attorney. He knows things that save his clients millions of dollars each year. He's great at his job, was made partner at the firm, second in seniority only to Jared Brewster, who grew up down the street from us and used to sit on the bus with me. And since Jared's grandfather founded the firm, I'd say Adam is doing even better, maybe. He's important. He works a lot, it's true. Maybe his lover is a client. His lover. My stomach heaves at the word. I've always hated that word. It's too intimate, too romantic, too smarmy. I don't want my husband to have a lover. I've never even thought of myself as his lover. I was his girlfriend, then his fiancée, then his wife. There's a lot to lose here, I whisper. Yes. Jenny squeezes my hand, and I hate that I need a hand squeeze. I'm usually the giver of the hand squeezes. Well, in the past year or so, anyway. It's now past 7:30, so the girls are almost certainly in bed and sound asleep. I guess I have to go home. For the first time in my life, that thought fills me with dread. I slip in the house like a shadow and go right upstairs when I get home. Opening the door to the girls' bedroom, I feel a rush of love so strong that it momentarily crushes all the horrible, worming thoughts that have twisted through my mind for the past 24 hours. This room is pure. I know exactly who I am in this room. My little girls are asleep. Charlotte is snoring slightly. Grace is sucking her thumb. Rose is sleeping upside down, her feet on the pillows. I kiss Grace first, then Charlotte, then turn Rosebud right side up and kiss her, too. I whisper, "Mommy loves you," to each of them, breathing in their sweet and salty smell. Here, in this room, I know everything that really matters. I was born to be a mommy. These girls are my life. Some of the sticky fear slips away. I go downstairs, through the living room and into the den, where Adam is talking on the phone.
I feel the same way,
he murmurs, then catches sight of me and jumps. Guilty. Hi, I say.
Eric, my beautiful wife, just came home,
he says, smiling. Not guilty?
Can we talk on Monday? Great. Thanks, you bet.
He clicks off the phone and stands up.
Hi, babe. I didn't hear you come in. Want a glass of wine? I made the girls mac and cheese, but I could make you an omelet or something.
Of course he made the mac and cheese. And yet, these are not the words of a cheating husband. I'll have some wine, I say. We go into the kitchen, he pours me a glass of wine, and I take a sip. The kitchen is sloppy. Granted, I'm almost obsessive about neatness, but the pot from the girls' unnutritious dinner is sitting in the sink, the powdery cheese sauce hardening, and mail is strewn over the counter, which hasn't been wiped down. Usually I'm just grateful that Adam doesn't view spending the afternoon with his children as a heroic feat, like some fathers do. But it would be nice if he just once cleaned up the way I do 1,000 times a day.
How's the new place?
He asks, grabbing a beer from the fridge.
Is Jenny happy with it?
It's great, I answer. My heart pumps too hard, and I picture a big, ugly hand around it, squeezing ruthlessly, forcing the blood to gush through my veins, arteries, whatever. It's really charming. What are we talking about? Oh yes, my sister's place. He waits for more. He likes my sister. I wonder if he finds her attractive. God, where did that come from? Adam, I need to talk to you about something.
Sure, babe.
He waits, his dark eyes expectant. I love his brown eyes. Mine are boring blue. Jenny got our father's dark, dark eyes, almost black. But Adam's are light brown, whiskey-colored, and special. How were the girls today? I ask, suddenly dreading what I'm about to say next.
They were great. Well, Rose was a maniac at the museum, and Grace's shoe came untied, and you know how she hates that. And I had to take all 3 of them into the ladies' room. Got a lot of dirty looks from some women, but really, what am I supposed to do? Take them into the men's room? No way.
He grins.
My babies aren't going to see a man's junk for 40 more years.
I smile. A tiny ray of relief seems to break through the clouds around my head, checking to see if it's okay to stay. This is not how a cheating husband talks. It had to have been a wrong number.
So, what did you want to talk about?
He asks. I fold my hands, which still seem to have a tremor. Well, yesterday something happened.
What?
Should I even show him? Maybe it would be better if I didn't, maybe.
Rachel, hello. What, honey?
I showed Jenny, and I asked Leo, and he's a stranger. I have to show my husband of the past 9 years. He deserves to know. I pull my phone from my bag and tap on the text so the disgusting picture fills the screen. Slide it across the counter to him. Color rises from the collar of his polo shirt up his neck, into his jaw and cheeks, a heavy, dark red. Guilty. Oh, God, guilty. Adam clears his throat, then slides the phone back to me.
What is that?
You know what it is, Adam. My voice trembles.
Yeah, okay, I can guess. Who sent it to you? And why would they do that?
It was sent to you. He blinks. Is his face getting redder?
What are you talking about?
When you were putting the girls to bed last night, someone texted this to you. I forwarded it to myself and deleted it off your phone.
You deleted it? Why? Why didn't you say something? Why didn't you tell me last night?
He presses his lips together.
And why are you checking my phone all of a sudden? Why would you do that?
I was putting your jacket in the dry cleaning bag and I saw it.
So why didn't you tell me someone's sending me porn?
Who sent it?
I don't know.
His voice slaps off the stainless steel appliances.
How should I know? Did you call them back? Let me see that again.
He grabs the phone back.
Private number.
He looks up at me.
Could be anybody.
Anybody sending a crotch shot, that is. I sound like Jenny. He stares at me.
Do you think I'm cheating on you?
His eyes are hard. I don't answer. All of a sudden, the tables are turned, and my face is the one that grows hot.
Jesus, Rachel, are you kidding me?
Keep your voice down, I say. Don't wake the girls.
I'm sorry, I'm a little upset. My wife thinks I'm cheating on her. I guess she thinks I'm a really shitty person.
Adam, there's a picture of that on your phone. What am I supposed to think?
Maybe you could think, hey, this must be a mistake, because my husband isn't some douchebag scum.
I'm sorry, okay? I take a breath, feel the burn of tears in my eyes. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing that would be sent by mistake, that's all. I'd think you'd be really careful about getting the right number if you were sending that to someone. Thank you, Leo.
You told Jenny about this, didn't you? I bet she had a fucking field day. She hates men these days.
She does not. And no, she didn't have a field day. I showed her because, well, I wasn't sure what it was. I hoped it was a mistake. I did. But I needed to talk to you about it, and it's new territory, okay? He gives a short laugh.
Yeah, I guess so.
He takes a breath and releases it slowly.
I love you, Rachel. I thought you loved me too. I'd hope you'd at least give me the benefit of the doubt.
Of course I love you, Adam. It's just very weird and horrible, and I didn't know what to ask or how to talk about this or...
Do you believe me?
His voice is cold and sharp, and suddenly that terror rears up again. I don't want things to change. I have cupcakes to make tomorrow, 6 dozen, because the girls are all in a different preschool class, and each class needs 2 dozen cupcakes. Also, I call my mother-in-law every Sunday morning to give her a grandchild report. And what would I say if Adam is cheating on me? And Jenny's just moved, and there are going to be long, happy dinners and lovely spring evenings on the back patio. And Adam cried when the girls were born. Really cried. He loves me, and he loves our daughters, and he loves our life.
Rachel, do you believe me?
He asks again, more loudly. Yes, I do. He closes his eyes and lets out a long breath.
Thank you.
Then he comes around the counter behind me and slides his arms around me from behind, kisses my neck.
Baby, I love you. The picture is disgusting, but come on, don't be so dramatic next time. Not that there'll be a next time, please God.
You're right. 2 tears slide down my cheeks, and honestly, I don't know how to feel. Relieved? Sick? Happy? I was wrong. It was a mistake. We go upstairs. We make love. It's good. It's us. We know what the other likes, what to say and when, what moves to employ, where to touch for the best effect. It occurs to me that I'm glad our birth control is condoms, and then I push that thought out of my head. We're okay. We're still us. Adam and me and the girls. Everything is the same. It's just that everything feels so different.
Jenny. The next day, I have to go to the city for a fitting from a bride who's so high maintenance that asking her to come to Cambria-on-Hudson might well cause a brain aneurysm. The gown hangs in its blush-colored bag. I had 100 of them ordered for Bliss, as well as special hangers that can hold up to 25 pounds because some of these dresses are heavy. The bride, Kendall, is the kind who treats me like a servant, texting and complaining as I kneel at her side, pinning her last-minute changes and adjusting the seams since she's lost 10 pounds in the past 2 weeks out of sheer rage. To call her Bridezilla would be unkind to Japan's favorite monster. But first, my sister. Rachel texted me last night around 10, saying it was all a mistake, and she felt terrible for thinking Adam had cheated. I asked if I could call, but she said she was really tired. I'm not sure I believe my brother-in-law, and I hate that I'm not sure. When I first met Adam, Rachel was already overwhelmingly in love. Her first love, really. Though she'd had a few boyfriends, always these rather nice, shy, geeky man-child types who wore Doctor Who t-shirts and spoke Klingon. But Adam was different, very sure of himself, and very charismatic. She glowed around him. They dated only a month or so before he proposed, asking for permission from Mom and me first, which won serious points with me and turned the event into an I Miss Rob occasion for Mom. Adam cried when he saw Rachel in the church on their wedding day. It wasn't just the dress, which, trust me, was amazing. A modified A-line satin with French lace with a sweetheart neckline and delicate capped sleeves. He kept his sense of humor through the infertility years, and he brought Rachel flowers twice a week all through her pregnancy. He's also a really good dad, though perhaps not as good as Rachel thinks he is. He's a little too aware of the fact that he does more than some of his peers, but he's content to let Rachel do the hard stuff. The getting up in the middle of the night when someone has the pukes stuff. The grocery shopping with all three of them at once stuff. But he's there, and he loves them, and he does contribute. And let's face it, Rachel loves being a stay-at-home mom. I call Rachel just before I leave the house. "Oh, hey," she says. "Just a minute, okay? Charlotte, honey, I have to take this, okay? Can you please give that to Daddy? Thank you, sweetheart." There's a pause, and I hear a door close. "Hi," she says. "How are things today?" I ask. "Well, I showed him the picture," she whispers, "and he was really confused, and then he got upset that I thought, he has no idea who sent it, but he was really nice about it." "Nice about what?" "About me thinking that maybe he strayed." I press my lips together. So we're good. I think this is just a case of a mistaken phone number. I just feel really bad for what I thought." "Rach, I don't think it's unreasonable to think your husband is having an affair when private number sends him a crotch shot," I say. "I hope he got that." No, he did," Rachel says. "We're past it. Actually, we're just leaving for church, so I have to run, okay? Listen, I'm so sorry about yesterday. I really wanted to help you get settled. I just freaked out. It's really okay. You deserve to freak out." I pause. And I'm glad things aren't what they seem. Except I smell a rat. Leo, a total stranger, smelled a rat. Yes, there's a chance Adam is telling the truth. But my gut is telling me he's not. "He's a great husband," Rachel says, "and you know how the girls adore him." "Yeah, I do. You go, hun. I have to run down to the city with a dress." "Okay. Hey, tell your friend thanks for me. I'm so embarrassed." "My friend?" "Leo." "Oh, right. Okay. Have a good day. Talk to you later." If Adam is cheating on my sister, I will rip off his testicles through his throat. I pick up the dress and my purse and head outside. Leo is lying on his lounge chair, eyes closed, dog by his side, bottle of beer in his hand. "Hi," I say. "Little early for drinking, isn't it?" "It sure is, Mom," he says, taking a swig without opening his eyes. The dog lifts his head and growls at me. "My sister wanted me to say thanks." "She's welcome." "And thank you from me, too. You were very nice." "No problem. I excel at catching women when they faint." He scratches behind Loki's ear, and the dog makes a guttural sound. There's something arresting about Leo's face. Angular and a little thin, unshaven. Despite his easy words, there are 2 lines between his eyebrows. He looks up at me. "No eye fucking," he says. "Because you're gay?" I suggest. "Only where you're concerned, darling." He winks, and though I've just been rather brilliantly insulted, I can't help but smile. "Are you going to the prom?" he asks, gesturing with the beer bottle at the dress bag. "No." Placing the dress carefully on the back seat, I secure the hanger onto the hook. "I'm a wedding dress designer." "Seriously?" "Seriously." "That's a real job? I mean, they all kind of look alike, don't they?" "Have a nice day," I say, waving. Well, my middle finger waves. Leo laughs, and there it is again, that warm pressure in my chest. "I want you to take all the rosettes off," Kendall says. We're in the living room of her parents' Upper West Side apartment, and I'm kneeling at her feet, my pincushion strapped to my wrist, taking the dress down from a size 00 to microscopic. It looks like her bones are about to slice through her skin. "Your wedding is in 6 days, Kendall," I say. "It's a little late to change the design completely." "Look, I hate them, okay? Just lop them off or something." Being a custom wedding dress designer means one thing. The bride gets what the bride wants. We start the process, which takes a year on average, with the bride emailing me pictures of wedding dresses she loves. But there's a reason she's not getting one of those, and it's either that she's a hard size to fit, or she wants something completely unique. Kendall wanted something unique. She sent me 39 pictures of dresses she loved, from a mini dress to a ball gown with 12-foot train. I made her 17 sketches, then when she finally settled on one, the one festooned with beautiful creamy rosettes, I ended up making 22 alterations to that sketch. Then, when she was deliriously happy with the design, I made the pattern, cut the dress out of muslin, and had her come in for a fitting. She wanted the dress changed again. Not a problem, but from then on, it would cost her a lot. Alas, money was no object. 7 muslin dresses and thousands of dollars later, she signed a contract saying yes, I could proceed with the actual dress. A sleeveless sheath dress with a crisscrossing tulle bodice, a belt made from Swarovski crystals that tied in the back with a long, floating tulle sash, and a skirt that made her appear as if she were rising from a giant pile of white silk roses, each of the 278 flowers made by the hand of yours truly. It's pretty. Of course it is. All told, the dress will cost almost 20 grand. If I cut off the rosettes, I say patiently, I'll have to make another skirt. She doesn't bother looking up from her phone, which chimes with a text. Oh, Christ, you gotta be kidding me. Mom? Mom! The blushing bride roars. Mom, where the hell are you? Now Lindley doesn't want to be in the wedding either. Those bitches? How dare they bail on me? One wonders. A half hour later, it's decided that yes, Kendall will get another skirt made from tulle to match the bodice and a full skirt with a sweep train that will trail out 6 feet behind her. I request payment in full plus aggravation pay, I call it an emergency alteration fee, and wait as her poor mother writes me out a check. You've been wonderful, the mom says. Kendall, hasn't Jenny been wonderful? What? Kendall says, dragging her eyes off the phone. Her thumbs continue to tap out her message. Who's Jenny? Oh, yeah, sure. She'll make a beautiful bride, I tell the mom. You're very kind, she says. I'll refer you to all my friends. I really appreciate that. Granted, I'm used to badly behaved brides. It can be a stressful time. But believe it or not, even women like Kendall can morph into a sweetheart on the big day. Not always, but sometimes. And happily, most of my brides are much nicer. The lobby doorman holds the door for me. I stash the dress back in the car and stretch my lower back. The sky has cleared, the cherry trees are in bloom, and I decide to take a walk through Central Park. I love the happy noise of the throngs, kids laughing and yelling, the blur of languages I don't speak, a homeless man wishing everyone a blessed day, the thunk of bass music from an area where kids are doing backflips, entertaining the tourists. The city has been my home since I was 18, and though I've only lived in COH a day, I feel as if I've been away for weeks. Central Park is truly the crown jewel of the city, with its curving trails, the statues and flower beds awash in red tulips and yellow daffodils. People are out in droves, runners and parents and nannies and students. A lot of babies are being aired out today. I would pick that one, I think, eyeing a beautiful little boy with bushy black hair and enormous eyes. Or maybe that little girl in the purple windbreaker and red plaid skirt. There's a man sitting on a bench reading. An actual book, too, not a phone. I can't quite make out the title, but that doesn't matter. He's blonde and wears glasses, and he has a scarf around his neck, but it's not dreadfully self-conscious. He seems to be about 40. No wedding ring. Nice face. I consider talking to him. What to say, though? Hi, want to father some kids? Seems a little blunt. I glance around, hoping for inspiration. Oh, I seem to have wandered all the way across the park to the east side, 2 blocks from my old place, Owen's place, rather. Paging Dr. Freud. I could visit them, for self-torment purposes, in case my bride wasn't difficult enough. I could ask to smell Natalia's head, maybe put her in my purse, which would easily fit a baby. I actually looked to judge the baby capacity of my bag. Yep, it could work. I'd make sure to remove my sewing scissors first. I turn around and face the scarf-wearing reader. Hi, beautiful day, isn't it? He doesn't look up. New Yorkers. What are you reading? I ask more loudly. He raises his eyes to me. I'm sorry, were you talking to me? He asks with a nice smile. I was just wondering what you were reading. He holds the book up. Lord of the Rings, my 3rd or 4th time, actually. I'm sort of a geek about it. My wedding dress looks like Arwen's when she finally sees Aragorn again. Yes, I'm referencing the movie, not the book. Sue me. My nieces are our tiny flower girls, and Rachel wears pale green as my matron of honor. Mom has a boyfriend and doesn't sob about Dad. For a wedding gift, I give him a first printing edition of LOTR, and my fiancé's boyfriend sits down and kisses him. Ay, darling, sorry I'm late. Brought you a cappuccino, though. Have a nice day, I say, but they're busy kissing. It only takes me 2 minutes to get to Owen's place. I still have the code to the building, but I buzz 15A just the same. It's Jenny, I say, cringing a little. Jenny, how wonderful, comes Anna Sophia's voice. 5 minutes later, I'm sitting in my former living room, holding my former husband's child, accepting a cup of coffee from his current wife, who's back in her regular clothes. It's been 13 days, after all. Why go through all that mushy belly stuff when you're clearly on Darwin's list of favorite children? Do you remember Jenny? Owen asks, smiling down at his daughter. She helped you into this world. She's incredibly beautiful, I say honestly. Not a pore to be seen, rosebud mouth, full, lovely cheeks. She looks like you, I was about to say, but I clear my throat. Like Anna Sophia. I smile at my replacement. Thank God for small favors, Owen says, leaning over my shoulder to stroke his daughter's cheek with one finger. She doesn't. She looks just like Owen. The same shock of black hair, the same sweet eyes. And I remember in a furnace blast of embarrassment of how I used to look at Owen when he was asleep and picture our children. Funny how I didn't think this was going to be so hard. There's a flash. Anna Sophia has taken my picture. I imagine Anna Sophia showing it to Natalia someday. There's poor Aunt Jenny just before she went crazy. We should visit her in the asylum this week. I'll send it to you, yes? She asks. Sure, I say. Who wouldn't want a picture of her ex and his baby and her doleful self, after all? Maybe I'll blow it up and hang it over my couch. So I just wanted to stop by. I had a fitting a couple blocks from here, but I should head home. Still have lots of unpacking to do. We can't wait to see the new place, Anna Sophia says, taking the warm little baby from my arms. It's all I can do not to grab the baby back. And we're so excited about the grand opening of Bliss. The thing is, she's sincere. I want so much to hate her, to hate them both. But they're just too fucking nice. I can't wait either, I say in that oh-so-jolly voice I adopt around them. I wonder if there are any escort services in COH. I should really get out of this friendship, I think, as I walk back across the park to the garage where I parked. I know hanging around Owen and Anna Sophia isn't doing me any favors. It's just that when Owen broke my heart, he also begged me to stay friends with him, saying he couldn't picture life without me, that ever since we'd met I'd been incredibly important to him, and even if we weren't working out, news to me, it would kill him if this was the end. I'm still not sure if that was kind or incredibly selfish of him. I've been going with kind. I moved out of our apartment the day after Owen told me he didn't want to stay married, and it felt like I'd slept through the apocalypse. The air seemed too heavy to breathe, and panic flashed through me in razor wire slices. How can I do this? How can I do this? How can we be apart? How can he not want me anymore? What the fuck went on here? Where was I when it all went to hell? The only island on the horizon was the idea that next week I'd be having lunch with him. You may think I'm quite an ass for hanging around, hoping for a few kind words. I understand. I feel that way myself quite often. The thing is, there will be a lot of kind words. Let's not even bring up the great food those two always have on hand. Owen still asks about my work. He loves my sister and nieces and mother. He thinks I'm pretty and funny and smart. He admires my creativity. We have a similar sense of humor. Conversation comes easily, and since the day I met him, and even through our quickie divorce and his marriage, I have yet to go 3 days without hearing from him. Even when he's been in a third world country with Doctors Without Borders, even now. So, being Owen's ex-wife is still better than any relationship I've ever had, except for one, when I was his actual wife. It's not just his job. Dr. Perfect of the great hands and compassionate heart. It's not just his looks, which sure don't hurt. I always had a thing for Ken Watanabe, after all. It's all those things and just how golden he is, how privileged I felt as the chosen one, Owen Takahashi's wife. In most marriages, lust and love become tempered by normalcy. If you hear your husband farting in the bathroom seconds before he emerges and asks you if you want to fool around, you generally don't want to fool around. You might after a few minutes, but you have to forgive your husband for being human, for eating a bean burrito. After all, you ate the bean burrito too. You discover his irritating habits. He uses your shampoo and doesn't mention when it's gone. He leaves his work clothes in a sweaty pile in the bathroom. When his parents visit, he runs out to the package store around the corner to buy his dad's favorite beer, even though you reminded him yesterday to pick it up. And that errand takes him 10 times as long as it should, and you have to text him twice to say, "Where the hell are you? Your mother wants to know why I'm not pregnant yet." And he doesn't respond, claiming not to have received that text when he finally walks in the door. Maybe he grunts at you when he comes in home from work, but he gets down on all fours and croons to the dog for 10 minutes, using that special voice that sounds vaguely familiar because he used to use it for you. Maybe he's just boring and you sit across the table from him night after night as he drones on and on about the tuna sandwich he had at lunch, amazed that this man is the reason you didn't go into the Peace Corps. Yeah, but it was never like that with Owen and me. I'm serious. If he was sick, which hardly ever happened, he insisted on staying in the guest room and using the guest bathroom. I'd make him soup and he'd accept it, but the man is a doctor, and the last thing he wanted to do was spread germs. A day or two later, he'd emerge clean and showered, and he'd apologize for his downtime, and then make me dinner. But if I was sick, oh, happy day. I loved being sick. And here's the secret. In the 5 years Owen and I were married, I was never sick. Once. Just don't tell him that. I admit I was feeling a little neglected one night. I'd made a really nice dinner, but he was late coming home from rebuilding children's faces, so I could hardly complain, could I? As the risotto coagulated on the stove, I waited. He texted that he'd be a half an hour late. After half an hour, he texted again. So sorry, closer to 8. At 8:30, he came through the door. I pretended not to mind, but I'd had this fabulous call. Bride magazine was featuring one of my dresses on the cover, and I'd been saving the news all day long because I wanted to tell him in person. So I poured the wine, and Owen and I sat down. I'd set the table beautifully, and we ate the now gelatinous and slimy risotto, which Owen proclaimed delicious. He was late, he explained, because he'd had to rebuild a child's nose in a particularly difficult surgery. And he'd wanted to stay until the little guy woke up from anesthesia, and then the little guy wanted to play Pokemon with Owen, and he just couldn't say no, and the parents were crying with amazement that their son was once again so beautiful and would no longer have to endure the stares and cruelty of the unkind, and the horrible fire that took the kid's nose could now be a memory and not a flashback every time the kid thought about, touched, saw, or had someone look at his face. The cover of Bride now seemed pretty unimportant. "Is something wrong, darling?" Owen finally asked. And because I couldn't say, "I'm tired of you being so damn perfect, especially when I made risotto," I said, No. Pause. "I'm not feeling that great. I'm sorry, babe." "Oh, no, I'm sorry. And here I've been going on so long. What's the matter, honey?" I spewed out a few made-up symptoms, aches, some chills, a sore head, feeling perversely happy with my lie and my husband's subsequent guilt and attention. He tucked me into bed, found a movie I loved, then went to clean up the kitchen. "I'm running out for a few minutes," he called. "You need anything?" "No," I said, immediately peeved once again. Stupid hospital. But he returned 15 minutes later with a pint of the notoriously hard-to-find Ben & Jerry's peanut brittle ice cream, my favorite. "I thought this might be the best medicine," he said with that sweet smile. Then he lay on the bed next to me as I ate straight from the carton. Later, we held hands. There was no guest room sleeping for me, no sir. Owen wanted to be close in case I needed him. He stroked my hair as I fell asleep, told me he loved me. And he did. But he never needed me. I didn't complete him. He felt we both deserved more. All those other marriages, those imperfect marriages with their smelly bathrooms, had something ours didn't. That moment when you've had the worst day ever and you come home and you can't go one more step without a long, hard hug from your spouse. Only they have the arms that will do. Only they really understand. I don't think Owen ever had a day when his life was in the shitter. When we met, he was already a star resident on his way to greatness. And when I had a crappy day, when someone shot down my work, or when a buyer treated me like an assembly line worker, when a bride had a tantrum because I had done exactly what she asked, I felt as if my complaints were petty and unimportant. After all, I still had my nose, didn't I? I told myself that it was good, keeping things in perspective. In order to have interesting things to talk about with my husband, the heroic saver of faces, the smiter of deformities, the changer of lives, I'd listen to TED Talks on my computer while I worked. I'd read important novels, listen to NPR in order to have interesting things to contribute to our dinner conversations. But I never let myself have regular feelings when I was with Owen. I was almost afraid to bitch about Marie, the mean and less talented designer who trashed me to our coworkers after Vera told me my work was glorious. When a homeless man peed himself on the subway, and I only noticed because it leaked into my own seat, it was such a sad and horrifying occurrence that I wept as I gave him all the money in my wallet to the disapproving stares of my fellow riders. I cried all the way home and took a 45-minute shower. Threw that skirt in the trash and triple-bagged it. It was one of my favorites. But I didn't tell Owen. He'd just returned from Sri Lanka, fixing faces marred by war, after all. My brush with the homeless man? Pah! It was nothing compared to what Owen had seen. So I kept that, and all the other little vagaries and irritations of life, to myself. There's that saying, true love makes you a better person. I thought at the time that this was my evolution into a better person. What I didn't realize was that I wasn't better. I was just less me. I wanted to vent about Marie and her petty little pecs. I wanted to be consoled about sitting in someone else's urine. But it was nothing compared to what Owen dealt with every day. And so Owen and I had a very happy marriage, a seamless relationship of mutual affection, love, interesting conversations, and enjoyable trips. When I felt the need to be human, I faked a mild virus, and Owen would attend to me as he might a patient, and I felt more special and loved than at any other time in our years together. We were happy. Except I saw it, that slow erosion of love, of interest, of that delight that Owen used to feel toward me from the very first day we met, an incredibly flattering sense that Owen believed I was the most charming, adorable person he'd ever encountered. For a year, maybe two, I saw Owen's love flickering like electricity during a thunderstorm. He was never cruel, never impatient. He was simply leaving me a surgical centimeter at a time. I don't think he was consciously aware of it, but I saw it, and I fought it, believe me. Tried to rock his world in bed, though sex had always been lovely and comfortable and intimate. After reading an article in Cosmo, I talked dirty to him one night as we were making love, dropped the F-bomb, as instructed. He pulled back and said, "What did you just say?" looking as stunned as if I'd just slit his throat. I invited our friends over more frequently to show Owen that we were the couple to be, that we had this great life. Of course we did. We were having a wine-tasting dinner, see? I tried to book a vacation, but Owen said he couldn't take the time. I booked a weekend in Maine instead, so we could walk on the stony beaches and take a boat ride to the Cranberry Islands, so we could get sloppy eating lobster and laugh and hold hands and sleep late. But Owen had an emergency surgery that day, a little girl shot in the face, and he had to stay the entire weekend at the hospital. So, in all honesty, I wasn't all that surprised when he came home that fateful night and told me he wasn't living the life he felt he was meant for. That though he loved me, he couldn't help feeling a little empty lately. It wasn't my fault, of course. It was just a feeling that his destiny lay elsewhere. I knew it was coming. It didn't make it any easier. Is there anything more humiliating than begging someone to stay with you, to keep loving you? The answer is no. I begged anyway. For 5 solid hours, I begged and sobbed and shouted. He couldn't leave me. He was everything to me. Please, everything should just go back to how it was when we were happy. But he was resolute. "You're my best friend," he said, and there were tears in his eyes. "Jenny, I'm so sorry. I hate doing this, but I feel like I have to. The same way I knew I had to go to medical school, even though my dad wanted so much for me to be a lawyer. It's not you, it's just... I have to. It's not you. The stupidest line in the history of lines. I moved out the next day. Of course it was me. 3 months later, Owen proved that fact by meeting Anna Sophia. We were having our weekly lunch, and he hadn't said anything. I just knew. I could tell because I recognized the look on his face. He used to look at me that way. So, you've met someone, I said. He hesitated. Please be honest, Owen. Yes, he said. I think I have. A month later, he introduced me to Anna Sophia, whose first words to me were, Owen has sung your praises for so long. I've been dying to meet you. She hugged me. I hugged her back. And that's how it's been. I want to get away from them. I want to be close to them. I love them. I hate them. I feel hateful that I have to love them, and I guiltily love that I hate them. I vow to be busy the next time they call. My phone rings as I pull up onto Magnolia Street. Hi, it's Anna Sophia. Jenny, I'm so distracted, I completely forgot to ask you. I have tickets for the Alexander McQueen exhibit, and you were the first person I thought of. Would you like to go? That exhibit has been sold out for months. Of course she has tickets. Yeah, I'd love to, I say. Thanks, Anna. Wonderful, I'll email you details. Bye. I take a deep breath and get out of the car. Leo is once again in the lounge chair. He seems sound asleep. I can tell he got up at some point, though, because he's wearing a dark gray suit, white shirt, a striped tie. His arms are folded tight across his chest, and there's a slight frown on his face. The wind, which has gotten nearly cold, ruffles his hair. Beside him is a bouquet of flowers. He looks sad. No, not sad. Lost, as if he forgot he was supposed to go to a party and just gave up, found this chair and hunkered down for the night. A well-dressed homeless man and his mangy dog. I wonder if I should wake him. Instead, I go inside, lugging Kendall's dress with me. A second later, I come out again with the red plaid blanket Andreas gave me for Christmas, cashmere. It pays to have friends with exquisite taste. And open the gate. Loki growls. I ignore him. He's not terribly big, and he doesn't look as if he could spring to his master's defense without a trampoline. Indeed, his lips curl back, but the rest of him remains lying on his pillow bed. Trying not to indulge in too much gooey tenderness, after all, I've known Leo for all of 27 hours. I spread the blanket over him, then go back up the steps to my new home, put Pandora on Kelly Clarkson, and start unpacking. A few hours later, there's a knock on the door. It's Leo, holding my blanket in one hand, the bouquet of flowers in the other. Is this yours? He asks, lifting the blanket. Yes, you looked cold. I was fine. You're welcome. I give him a pointed look and take the blanket. Thank you. We look at each other for a minute. Come on in, I offer, and he does. I was going to ask you to come up anyway. The living room light doesn't work. It's a gorgeous fixture. Authentic Victorian, I think. Ivory with a leaf pattern embossed into it. What the hell are you listening to? This is Toby Keith. Leo stares at me like I'm an exhibit at the zoo. Right, he's a pianist or a musician or a snob. Who are the flowers for? Oh, my mother. She didn't like them. They're beautiful. She decided she didn't like orange. Ah, I wait for him to offer me the flowers. He doesn't. How about fixing that light, Leo? He sits on the couch, puts the flowers down, and takes a bottle of beer out of his suit pocket, pops the top off with the opener on his keychain, and sits back, putting his feet on the coffee table. Have you tried changing the light bulb? Make yourself at home. And yes, it's not the light bulb. Sounds like the switch is broken. Maybe a problem with the wiring. Good thing there's a lot of natural light in here. Still, it would be even better if the super would fix my light. I believe you are the super, Leo? I am, but I'm not that good at fixing stuff. I got this job because of my looks. He smiles. Well, then since you're inept, would you call an electrician for me? I ask.
I'll make it my life's new mission. Can I wait till tomorrow, or our baby sea otter's dying because your light won't go on?
I sigh with exaggerated patience. It can wait till tomorrow. He takes another drink. It's an IPA, which I quite like. Bring me a beer next time, I say.
Buy your own beer.
He smiles as he says it, and damn, he's just too adorable.
How's your sister?
Right. I sigh and sit down. I don't know. I grab a throw pillow and smush it against my stomach. Rachel had texted me a picture of the girls earlier, all of them on the slide at the park. No note. She says she's good.
But she's not good,
Leo says. I pause. He was awfully nice last night. Caught Rachel, scooped her up in his arms, and set her on this very couch. As I was saying, Rachel, Rachel, in a panicked voice, he got a damp dishcloth and put it on her forehead, then stuck around to see if she was okay. I guess he has a right to ask. It seems her husband has no idea who sent it, I say.
Ah, it was all a mistake, then.
That's what we're going with. He shrugs, a Gallic gesture that belies his very Irish name. A shrug that says, poor kid. People are stupid. What's she gonna do?
She seems sweet.
She is. I pause, not wholly comfortable with the topic. So, why the suit, Leo? Do you have a date? Those flowers aren't really for your mom, are they?
Yes, they were. I don't date. I'm strictly for recreational purposes.
I feel an eye roll coming on. Then were you giving a performance?
Nope.
Shall I keep guessing, or does your dog need you and you really should be leaving?
I visit my mom every Sunday.
You sure you're not gay? He laughs.
You're all right, Jane.
Jenny.
Whatever.
He looks around my apartment.
So, you like the apartment?
Sure, it's beautiful. Bigger than what I'm used to, and Cambry's my hometown, you know.
No, I didn't.
Did you grow up around here? He looks at me carefully, taking another drink from his beer bottle.
Iowa.
A corn-fed Midwestern boy, huh?
That's me.
He takes another pull of beer.
So, what did you do today? You're a wedding planner?
We need to work on your listening skills, I say. I'm a wedding dress designer. I just opened Bliss here in town. This fails to elicit any reaction. I had a fitting in the city for a very irritating bride, and then I took a walk in Central Park, and then I went to see my, friends. He gives me an incredulous look.
Not the ex-husband and his lovely wife.
How did you... Yes. He cocks an eyebrow. And their beautiful new baby, I add.
Are you shitting me?
Not that it's your business, but we've stayed friends.
No, you haven't.
Yes, we have. Your dog growled at me, by the way, while I was covering you with your blankie.
You put Mother Teresa to shame. Back to the ex. Why would you stay friends? Isn't that torture?
Are you married, Leo?
Do I look married?
Divorced? Separated? Are you a therapist? In other words, do you know anything about me or Owen or Anna Sophia or marriage and divorce? Huh? Do you?
No, on all fronts. And Anna Sophia, sweet. That is a smoking hot name. Is she beautiful?
Some people find her attractive. He smiles. Just a little, but it works. Yeah, she's gorgeous, I admit. As for why we stayed friends, maybe he was so devastated by our breakup that he couldn't stand the thought of not seeing me anymore. Maybe we still share a very special bond, and despite marriage not working out, we want to stay in each other's lives. Maybe I really admire and respect his...
Stop. I can't stand anymore.
Leo gets up and glances at the ceiling.
Call someone about that light. I just moved here myself and don't know anyone. Oh, and could you have him stop down at my place? My toaster doesn't work unless I plug it in the hallway.
I look at him for a second. You blew a fuse. That's probably why my light won't go on.
Ah, fascinating.
Where's the fuse box?
What's a fuse box?
Are you serious? How did you get this job?
I already told you. Good looks and charm.
I can't wait to meet the charm part. Come on, I'll show you what a fuse box is, pretty boy. Take me to your cellar. Do you know where that is? We go out my front door, through the gate, where I earn another snarl from Loki. That dog is really good-looking and charming, I say.
He's old. Be respectful. The cellar's through here.
He lets me into his apartment, into a tiny foyer which opens into a large living room. There's an upright piano topped with piles of paper and music books. It's too dark to see anything else.
This way,
he says, pointing toward the small, sleek kitchen. He opens the cellar door, and we go down. It occurs to me that I'm going into a dark place with a stranger, and even as I think the thought, I know this guy is no threat to me at all.
You're surprisingly quiet,
Leo says, clicking on a light. I am assessing the odds of you murdering me down here.
And?
I hereby deem you harmless.
How emasculating, he says. What are you looking for again?
This, my son. Behold, the fuse box, I say, pointing to the gray box on the wall. I flip open the panel, and sure enough, a switch is over to the right instead of the left. I push it back. Modern technology. Show me your toaster. His toaster is plugged into the same outlet as the coffee pot, which is on the same circuit as the microwave. Just move the toaster in over there, and you should be fine, I tell him. This is an old house. You might get an electrician in here to update the amperage.
Did you learn all this in wedding school?
He's tall. The kitchen light makes his hair gleam with copper, and the line of his jaw is sharp and strong.
The eye fucking Jane. It has to stop.
But he smiles as he says it. So, you teach down here? I ask, stepping back. Since he made himself at home upstairs, I do the same, flipping on a light and wandering through the living room. A gray couch and red chair complement the red and blue oriental rug. There's a bookcase filled with tomes about the great composers. A bust of Beethoven glares at me next to a photo of a lake surrounded by pine trees. The place is very, very neat, and aside from Beethoven, oddly devoid of personality, which isn't what I'd expect from Leo. Not that I know him well, obviously. But still, I'd expect sloppy and welcoming, not sterile and, well, sterile. It looks like a model home, aside from the sheet music. So, you just teach piano, or do you play anywhere? I ask.
I just teach. Sometimes I compose a score for something.
Like a movie? He smiles.
No, nothing that complicated. Audiobooks, mostly.
Neat. Did you go to school for music?
Yep. Juilliard.
Really? Wow, Leo, very impressive. Why don't you perform anywhere? You must be great.
In the world of concert pianists, I'm probably a B-.
In the world of humans, I bet you're great.
What do you know? You listen to country music.
Another smile. How narrow-minded of you. Taylor Swift is a musical genius.
Stevie Wonder is a musical genius, Jane. Taylor Swift is a woman still bemoaning what happened to her in high school.
It's Jenny. My name is Jenny. So you do listen to Taylor Swift?
I don't, but I don't live in a cave either.
No, this is a very nice place. Very tidy. I reach out to touch a key on the piano. Can you play me something?
Sure,
he says. He leans over the keys and taps out a few notes.
And that was Lightly Row. Any more requests?
How about Paparazzi by Lady Gaga?
Get out,
he says, leaning against the piano. There's that smile again. He slides his hands into his pockets.
Thanks for fixing my toaster.
I didn't touch your toaster.
Well, you can touch my toaster anytime you want, Jenny Tate.
So, he does know my name. And he's flirting. And he's tall and lanky, and his face is really fun to look at. All angular planes and wide smile and lovely crinkles around his eyes. His smile drops.
Don't get any ideas, Missy, he says.
Like what? I ask.
Like, hey, my husband married someone else and has a new baby, and I'm still single, but there's an incredibly hot guy who lives downstairs, so why not? I'm for recreation only.
I'm not thinking those things, but bravo on your excellent self-esteem. He goes to the foyer, opens the door, and waits for me to follow, which I do.
You're thinking all those things. It's written all over your face.
You know, Leo, In the day and a half we've known each other, I don't remember pinning you to the ground and forcing myself on you.
Yeah, I hope I'd remember that too.
But I'm really not interested in you. Besides, you have all those moms and 30-somethings who are dying to learn piano, as the kids are calling it these days. So go recreate with them, pal. A smile tugs at his mouth.
You want to have dinner this week?
I open my mouth, close it, then open it again. On a date? He throws his hands in the air.
What did I just say? No, not on a date.
For recreation?
For dinner.
Why?
Because I have to eat or I'll die, he says. Never mind, it's a bad idea. The offer's been revoked. Bye, Jenny. See you around.
He smiles as he closes the door gently in my face. It's only when I get back to my apartment that I realize he left the flowers on my coffee table.
Rachel. My mood over the next few days is shiny and hard and relentless. Nothing can get me down. Not Charlotte putting a meatball in her diaper. Not Rose's tantrum at the grocery store when I wouldn't let her swim with the lobsters. Not Grace stonily telling me she loves Aunt Jenny more. I'm so relieved about Adam and filled with energy. The house has never been cleaner. The girls and I weeded the flower beds. Well, they played with shovels while I weeded. I baked and froze 8 loaves of banana bread. It's only at night that my stomach aches. On Monday, I take the girls to nursery school for their 4 hours of doing exactly what we do at home. Reading, singing, crafts, snacks, and then go over to Jenny's to help her unpack and organize and clean. She asks how I am. I tell her I'm great, and we leave it at that. I invite Mom to have lunch on Tuesday, and the girls are sweet and affectionate with her. I listen to her stories about Dad. I even encourage them, nodding and smiling as if I've never heard them before. When she leaves and the girls are still asleep, I bake so much that when the girls wake up, I put them in the minivan and drop off cupcakes for Jenny, another batch for her nice building super. Though why a 2-family house needs a super is a mystery, and 3 dozen for the homeless shelter. On Wednesday, we have Mommy and me swimming, and when we're in the pool, Clarice Vanderberger tells me I sure am in a good mood. I smile and say yes, what's not to be happy about, gorgeous weather we're having. Then I slosh over to Grace, who's a little too good of a swimmer, and seems to be in love with Melissa, the swimming instructor, and resentful of the fact that Melissa is helping Rose. Can you believe Jared Brewster is actually going ahead and marrying that woman? Elle Berkman asks me as her son laps pool water. God knows what kind of chemicals and germs and bodily fluids are in the pool, but she doesn't tell him to stop. Mama, watch! Rose orders as she dips her chin in the water as Melissa holds her. Face in, Mama. Honey, that's so good, I say. Oh, Charlotte, honey, don't drink the water. It's only for swimming. Hunter's drinking it, Charlotte says. Grace tugs my hand. Hunter, honey, it's yucky. Elle doesn't chime in. I mean, men will be men, but he doesn't have to marry her, she says instead. Has he talked to you about it? It's hard to believe he'll go through with it. Jared is my oldest friend. Jenny and I have always been so close that it was hard for me to find another person I liked as much, but Jared was special. The Brewsters lived up the hill from us, so technically we were neighbors, though his house was really posh. They even had a live-in housekeeper. He was that rarest of boys, clean for one and nice, the type who'd ask you if you'd read a book or seen a TV show, then listen as you answered. Riding the school bus cemented our friendship. We sat together every day from kindergarten through 8th grade. He went to Phillips Exeter Academy for high school, but even then we stayed in touch. Mom used to ask if we were dating and pray that we were, but we weren't. It wasn't like that. But he's kind and nice and funny and comfortable as flannel pajamas. In addition to being my oldest friend, he's Adam's co-worker at Brewster, Buckley, and Bowman, or Triple B as they call it. So I'm not about to gossip behind his back. You guys talking about Jared? Claudia calls from the other side of the pool, unfettered by loyalty. Yes, Elle says, at the same time I say no. Grace yanks on my hand again, and Elle tows Hunter through the water to Claudia's side of the pool for a better gossip partner. In the changing room, as I wrestle my damp daughters back into their little dresses, Elle strips off her suit to make sure everyone, including the kids, is treated to a view of her new breasts. Claudia rolls her eyes and I smile back. Personally, I thought the before pair was more attractive, but Elle insisted that Hunter had ruined her body. The body looks pretty great to me. She has a bikini wax. So did the woman in the picture. In fact, Elle's body is pretty damn perfect. No stretch marks. She had a C-section 2 weeks before her due date. The Hollywood, she called it. The scar is barely visible. Her ass is round and high, her stomach perfectly toned. I'm suddenly cold. Is it possible that Elle sent the picture? "Mommy, wrong foot, wrong foot, wrong foot!" Rose yells cheerfully. She loves the echo in here. She's right, though. I switch feet and have better luck getting her little sneaker on. Adam doesn't even like Elle, says she's a climber. But maybe he does like her. I don't know why I'm thinking about it. That picture was sent by mistake. My stomach doesn't feel so good. "Okay, girls, sit tight. Mommy's going to get dressed, too." "I'll keep an eye on them, Rachel," says Kathleen Rhodes. She has 2 sets of twins, ages 7 and 4, another in vitro mom, and she's been really kind and helpful, loaning me books on getting your baby to sleep through the night, inviting us to play dates. Not many people want 3 kids in addition to their own. Kathleen doesn't mind a bit. "Thanks," I say. I pull the curtain behind me in the changing room and peel off my wet suit. It's a retro-style one-piece, red with white polka dots and wide shoulder straps. I liked it when I bought it, but now it seems matronly. Well, I am a matron after all. I look at my reflection in the mirror. Unlike the mirrors in Nordstrom or Bergdorf, it's not a magical mirror, making me look taller and more slender than I really am. For the most part, I love my body. I'm proud of what it did, percolating 3 babies at once, nursing them afterward. There's a little pooch of skin that no amount of crunches has been able to vanquish, but I'm the same size as I was in college. My breasts fared pretty well, too. Granted, they're not what they were when I was 20, but they're hardly embarrassments. In fact, Kathleen once said she envied how I bounced back from pregnancy. Told me it took her 4 years. She still carries some extra weight, but she carries it well. Adam has always been complimentary, though now that I think of it, maybe not as much lately. My body is a mother's body. It's hopefully a MILF's body, but it's a mother's body, no doubt. My stretch marks, once a lurid red, have faded to tiny, silvery marks, like a small school of fish. I can feel them more than I can really see them. On the rare occasions that I get to take a nice long bath, I find myself stroking them as I read. I'm average. That's the word for it. This is an average body. It's not bad. For a nearly 40-year-old mother of triplets, it's really good. But it's not Elle's body. Elle works out with a personal trainer 5 days a week, Kathleen tells me 10 minutes later when I admit my insecurity. We're hunched over, buckling the kids in their car seats. Our cars, both minivans, are side by side. "Do you want to stick your kids in daycare so you can go to the gym? Or drink kale shakes for breakfast?" "No," I said, "I definitely don't." "And you're fucking gorgeous, Rachel," she says. I've always been both shocked and impressed by her potty mouth. "Edward, if you bite me again, you won't have any dessert until Christmas." She turns back to me. "You okay, Rach?" "Oh, sure," I say, sliding the door shut. I don't know. I guess I'm at the age where I'm getting invisible. I hadn't thought of it that way, but there it is. Very few men look at a woman wrangling 3 toddlers, and I don't have time to look at them. Yeah, invisible. "I know how you feel. The other day, this guy at the deli, you know, Gold's, the short guy with earrings. I nod. Well, he handed me my bologna and said, "Here you go, beautiful." And I was so fucking grateful. I mean, I used to get that all the time. All the time. And now nothing. It takes longer and longer to pull off even not bad. Beautiful left on my 35th birthday. So I wanted to kiss this guy and buy him a car. She hands Edward a juice box, gives one to Niall, and closes the door. Enjoy it while you still have it. You want to get coffee? Maybe next week, I tell her. I think I'll drop by Adam's office for lunch. I call our babysitter from the car. "Hi, Donna, it's Rachel Carver." "Donna, Donna!" Charlotte shouts happily, and the other girls pick up the chant. I smile. "I know this is last minute, but I was wondering if you were free to babysit the girls today." "I'd love to," she says instantly. "When do you want me to come by?" 20 minutes, I suggest. Donna Ignaciato is every mother's dream, a retired widow who lives down the street, loves children, and was deprived of her grandchildren when her son moved to Oregon last year. She's the kind of grandmother my mom is not, hands-on, affectionate, completely at home, the kind of babysitter who will take the laundry out of the dryer and fold it, and leave the girls cleaner and happier than when you left. I haven't used her much, just when Jenny hasn't been free, because she loves to spend time with the girls. My mother isn't the babysitting type. "All of them?" she said when I asked her to watch the kids this past winter. "At the same time?" "No, Lenore," Adam said. "We want you to lock 2 of them in the cellar and just rotate them out." I smiled, and Mom whipped out her ultimate guilt answer. "If your father was alive, we could do it together, but—" I let her off the hook, as I always do. It's sort of my job, the softer, more understanding sister. Besides, I'd worry constantly if Mom was in charge. When Donna gets to the house, the girls swarm her, and I go upstairs and shower. Blow-dry my hair, put on makeup, dress carefully in a pink and black checked dress and pink cardigan, the dangly silver earrings Adam gave me for Christmas, and the trifold heart-shaped locket that has a picture of each of my girls. A bracelet, black heels but low because it's daytime. Perfume, even. 5 days ago, I accused my husband of having an affair. And while it's understandable why I thought what I did, and though he's very generously let it go, damage has been done. "You're pretty, Mama," Grace says when I come downstairs. She kisses my knee, and I stroke her silky hair. I should be back around 3, I tell Donna, who's already cutting up apple slices for a snack. "Girls, listen to Donna and have fun, okay? Give Mama kisses." I stop at the gourmet shop that's just around the corner from Jenny's shop. Maybe I'll drop by after my lunch if I have time. "Can I help you?" the girl asks, and I order Adam's favorite sandwich, a turkey and avocado and bacon panini, broccoli salad, 2 green teas, 3 chocolate cookies. For myself, a green salad. That pooch of skin is all too clear in my mind. Brewster, Buckley, and Bowman, attorneys at law, is in a dignified old building overlooking the Hudson River. It's on the same block as my father's old office, which always gives me a pang. I loved visiting him at work, seeing him in his dentist whites. I go into the venerable lobby of Triple B, which has been around for 70 years and employs more than 40 lawyers. They handle everything from divorce to taxes to criminal defense. Adam's specialty is corporate law, boring the outsider, but quite interesting once you understand what he does. Well, I have to think so. I'm married to the guy. "Rachel," the receptionist exclaims when I go into the office. "It's been too long. You here to see Adam?" "I brought him lunch," I say, feeling the start of a blush. You'd think I wouldn't feel shy. I've been coming here for years. "I'll just buzz him and let him know you're here," Lydia says, in case he's with a client. "Thank you very much," I say. I flash another smile, gripping the handles of the deli bag more tightly. "You don't have to be so shy, you know," Lydia says. "Oh, okay, I'll stop then." All I was waiting for was you to say that. I know she means well. I smile awkwardly and let my eyes slide away. Hey, a man comes into the foyer. How are you, Rach? Hi, Jared, I say, feeling a genuine smile start. Bringing the luckiest guy in the world some lunch? I am indeed. How's Kimber? She's great. Want to see a picture? We went to Provincetown last weekend. Had a blast. Sure. Gotta love a guy who whips out his phone to show off pictures of his fiancée. He shows me several pictures of his beloved. I've met Kimber a few times, and she's quite a beauty, though I admit to being surprised the first time I saw her. Her hair is dyed a pinkish red that was never intended to be thought of as natural. She has a full-sleeve tattoo on one arm and wears brilliant peacock colors for eyeshadow and liner. You can just feel how happy she is in these pictures, I say. Jared grins. Thanks, Rach. Listen, I have to run. Got a lunch that's so boring I might actually stab myself in the eye just to keep from falling asleep. Hey, let's have dinner, the four of us, okay? That'd be great. Give the girls a kiss for me, he says. Adam will see you now, Lydia says. Lydia, did you make her wait? Honestly, Rach, just go down to his office next time. You're his wife. You have rights. Jared gives me a mock-serious look, then leaves. Dinner with him and Kimber would be nice, I think, as I make my way down the hall to Adam's small but lovely office. It's so nice to see Jared smitten. In the past, he'd always dated country club types, and I can't remember one relationship lasting even a year. With Kimber, he met her, and it was the thunderbolt, as he said. Same with Adam and me. Babe, Adam says as I go in. Hi, I brought lunch, I say, going behind his desk to kiss him on the cheek. Oh, wow, that's so nice of you. No, it's fine. Did you have plans? No, I mean, yeah, I was going to grab something with another lawyer, but it's fine. Just let me send him a text. His thumbs fly, his phone cheeps, and he stands up. Close the door so we can have some privacy, okay? What did you bring me? Turkey and avocado. Atta girl. He smiles at me and gets up. Adam's office has a little couch and chair in addition to his desk, and we sit there as I unpack our lunch. He checks his phone, then slides it into his pocket. Sometimes I feel like whipping that thing out a window. My cheeks hurt, which means I've been clenching my teeth. How are the girls? He asks. Are they with your sister? No, with Donna, I say. Jenny's working. Right, but does she have regular hours and stuff? He's never really understood how much work Jenny has had to do to get where she is, or how much time goes into making a wedding dress. He's a guy, after all. She does. Regular hours and then some. I take a bite of salad. Then Adam's door opens, and in comes Emmanuelle St. Pierre, one of Adam's co-workers. So, where were we? She says. Then she sees me and freezes for the briefest second. I'm sorry, she says. Adam, I thought we were having lunch today. Did I have the wrong day? Just let me send him a text. Him. And so I know. Adam is cheating on me with her. Emmanuelle, you remember my wife, right? Rachel, you've met Emmanuelle, I think. The holiday party at the club? I've seen your vagina, I want to say. I mumble because my mouth is full of unchewed arugula. You fucking slut, is my next thought. But then again, of course she's a fucking slut. She couldn't be a slut without fucking, could she? Emmanuelle and I are working on a case together, Adam says. Really? I say, swallowing the mouthful of roughage without chewing. Really, Adam, because you do corporate tax law, and she's a criminal defense attorney, and even your stupid little housewife knows that you would not work on a case together. Adam, I didn't mean to interrupt your little picnic, she says, and her eyes run over me, making me feel childish in my pink sweater, silly with my trying to be artistic earrings, like a failure in my little wifey goes out to lunch dress. She's wearing a sleeveless black turtleneck dress, Armani maybe. Jenny would know in a heartbeat. Her glossy dark red hair is pulled into an unforgiving twist. Tiny gold hoop earrings, a wide hammered gold ring on her right forefinger, no other jewelry. Black ankle boots with thin, thin heels that must be 4 inches high. Red soles. Those are... what's that name? Christian Louboutin, right? Ridiculously expensive. These details are razor sharp, slicing through my brain with barely any blood spilled. I'm wearing a heart necklace, as if I'm in 3rd grade or something. No, there are pictures of my children inside there. I'm a mother. Emmanuelle is not a mother, no sir. Not yet. I guess I'll talk to you later, Adam, Emmanuelle says easily. Nice to see you again, Rachel. Then she's gone. The smell of her perfume lingers like radiation. Adam exhales. So, what else have you got planned for today? His face is studiously bland. You fucking liar, I say, and then I throw his iced tea in his face and walk out of his office. The upside of having 3 toddlers is they don't leave you much time for thinking. I make the girls supper, read them poems as they eat, then finish their macaroni and cheese, because that stuff is delicious. I let them have a longer bath than usual, and read them short stories and play animal kisses, in which they close their eyes while I woof, meow, or moo softly in their hair till they guess which animal I am, or giggling so hard they can't. For once they're all smiling and sweet when I give out their final hugs. No one gets out of bed, no one asks for water, no one cries. Clearly, I'm the world's most amazing mother. I go downstairs, pour what has to be a 10-ounce glass of wine, and sit on the couch and wait. The look on his face, his wet green tea-drenched face, was almost funny. Oily black anger twists and rises inside me. I try to dilute it with a few swallows of wine, but it stays. I can't be too angry about this. Well, of course I can be. I am. But I can't make decisions in anger. There are 5 of us to consider, not 2. Jenny has left 2 messages for me. Does she sense something? I haven't answered. Adam has not contacted me. That terror I felt last weekend shudders back to life. Does he want to leave me? An image of my daughters in the future flashes in horrible clarity. All 3 resentful, whiny, confused at having to go spend a weekend with Daddy, and Emmanuelle. They'll become horrible teenagers, piercings and tattoos, and I'll find condoms in Rose's backpack, get a call from the school that Grace beat someone up, that Charlotte sold pot to her classmates. I'm already furious at Adam for doing this to our girls. Furious and terrified. And then there'd be me, divorced, alone. I picture myself trying to date again. Me, 40, with a cesarean scar and a pooch of skin made by another man's babies. Me, shy at best, socially terrified at worst, making conversation in the bar and the Holiday Inn while the Yankees are on, a sticky tabletop and a glass of cheap wine, uncomfortable vinyl seats. Adam comes home at 8:07. Our girls have always been the early-to-bed types, so I'm sure he's lurked somewhere. The office, a bar, his whore's house, until he's sure they're asleep. He might be a cheating douchebag, but he doesn't want the girls to hear us fight. He comes into the living room, looks at me, sighs, and pours himself a scotch. So, I guess we have to talk, he says, and my eyes fill with traitorous tears, because I love his voice, and now I have to listen to him tell me that I'm right. This living room will never be the same again. It will always be the place where he told me he cheated. He sits down across from me. I can see the stain from the green tea on his shirt. I'm sorry, he says. How long? I ask.
About 3 months.
3 months? Holy Jesus! It's late April now, so most of April, all of March, all of February. He gave me the locket on Valentine's Day. Tell me everything, I say, and my voice is choked and brittle. He sighs as if I'm exhausting him, the asshole, and starts talking. He didn't plan it, it just happened. She came on to him, he couldn't help himself. He's a guy, and when a beautiful woman comes on to a guy, it's hard to say no. He loves me. He doesn't want a divorce. He's sorry. And the thing is, I knew. I knew when I saw that picture. I knew when he took me upstairs for sex. I knew before Jenny told me. Stupid, stupid me. Why didn't you end it? I ask. My real question is, why would you ever look somewhere else? What am I lacking that made you whip out your dick? My God, my language is deteriorating by the second, and stick it where it didn't belong. I can't look at him. I hate his face. If I look at him now, I might swing that empty wine bottle right at him.
I did end it, he says, but there's too long of a pause.
Don't lie to me, Adam, I say calmly. You've already cheated on me. You lied to me when I showed you that picture, and you're lying now. Why haven't you ended it? There. I managed to look at his face. My own feels as if a swarm of bees is under my skin, buzzing and stinging, full of venom. He shrugs again, not looking at me.
The sex is amazing.
The room spins.
Look, you asked,
Adam says. And yes, that's accusation in his voice. You're the one who made me tell you.
Rach, I love you. I do, you know that. And I love our life. But Emmanuelle, I don't know, she's very aggressive. I turned her down at first, I did.
Does he want me to praise him? Give him a sticker? Write his name on the kitchen blackboard like I do when one of the girls does something especially sweet or helpful?
And then one day she came into my office to talk about a case, and she crossed her legs, and she wasn't wearing panties, and I couldn't help myself. It was,
"Shut up, Adam! Shut the fuck up!" I'm quite sure today is the first day Adam has ever heard me use the F word. He stops talking. I told you if you ever cheated on me, I'd divorce you, I say calmly.
I don't want a divorce. Think of the girls, Rachel.
I always think of the girls, I hiss, the fury writhing in my stomach. All I do is think of the girls. Were you thinking of the girls when you fucked another woman? Is that what a great father does?
Look, I'm sorry. I really am, Rachel. I was weak, but I don't want to lose you.
How I would love to tell him to piss off right now, that there's no going back from this, that he can talk to my lawyer. But just the thought of a divorce makes cold fear shoot through my legs. I don't want a divorce. No adored husband coming through the door every night. No father in the house for the girls. No baby beluga sung at bedtime. We'd have to separate our things, all our lovely things that have made our house so welcoming and happy. All the pictures of the girls. He'd obviously get to take some with him. How could I live without things the way they are now? My rage has been snuffed out by icy, cold terror. When you knew I saw the picture, I whisper, did you tell her things had to end?
No, he admits. I haven't yet.
The big question is waiting in the back of my throat like bile. Do you love her? He hesitates.
No, not like I love you. But yes, there are feelings.
Oh, God. My temples throb, and I have to force my teeth apart. I get up to leave. I'll sleep in the guest room, take a long bath in the tub, maybe get another bottle of wine, watch Game of Thrones, and I stumble before I even make it out of the living room. Adam's arms are around me.
Baby, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. His voice is rough with tears. Please don't make any decisions now. I love you. I love our family. Let's not throw that away. I made a mistake. I'll fix this. We can get counseling or go on vacation, whatever you want. But please don't leave me. I couldn't live without you.
I love him so much. I hate him so much. He picked me. Out of all the women who would have loved to have been Adam Carver's wife, he wanted me. We made this beautiful family, this happy life. Well, obviously not happy enough that he kept it in his pants, did he? I'm going to bed, I whisper. I don't know what I want right now, except to be alone.
Sleep in, he says. I'll get the girls to school tomorrow. I'll go in late.
I can't bear to look at his eyes anymore, those beautiful caramel eyes that lied so well. Feeling more tired than I've ever felt in my life, I climb the stairs, holding the railing with both hands. Past the picture of my parents on their wedding day, past the photo of Jenny and me when we were little, dressed in frilly Easter dresses, past the picture of Adam smiling hugely, his eyes wet as he holds 3 little burritos with pink caps. Past our wedding photo, me in that stunning, amazing dress Jenny made for me, looking more beautiful than I ever knew I could, smiling at Adam with such adoration and gratitude that it makes me sick. Without thinking, I take the photo off the wall and toss it down the stairs behind me, the sound of glass shattering on tile bright and clear.
Rachel.
His voice is hard and sharp. I look down the stairs.
Before you break anything else, just make sure you know what you want. Think about our life together and what life would be like apart.
His voice softens.
Our marriage is worth fighting for. I screwed up, I admit that, but it would be smart to go slowly here.
I turn around again and go into the guest room and close the door. It seems I've just been warned.
Jenny. Oh, God, Andreas says. Look at the hordes. This is awful. Though he threatens weekly to quit, I don't think he will, despite the reverse commute to the city. Who else would let him work on his novel during work hours? Hordes are good, Andreas, I say patiently, looking at the line that snakes down the block. This is great. It's our grand opening. Smile, be happy, and do not open that door until the stroke of 12, okay? It's Sunday, the sun is shining, and the streets of Cambria-on-Hudson are filled with people strolling around, having brunch, yes, shopping. Outside my shop is a huge tin bucket filled with early peonies, bought from the florist across the street. A chalkboard sign says, Bliss, open house today from 12 to 5. Come in, look around, and enjoy. My mother is the first person in line. This does make my shoulders droop a little. But no. While my mother will talk endlessly about her wedding to Dad, she at least does it in a highly romantic manner. It could be good for business. Still, it would have been nice if she hadn't worn sweats. She looks a teeny bit homeless. Sneakers, too. Her hair is messy. It's all part of the I'm a widow package, lest there be any doubt that her life was ruined when Dad died. As ever, a cold needle pricks my heart. Well, I have too much to do to rehash the past. Andreas pops the champagne at the little bar I've set up for today. Pink champagne and pale pink frosted cupcakes from Cottage Confections, the fabulous cake shop conveniently located 4 doors down. Kim, the owner, and I became instant friends as soon as she welcomed me to the downtown with 6 chocolate cupcakes. We'll be referring each other lots. Andreas arranges the napkins, sets out a beautiful notebook so people can write down their emails. To advertise my skills, the showroom is furnished with dress forms adorned with finished gowns in each of the classic shapes. A-line, mini, modified A-line, trumpet, mermaid, sheath, T-length, and most popular of all these days, ball gown. The forms stand around Bliss like a beautiful army, shimmering in the pinkish lights of the store, the crystals from the ball gown catching the light and casting tiny rainbows, the satin of the T-length glowing. I fluffed the cathedral train on the Grace Kelly-inspired dress, fingering the silk Mikado. Bliss is not the type of shop that has ready-to-wear dresses. I'm not a salesperson, I'm a designer. But I do keep a few dresses on hand for the women who want to play dress-up. Another section of the showroom features accessories. Veils, belts, headpieces, gloves, garters. I'll have to make sure my nieces don't get into too much trouble over there. They tend to view my workplace as their personal playland. Hung on the brick walls are a huge selling tool. Pictures of my brides in their dresses, each one a black and white photo hung at precise intervals. One picture is bigger than the others. Rachel, wearing the most beautiful dress I've ever made. The back half of the shop is where the work really happens. Of course, there's the dressing room with its apricot-painted walls and dais with three-way mirror, as well as a couch and 3 upholstered chairs, a coffee table with a photo album of my work. That's where I'll do consultations and fittings, where the bride shows me pictures of dresses she likes, where I'll ask all the questions they love to answer. What's your vision for the day? Do you have a theme? How do you want to look? The workroom is across the hall, where Andreas and I painstakingly organized thousands of fabric samples. Satin, silk, chiffon, organza, charmeuse, lace. I have more than 100 samples of lace. And yards of muslin, since I make a mock-up of every dress before cutting the dress fabric itself. In the center of the room is a huge oak table, my workspace, complete with 4 different sewing machines. Shelves hold tape measures and scissors and thousands of straight pins, dozens of types of appliques, lengths of crystal and beading and accents. I never understood how a designer could be unorganized. It makes me cringe on Project Runway when someone loses their fabric. I love my job. I love weddings, all types. Me, I opted for a quickie wedding on the beach in Provincetown, a weekend when Owen and I seemed to be the only straight couple tying the knot. Rachel and Adam came, Mom, Owen's wonderful parents, Andreas and his boyfriend, a few friends from New York. We had lunch at a waterfront inn at the tip of P-Town, and the sun shone, and we drank and laughed and ate. My dress was a flowing empire waist sheath with a pale violet sash that fluttered in the wind, and Owen wore a navy blue suit with a lavender tie. And look at us now. The one thing I hate about the wedding industry is that it focuses so much on the one day. People become obsessed with details, enraged with those they love, worn out from planning a few hours of a day that may not mean that much in the grand scheme of things. Even as I'm designing a dress that will cost thousands and thousands of dollars, I've always tried to work that message in. Don't forget that after this day comes thousands of other days. Be careful. Cherish each other. Don't blow it. Even knowing all this, I blew it. I'd say Owen and I blew it, but he's the happiest man on earth these days. I take a pit stop in my little bathroom. I'm wearing my work uniform, my straight black hair pulled back in a twist, red lipstick in place. I try to look as different from a bride as possible, a little severe and simple, but chic, too. Even though I'm on my feet a lot, I love my fabulous shoes. A talent is a talent, and wearing heels for 10 hours a day is one of mine. Showtime, I say, opening the door. Welcome to Bliss. Hi, Mom. Most of the people here aren't really shopping for wedding dresses. Not yet. Some of them are too young, some aren't engaged, some just want to play dress-up, which we won't be doing today. But they're all welcome, because you never know. Oh my God, this looks like Kate Middleton's gown, one young woman exclaims. Brides will be emulating that dress until little Prince George gets married. This one looks like a cloud, says another, pointing to a tulle-skirted masterpiece. I smile and murmur thanks, then tell her a little bit about the construction. Someone from the local newspaper takes my picture. I can hear my mother discussing the details of my father's death. The door opens and in come my 3 little nieces. Auntie, Auntie, they clamor, reaching up with their delicious little arms. Hello, my sugar plums, I say, bending down to smooch them all. You're so beautiful. There's an audible sigh from the customers. Charlotte, Rose, and Grace are dressed like flower girls in tiny pink tulle dresses with long pink ribbons, made by yours truly, of course. Hey, those girls are excellent marketing tools. Who wouldn't want them walking down the aisle scattering rose petals? We're fancy,
Grace says. You sure are. I give them each a basket full of cookies. Would you share these with the nice people? I say, and off they go. Rose eats one, but that just adds to the charm. Then I stand up, see my sister, and it's a punch to the heart. Adam must have told her. She knows. Oh, God. Hey, I breathe, and my voice is already shaking. It's okay, she says. We'll talk later, but I'm fine. I don't want Mom to hear anything. No, of course not. And Rachel does look fine. She's nicely dressed, as always, and as always, she has one eye on the girls. She gives me a little smile, but she looks so old. Rachel, who still gets carded when we go out, suddenly has lines around her eyes and a general droop to her face. Tears flood my eyes. No, she says. This is your day. Jenny, I'm so proud of you. Daddy would be so proud of you. This is simply beautiful. Dad would be proud of her, I'm thinking, keeping her shit together, being so generous and strong to come to a public event just for my sake. Then again, his feelings would be mixed, wouldn't they? Speaking of beautiful, hi, Rachel, Andreas says. He hands her a glass of sparkling wine. What do you think? I think my sister and you are both geniuses, she says. She glances at me, then drops her eyes. Shy. She's being shy because of me, the only person she's never shy around, except for her daughters. Shy of me because I know. That fucking Adam. Well, I can't speak for Andreas, but yes, I'm a genius, I say, my voice firm and fake. I'm just the power behind the throne, Andreas says. Hi, says Charlotte, attaching herself to his leg. Oh, God, get it off me, he says, making Charlotte dissolve into giggles. Go away, little octopus. He shakes his leg, which makes Grace zoom over and latch onto the other one. Rose is too busy sitting under a table, powering through her basket of cookies. Poor Rachel. I knew it, but I didn't want to be right. I never wanted to be wrong more. Andreas, would you watch the girls for a second? I ask. No, don't leave me. I ignore him. Come on, Rach, let's talk in the back, I say, taking her hand and towing her through the crowd. Hello, thank you for coming. No, Jenny, Rach, we're going to talk. Jesus. We get to my office and I close the door. I wait a second, then open the door a crack to see if Mom tailed us. She didn't. I close the door once more. What happened? I went to his office and I saw this woman. She came in and I just knew. A fine tremor runs across her face. And he didn't deny it this time. Oh, Rachel. Oh, honey. I move to hug her, but she steps back. I can't, she whispers. Don't be nice to me right now or I'll lose it. Is it still, what did he say? Who is it? Do you know her? Emmanuel St. Pierre, a litigator. What a whorish name. Please don't make jokes. I cringe. I'm sorry. He said the sex is amazing. He might be in love with her, but he doesn't want a divorce because he loves me too. A blue-black cloud of curses churns in my mouth. That bastard. So he'll keep Rachel as his perfect wife and then go have dirty sex with Emmanuel? Sure, why not? Would it be wrong of me to want to strangle him? I ask, my fists clenched. Don't. Look, we're working on things. We have a family. We have to do things the right way. It's complicated. It's not complicated, I hiss. He's a complete shithead, Rachel. Stop, you're not helping. What are you going to do? I ask. I don't know, she whispers, and that tremor quakes through her face once more. It means we have to go slowly. We have to think of the girls. And I don't want to talk about it here. Right, of course, I whisper back. But let's talk, Rachel. Come over tonight, or I can come over there. No, I need to be with Adam. We have a lot to work through. She sighs. Look, I didn't want to tell you today. This is your grand opening. Let's get back out there.
Rachel, you're much more important. I'm really fine, she says, and there's that brittleness again. Weren't you going to say something about the store? Let's go. My God, if I feel like the world has tilted off center, how must she feel? Back in the showroom, Rachel goes to Grace, who's trying on tiaras. She forces a smile toward me, then turns her attention to her daughter. My hands are shaking. Nevertheless, I give Andreas a nod, and he taps a champagne glass. The murmur dies down. Thank you all so much for coming to Bliss, I say with a big smile. I wonder how my face looks. I'm Jenny Tate, and our token male today is Andreas Calderi, my assistant. There's a laugh, and Andreas raises a perfectly waxed eyebrow. At Bliss, you're going to get a one-of-a-kind dress made just for you. I'll never make another dress exactly like it, so you can rest assured that your dress will be unique. There's an appreciative murmur from a few young women. Yes, God forbid they have a dress that looks like someone else's. I recognize the irony of my cynicism. I can also modify existing dresses, so if you want to wear your mom's dress but have an updated look, or if you've already bought a dress but want some changes, that's not a problem. If you're a bride who has a hard time with traditional sizes, I'm your girl. There are a few plus-size women in the shop who brighten at this. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm here all afternoon. Look around, drink some champagne, and contact Andreas if you'd like to make an appointment. Your first consultation is free. Thanks again for coming. For the next half hour, I take questions, get complimented on my shoes, escort Charlotte to the bathroom, get hired to make a mother-of-the-bride dress for next winter, and sell the tulle ball gown. I keep an eye on Rachel, who seemed shockingly normal, mostly lingering in the back with Andreas or digging in her giant mommy bag for crayons, a wet nap, and a book or two. Grace, armed with a Hello Kitty notebook, pretends to take dress orders from customers who are enchanted with her cute solemnity. Rose has curled up in an upholstered chair and looks like an angel sleeping there. And Charlotte is sitting under the drinks table, playing with Andreas's shoelaces. Someday, maybe my daughter will be here. The image of her is so strong and clear that I feel her, my heart swelling with fierce love, my little black-haired daughter playing dress-up with her cousins, sitting on the floor to show off her sparkly little shoes. I can't believe people will pay so much for a dress, Mom says. Can you keep that sentiment to yourself, please? I whisper. She sighs. Well, fine, but I can't believe it. Yeah, you've told me 1,000 times or so. Go drink champagne, or better yet, help Rachel with the girls, okay? Celebrating her children's accomplishments isn't one of her strengths. The door opens, and like salt in a wound, in come Owen, Anna Sophia, and their baby, who's sleeping in a sling, making Anna look like a very posh Native American. My mother's face lights up. Drama. So much fun for her. Owen comes right up to me, takes both my hands, and kisses me on the cheek. Jenny, this is amazing. He's right, Jenny, Anna Sophia seconds. Oh, what a shop. It makes me want to get married again. Then, realizing what she's just said, she freezes. Me too, I say to break the awkwardness. Hello there, Natalia. She's even more beautiful than last week. Long, straight eyelashes, elegant eyebrows, a tiny pink rosebud mouth. Her lips move as if blowing kisses. The ache in my chest is painful now. Jenny, I'm sorry to interrupt, my sister says. Owen? Anna? Her voice hardens, bless her. Nice to see you. Your baby is just beautiful. Jenny, so sorry. Mrs. Brewster's here, and she's got a slight emergency with Jared's wedding. I told her you could help. Look around, guys, I say, and thank you so much for coming. It means a lot. As Rach leads me through the crowd, I whisper, and thank you for rescuing me. Why are they here? Rachel whispers back. Can't they leave you alone? Do they have to force-feed you their perfect life? Nice to see some fire in her. Of course, it's always easier to be mad on behalf of someone you love rather than deal with your own problems. It's not like that, I tell her. We're all friends. She gives me a cynical look. Mrs. Brewster, she says, you remember Jenny, don't you? I suppose I do, yes. Thank you so much for coming, Mrs. Brewster. How are you? I've been better, she says. When we were kids, the Brewsters lived up the hill from us in this glorious old house where we were told not to run, not to eat, and not to laugh. Mrs. Brewster is the president of the chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution, the COH Garden Club, the Women's Committee, which seems to exist to sell pies, and the COH Lawn Club Board of Trustees. Her husband is the pastor of the Cambria-on-Hudson Congregational Church. He's actually quite nice. It would be a coup to make the wedding dress for Jared Brewster's wife. The ceremony will take place at Mr. Brewster's enormous and beautiful church, and with a venue like that, the dress is usually big and memorable, and expensive. The reception will be at the country club, and Mrs. Brewster says it will be featured in Town and Country and Hudson Bride, glossy magazines geared toward the 1%. I could use that kind of business. Up here, it's commonplace to rent a limo and head to the city, to Kleinfeld's and Vera Wang to find the dress of dresses, and possibly appear on a TV show. I need those clients to come to me. Moving here was a risk, and the blessing of the blue-blooded Brewsters would go a long way. A lot of mothers of brides will urge their daughters to go where Eleanor Hale Brewster tells them to. Excuse me, I need to help Charlotte. It's so nice to see you, Mrs. Brewster. My sister zips away. Her girl's always good for the perfect escape hatch. I notice that Anna Sophia has knelt down so Grace can inspect her baby. My niece looks up at Owen. Your baby is pretty, Uncle Owen, she pronounces solemnly. The title is like a shard of glass in my heart. So, what can I help you with, Mrs. Brewster? I ask. I know Jared is getting married this summer. Time to focus on business. That woman picked out a ridiculous dress, she says. We need something suitable. That woman, huh? An entire relationship explained in 2 words. Well, my lead time is generally closer to a year, but for an old family friend, of course. She gives me a look as if she's trying to remember my name. Message received. Your people were never friends with my people. Of course, we can afford a rush charge or any other extra fees you see fit to add. Message. You working-class types will do anything to pad your purses. She looks down her bony nose at me. I don't think Kimber understands just what it means to be marrying into the Hale Brewster family. You'd think that this type of snobbery would have died out a century or so ago. You'd be wrong. Well, I'd love to work with her. You'd be working with me. I'd love that, too. I smile firmly. I'm used to the myriad emotions and egos involved in weddings, of course. My husband, ex-husband, is now holding Charlotte so she can see the baby, too. Mom has joined the circle of admirers, too. Sigh. Mrs. Brewster is still talking about Jared's fiancé, whom I haven't met. The words inappropriate, unsuitable, and unbefitting are all used more than once. Not a surprise from the wasp queen. Rachel's told me that Kimber is quite nice. Jared was more of Rachel's friend, being the same age, but he never minded me tagging along with them back in the day. Every time I've seen him over the years, he's always been warm and funny and nice. Kind of an all-around peach, that guy. I always appreciated how he stayed friends with Rachel. I wish she'd married someone like him. A hot knife of rage stabs me in the heart. I used to love Adam, and it's quite easy to say that at this moment, I hate him more than I've ever hated anyone. Just then, a veritable rainbow of a woman comes in. Short black skirt, engineer boots, black fishnet stockings, denim jacket, and a tattoo that circles her neck with roses. Her hair is pink. I like her immediately. She comes right up to us. Hi, sorry I'm late. I'm Kimber Allegretti? Her eyes bounce from me to Mrs. Brewster. Don't say it like it's a question, Mrs. Brewster snaps. Are you or are you not? Yeah, I am, Kimber says, flushing. I'm Jenny, Rachel's sister, I say. Kimber looks about 25, and Jared is 40, or close to it. It's so good to meet you. Rachel's told me a lot about you. She said she liked you right away. For reals? Kimber beams. I swear, Mrs. Brewster growls. Jennifer has agreed to throw together a dress that's more appropriate than that joke you showed me before. You can't really have planned to wear that in a house of worship. Kimber bites her very full bottom lip. I guess I really didn't think it through, she murmurs. I should say not. Well, I'm sure we can come up with something stunning that you both like, I say. It will be beautiful, Kimber. And I don't throw together anything, Mrs. Brewster. I smile firmly. I have a master's degree from Parsons Institute of Design. It will be incredible, not to worry. So long as it covers those tattoos, she says. Honestly, young people today. I give Kimber a wink, and while I'd like to, I don't know, duct tape Mrs. Brewster's mouth shut, I know it won't help the situation. Part of my job is to be a family therapist and teach the art of the compromise. A woman who wants a low-cut, super sexy wedding dress goes up against her mother who tells her she'll look like a tramp. Hateful bridesmaids who find fault with every aspect of the dress, seething with jealousy that they're not the ones standing on the pedestal in front of the mirror. And there are those brides who'd rather wear the ugliest dress on earth than upset a relative. My job is to make everyone happy, to have a bride who cries at her own reflection, a mother who says she can't believe her baby is all grown up, a dad who bawls all the way down the aisle, and a groom who can't contain his surprise and awe at that first glimpse of his soon-to-be wife. The dress symbolizes everything about the couple: hope, love, beauty, promise, commitment. I glance over at the photo of Rachel. Shit. Well, I say, clearing my throat, let's find a time for a consultation. Tomorrow at 11, Mrs. Brewster says. Let me check my calendar, I answer patiently. I know I'm free, but I don't want to be treated like an indentured servant either. Is there anyone else you'd like to have with you, Kimber? A bridesmaid or your mom, maybe? No, just Mrs. Brewster, she says, picking at her thumbnail. Sometimes the groom comes too, you know, I suggest. This girl is going to need an ally. Really? Kimber's face brightens. I hardly think Jared should be here, Mrs. Brewster says. Mrs. Brewster, why don't you look around and see if there's anything that sparks your interest, I suggest. Have some champagne. Andreas, would you show Mrs. Brewster around? My lovely assistant comes over and ushers her away. Mrs. Brewster, such an honor to have you join us today. He just earned a raise. So, how did you and Jared meet? I asked Kimber. Well, I sing in a bar sometimes. Miller's down by the river. Sure, I used to sneak in there when I was underage, I say with a smile. Really? You seem so classy. It's the shoes, don't be fooled. So, you were singing? Yeah, son of a preacher man. And Jared, he came over after and he said, you know, I actually am the son of a preacher man, and he asked me out. What a great story. He's such a nice guy. I've known him a long time. I love him, she blurts, then grimaces. I mean, duh, right? No, it's great. I'll see you tomorrow. Hey, bring the dress you already bought, okay? You can tell me what you liked about it, and maybe we can incorporate some of the same elements. Mrs. Brewster had me return it. Ah, okay. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, and we can start fresh. Thanks, Jenny, she says with another wide smile. She may have a tongue piercings, and she has a little lisp. It was nice to meet you. You too. My eyes find Rachel again. She's got Charlotte on one hip and is tucking her daughter's hair behind her ear. I go over. Lottie, I say, Andreas can do a magic trick. Go see. My niece wiggles out of Rachel's arms and bolts over to my child-fearing assistant. I should get going, Rachel says. Want me to come over later? Not that I want to see my asshole brother-in-law, but Rachel might need the support. She looks exhausted. Then again, if I see Adam, I can accidentally stab him in an artery. Bet my sewing shears would snip right through his penis, come to think of it. Or you can come to my place. I'm all unpacked. I have wine, and if you wanted to vent... No, I need to be with Adam. I wonder if he's sexting his mistress. If Rachel's afraid to leave him alone for long. If he's with Emmanuel right now having porno sex. Okay, I say. Don't judge, Jenny. Her voice is already resigned. I'm not. Rachel, I'm not. I just want to help. You can't, she sighs. Look, I'm sorry. The shop is gorgeous. I'm proud of you. Her expression is shell-shocked, as if she just came out of the London Underground after the Blitz. Can we have coffee tomorrow? I ask. I don't know. My eyes fill again, and my sister gives me a sad smile. I'll talk to you later, she says. Love you. I love you too. Thank you so much for coming. I help her herd the girls to the car, scooping up Grace, holding Rose's hand, and buckle them into their car seats. I give Rachel a hug, and she squeezes me back. All I ever wanted was for Adam and me to have what Mom and Dad did, she whispers. Then lets go of me and gets into the car. Bye. Talk to you soon. There are tears in her eyes. I watch her drive away. She's got more in common with our parents than she knows. When I get home that night, my feet are telling me that wearing 4-inch heels all day is a life skill with an expiration date, and mine is just around the corner. I start up the front steps, then freeze. I hear music. In the 2 weeks I've lived here, I haven't heard anything other than those horrendous, repetitive teaching little fingers to play songs. One would think that living above a Juilliard-trained pianist would at least get me a little free music, but Leo's usually just welded to that lawn chair when I come home, drinking a beer, his stinky, ill-tempered dog by his side. But right now, there's music. At first hesitant and sad and familiar. The melody rises gently, and my heart hurts. It's so sad and beautiful. Goosebumps break out of my arms. My God. In a little bit of a trance, I go through Leo's gate, tiptoeing so my heels won't tap on the slate, and sink down in his doorway, not wanting him to know I'm here. The music twines around me. A little faster now, less sad, but then changing. A hint of darkness and sorrow, then back to the wistful strains I first heard, and good Lord, if I could play like this, I'd never stop. Since I moved in, I've seen Leo almost every day. He's been up to not fix things 3 times so far, and ended up staying for more than an hour each time, drinking beer and insulting me. I've managed to pry some personal details from him. He doesn't have a steady girlfriend, he isn't gay, and his favorite food is Kentucky Fried Chicken, which is inexplicable. He seems to be the epitome of the happy slacker. To think that he has this inside him is breathtaking. I lean against the door and close my eyes. Then the door opens and I fall backward. Jenny, Leo says, stepping aside. The music continues. I scramble to my feet. I thought you were playing. That's one of my students. I'm not the only person on earth who can play, believe it or not. Come on in. A little boy is sitting at the upright piano. He stops when he sees me and folds his hands neatly in his lap. Evander, Leo says. This is my friend Jenny. Jenny, meet Evander James. You're wonderful, sweetheart, I say. Thank you, he answers, not looking at me. What was that piece? Evander looks at Leo. Chopin's Etude No. 3 in E major, Opus 10, better known as Tristesse, which means sadness in French, Leo says. It was beautiful, I murmur, and my voice is husky. Leo's mouth tugs a little. I can't play the hard part, the boy says. Not yet, Leo says. Give yourself a week. There's a knock on the door, and Evander scrambles off the bench and stands next to the piano, his hand on it, as if he can't quite bring himself to leave it. Thank you, Mr. Killian, he says. His gaze is on the floor. You're welcome, buddy, and call me Leo. He answers the door, and a woman about my age comes into the room. Mrs. James, he says, I'd love to teach Evander. He's very talented. Thank you. I'm afraid we really don't have money for that, but I appreciate today. She's dressed in scrubs and wears Crocs. Seeing me standing there, she gives a little nod. There's a grant that lets me offer lessons to promising students, Leo says. I'd like to use it for Evander. No cost to you. She hesitates. His father works a night shift, and I'm on days. I don't know if I can get him here. Can he take the school bus here on Thursdays? Well, yes, but I don't know how he'd get home. He can stay here until you can pick him up, or I could put him in a cab. There's plenty of money in the grant, and someone with Evander's talent only comes along once in a while. I have to say I'm a little surprised. While I've seen Leo here and there with his students, he's always pretty casual. This hard sell seems like a different side of his teacher persona. Really? She says. Leo nods.
Juilliard can give my references. So can Elmsbrook School. They did a background check on me before I played there this past February. And I can give you the names of the parents of my other students.
Well, let me talk to my husband, Mrs. James says. Please, Mom, Evander whispers. We'll see, sweetheart. Thank you, Mr. Killian.
Leo, you did great, kid.
He winks at Evander, who gives a sweetly shy smile back.
I'll check in with you in a couple of days. How's that?
That's very nice of you. Thank you. The mom looks at me and smiles. Your son is very gifted, I say, like I know anything. He is, she says, smiling down on the boy. He's been blessed. Loki's stumpy tail wags as they leave. The dog seems to hate only me. When the door closes behind him, I sit on Leo's couch. So, that's what you call a prodigy, huh? I ask.
Yep.
And this grant of yours, does it exist?
Nope.
He smiles.
Want some wine, irritating tenant?
I would love some grossly underqualified super. By the way, thanks for coming by today.
Coming by where?
To the grand opening of my store. I invited you, remember?
I'm not in the market for wedding cakes, Jenny.
Dresses.
Those either. So, how was it?
Well, let's see. My mom told at least 9 people how wretched she's been since my father died 22 years ago. My ex-husband, his beautiful wife, and perfect baby showed up, and my sister's husband confirmed that he's having amazing sex with someone else.
Shit. Now I wish I'd gone.
He sits down in the chair across from me.
I'm sorry about Rachel.
Me too. Not wanting to think about my sister and all the ugly thoughts her situation inspires, I ask, how did you find a kid like Evander?
The music teacher at Elmsbrook gave me a call. Evander's been playing piano since he was 3, all by ear, and the teacher taught him to read music, but she's kind of out of her depth. He plays better than she does.
Wow. I take a sip of wine. So, you're new to Cambria-on-Hudson, but you have all these students. How did that happen?
I gave a concert at the elementary school. When the straight mothers and gay fathers saw how good-looking I am, not to mention how incredibly talented, they stampeded to my door.
And still, I haven't heard you play. I thought that was you when Evander was playing.
I'm a better teacher than performer.
So you say. And yet you also claim to be incredibly talented.
All Juilliard students are incredibly talented, my dear. But we're not all Emmanuel Axe, either.
Who's that?
Get out.
He gives me that killer smile and my heart moves in my chest. So, what makes a kid like Evander so special, aside from clever fingers? Leo tilts his head and looks at me, and there it is, that irritating and wonderful tug of attraction.
Women sit in doorways to listen.
He grins.
There's technical ability, which is easy enough to learn. Virtually anyone can become proficient if they're dedicated enough. What you can't teach is interpretation, how to express the note, not just which keys to hit.
So when you were at Juilliard, did the great ones really stand out?
God, yes. All of us in the performance program grew up playing and listening. Being able to play Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata is no big deal. But someone playing it so that it feels like you never heard it before, so that great, overplayed warhorse fills you up with light, that's greatness.
Ah, how poetic you are tonight.
It's the wine. When you were at wedding dress school,
Parsons Institute of Design, thank you very much, the Juilliard of the design world. He raises an eyebrow.
When you were at Parsons, could you tell the great ones?
I smile. I see your point. Yes, the great ones made you gasp at how beautiful their pieces were.
So, just as it takes more than understanding how to sew to be a great designer, it takes more than knowing how to play to be a great performer. Evander is 11 years old, but already he plays with his whole self. Most of my students sit there like lumps with arms, but he becomes part of the piano. Did you see how he touched it when he was done?
I did, like it was his friend. Leo puts his feet on the coffee table.
Exactly.
He finishes his wine and pours more, looks at my glass to see if I need a refill. I don't, since I haven't chugged mine quite as fast as he's done his.
Are you a great designer, Jenny?
Come by my shop and see for yourself.
Maybe I will.
His dog wanders over to him, curls his lip at me, and sits at Leo's feet. Did you visit your mom today? It's Sunday, after all.
Yes.
His smile drops so suddenly it's as if there's a different person in his place, and the tragedy there causes dread to flash through me. How was that?
It wasn't a good day,
he says, stroking Loki's head and not looking at me.
She has dementia.
Oh, Leo, I'm sorry. He nods, his eyes still on the dog.
Thanks.
Do you have other family around?
Nope, I'm the only one.
He doesn't say anything for a minute, just takes a sip of wine, his long fingers cradling the glass with unconscious grace.
She went downhill pretty fast and had to move into a facility. And that was tough.
What about your dad?
Not in the picture.
I've learned more about Leo in the past minute than I have in the past 3 weeks. He sighs.
So, now I'm the keeper of the memories. Our family, the people who died. Most of the time, she forgets that they even lived. And when she forgets, it's like they're a little more gone.
His eyes drop again to the dog, who looks up at him worshipfully. I'm so sorry, I say again. He nods, then suddenly sits up, all interest and energy.
So, you're looking for a man, right?
Well, yes. I mean, yes, I would love to be married again, and have kids.
Why?
I just do, Leo. I hate that question. Because I believe in love? Because I never saw myself not having children?
So your sister's husband is cheating on her. Your own husband dumped you. Your mom's a lonely widow, but you believe in love with a capital L and hearts and butterflies.
Don't forget bluebirds and rainbows. And yes, I do. It's the cornerstone of my business.
I thought the cornerstone of your business would be bilking brides of every last dollar for a dress meant to make their friends jealous.
You'd be wrong. That smile flashes.
Want me to ask around? See if I can scare up a man for you.
You're getting on my nerves now, and I don't need your help. Believe it or not, men like me, Leo.
Oh, yeah? Anyone promising?
Yes, I have a date Tuesday, actually. Before she was dealing with all her own crap, Rachel had fixed me up with a divorced dad whose son goes to the same nursery school as my niece's. Leo sits back against the couch cushion.
Well, make sure you report back to Uncle Leo. I want to hear all about it.
He winks. For some reason, that stings. Thanks for the wine.
You're welcome.
He doesn't stand up. As I go through the little courtyard to my front steps, I can't help glancing in his window. He's still there on the couch, and gone is his irreverent, mischievous gleam. In its place is shit. Complete and utter loneliness. Someone should warn him, because it looks as if all the heartache in the world is written in the slant of his brows, the line of his mouth, the confusion in his eyes. Leo Killian needs to be loved. And there we go. As stupid a sentiment as exists in the universe. Leo has told me he's not interested in me. I'd be stupid not to believe him. But he likes you, says the little whiny voice in my head. Owen liked me too, and we all know where that got me. Adam loves Rachel, and he's rubbing her heart on a cheese grater. And my father loved Mom. Her image of him is suspended in amber, where he can't be touched by reality. I wonder if it's time to tell my sister that, like her husband, our father was a cheater too.
Rachel. It's not every day that I get checked for herpes. Nope, this is a first. No wonder I'm wearing new underwear. I seem to have become a stand-up comedian in my own head ever since finding out that Adam was cheating on me. It beats hysteria and or murder, but ching. I hustle the girls into the minivan and drive to nursery school, saying goodbye with fast hugs. This, of course, is the day that everyone wants to talk to me. 4 or 5 mothers stand in a well-dressed knot outside the doors, and I have to weave between them. "Rachel, come to Blessed Bean with us," Elle says. She's wearing a top so tight it's a wonder she can draw breath to speak. "Yeah, Rachel, you never come," Claudia says, twisting her most recent diamond ring. "I'm sorry, I have an errand to run," I say. "Meeting someone?" Mean Debbie suggests slyly. She gives me an arch look. "So dressed up, Rachel." Yes, I have dressed up, to make a good impression on my syphilis or chlamydia, or whatever I may have. Hi, take it easy on me, because as you can see from this adorable dress, I'm super nice. "I gotta run too," Kathleen says, though technically they haven't invited her to go out for coffee. She's older than the rest of us, and the one time she did come along, she ordered a full breakfast, while Claudia, Debbie, and Elle watched with the same horrified fascination as if she'd been shooting heroin. But ching. "Come on, Rach, we can walk to our cars together." When we're a safe distance away, she whispers, "Everything okay?" "Mm-hmm. Thanks for asking, though." I can't look at her, because I can feel tears rising behind my eyes, and if I see any kindness in her expression, I'm likely to fall apart, which would make Mean Debbie and Claudia and Elle incredibly excited. "Give me a call later if you want," Kathleen says. "I'm gonna just come out and say this. I hate those bitches back there. You're the only genuine person I've met since we moved here, and I'd love to be friends if you're as nice as you seem." My mouth falls open. "Oh, Kathleen, thank you. I feel the same way. I mean, they're not really that bad, but you seem really nice too." My cheeks prickle with a blush, but it's wonderfully awkward. In a flash, I see her coming over to my house, sitting in the kitchen, eating those lemon cookies I baked last night. "Do you want to—" "Oh, wait. I really do have an errand. Maybe another time then?" "Yeah, absolutely." I hesitate, then force out the words. "I have some personal things going on. It might be a while, but I'd really like to get to know you better. It's mortifying. I hate being shy. I hate it." "Great. I mean, shit on the personal things, but let me know if I can help." She smiles, then gets into her minivan, which is cluttered and filthy and smells like boy. "Thank you," I say. "Thanks." I swallow hard and get into my car. A few minutes later, I'm standing at the receptionist's window at my doctor's office. "Rachel Carver to see Dr. Ramanian," I say. "Insurance card, please," drones the extremely young woman. She looks as if death by boredom is imminent. I hand over my card. She glances at it and types, and types, and types. "What is the reason for your visit?" Horror flashes like weak lightning. Do I have to actually say this out loud? A checkup?" "You just had a checkup 4 months ago," she says, staring at her computer screen. I bite my lip. I know. I need another one. I have an appointment." "Well, your insurance isn't going to cover this. Are you sick?" Her voice is all too loud. My face feels as if it's bubbling. I'm blushing so hard. My husband is cheating on me. I need to make sure he didn't give me anything." "Hello, I need to fill in this form." She looks so bored and beautiful, and so damn young, chewing on her gum, all those silver bracelets, a Chinese character tattoo on her hand. "It's none of your business," I say in a hard voice. "I'll tell the doctor. I have an appointment, so just get me in there." Wow, this new Rachel, she kind of kicks ass. The girl is not impressed. "Fine, have a seat." Like all doctors' offices, this one features uncomfortable chairs with itchy upholstery, travel magazines, and outdated editions of Entertainment Weekly. I pick up an issue of something and pretend to read, but my heart is thudding. Napoleon Bonaparte died of syphilis, didn't he? Or was that Al Capone? Or both? Good God, what if I have something? It's utterly surreal. Adam, too, is being tested, but somehow I doubt he's suffering the way I am. In fact, I picture him going into his doctor's office saying, "Here for another screen, dude. Been fucking around on my wife, and boy, is this other woman hot." And the doctor says, "Yeah, you go, Adam, you the man." And they high-five and, "Rachel, oh, it is you. How are you?" My heart sinks. It's Mrs. Donovan, who lived next door to us when I was a kid. It's not that I don't like her. It's just that I'm here for such nasty purposes. I try to get up, but she's standing too close, and I don't want to knock her over. "Mrs. Donovan, hi." I smile up at her, sort of, and squeeze her free hand. The other holds her cane and a huge quilted purse that looks like it could hold an 8-year-old child. "How are those beautiful girls of yours?" she asks. "They're great," I tell her. "Want to see a picture?" I pull out my phone, but she waves it away. "I hate those cell phone thingies," she says. "Do you have a real photo?" I don't. I'm sorry. "Why are you here, dear? You're not sick, are you?" I better not be. "Oh, just a checkup. How about you?" "I have the worst itching," she crows, "and discharge in the strangest place, too." Oh, God. Maybe she has an STD, too. I try to keep my face from morphing into a silent scream of horror, but I have no idea if it's working. "Look," she says, pulling up her world's best grandma t-shirt. "Look at my belly button. See that oozing?" I try not to gag. First of all, it's a wrinkly, elephantine stomach, and it's about an inch from my face. Secondly, she's got such an outie that it looks like a snout, like some sort of alien pig baby is trying to push its way out of her. And yes, there's discharge. "I've been using these hemorrhoid wipes on it," she continues in that blithely unself-conscious way old people sometimes have when discussing hideous medical issues. "But it's just getting worse. It's thicker now, and if I squeeze—" "Rachel Carver?" A nurse opens the door, and I fly across the room. "Good luck, Mrs. Donovan," I call over my shoulder. A few minutes later, I'm in my Johnny coat, waiting for the doctor to come in. I shaved my legs for this appointment. Definitely want to make a good impression as a cuckolded wife. I've seen Dr. Ramanian for about 10 years. I feel like we're almost friends, in that sense that she's seen parts of me I've never seen, knew about my struggles to get pregnant, and came to see the girls when they were in the hospital, just because she's nice. I always wanted to ask her out for coffee or a drink, but that effortless way some people, like Jenny, have of making friends has always eluded me, and now the window has shut. I can't just say, "Hey, about 9-10 years ago, I meant to ask you if you wanted to be friends, but I couldn't get the words out. How about now? Does now work?" A brisk knock comes on the door. "Come in," I say. "Hello, Rachel," she says, walking in, eyes on my chart. "How are you?" "Fine, thanks. How are you?" I answer automatically. "Very good. What can I do for you today?" I practiced what I'd say in the car ride over here, but my heart pounds against my ribs like a bird trying to get out of a house. I clear my throat. "I seem to need an STD panel," I manage to say, and I don't cry, though my freshly shaven and moisturized legs are shaking. Dr. Ramanian's face changes, melting in sympathy. Not really a mystery who cheated, I guess. "All right then," she says, "let's check you out." So I scooch on to the exam table and let her probe my cervix and try to breathe deeply. I'm brave, after all. I had triplets. During my infertility workups, I've been probed and prodded and squished 100 times. There never was anything wrong with me, by the way. Adam has a low sperm count. Yet I was the one who had to take fertility drugs, so the swimmers he did have had a better chance to home in on something. Dr. Ramanian is fast and gentle and tells me to sit up. She draws blood herself and gives me a cup to pee in. "It won't take long to get the results," she says. "I'll call you myself." "Thank you." I say briskly, all new Rachel as I pull on my clothes without even waiting for her to leave. I appreciate that. Because old Rachel really couldn't take this. Old Rachel would be sobbing on this woman's shoulder. New Rachel is thinking about how satisfying it would be to kill her husband right about now.
Jenny. When I was 11 and Rachel was 14, our father was shot and killed when 2 teenagers robbed the Automart. Daddy's guilty pleasure was those nasty frozen drinks guaranteed to rot your teeth. Hey, gotta relax somehow, right? We always got a kick out of it. Our father, the high priest of flossing, stopping at a 7-Eleven or a Stewart's for a drink made of sugar, corn syrup, and God knows what else. On the night of July 11th, Dad decided he had to have a green watermelon brain freeze, his favorite flavor. The video surveillance showed him at the self-service slushy counter, filling a barrel-sized foam cup. At the same time he was thus engrossed, 2 boys came in, nylon stockings over their faces, jittery, nervous, druggies, the worst kind of criminal. They pointed a gun at the clerk and ordered him to open the safe. My father capped his drink, still oblivious, and reached for his wallet, his last act on this earth, because that was when the clerk reached for his own shotgun, the kids fired, the clerk fired, and Dad, who stood there with his hands up, was dead. The whole thing took less than 15 seconds. I know because when I turned 18, I got the video from the police. It wasn't gruesome. Dad just fell back out of the screen, except for his shoes. I don't know what I was hoping the video would show me, but I felt compelled to see everything that happened. Until 3 months before that horrible day, my life had been charmed. My parents were wonderfully safe and normal. Dad loved being a dentist, and Mom taught art therapy at a nursing home. Part-time work for Mom, the perfect kind of job for her. A little artsy, a little holy, with just enough hours that she could do something unrelated to us girls while still going all out for the title of Mother of the Year. She came to every recital, every concert, every horse show. She baked cookies, came up with themes for our birthday parties, gave out the best candy at Halloween, as well as a toothbrush, of course. Mom French braided our hair, baked chocolate chip cookies from scratch, and put in the requisite hours volunteering in our schools. Every once in a while, she'd give us a little flash of adventure, careening too fast into the driveway, making us scream with fear and delight. Or, if Dad was at a dentist convention, letting us have ice cream sundaes for dinner and telling us we didn't even have to brush afterward, though Rachel did, for the record. We assumed that all families were like ours. Our parents were happily, very happily, married. Our house was big, but not fancy. Dad made enough that we were quite comfortable, though not rich. We didn't own a horse, but we took riding lessons. There was a new car every 5 years or so. We took vacations each summer, renting a house on a lake in New Hampshire or visiting the Grand Canyon. We went to the movies together and played board games, I used to call them, quite delighted with my sophisticated wit. Mom and Dad made adult life look incredibly desirable, and both Rachel and I couldn't wait to grow up. On date nights, which happened every weekend, Mom wore a dress and pantyhose, heels, and perfume. They went to benefit balls and country club dances and dinner parties at their friends' homes, and when it was their turn to host, Rachel and I would take coats and serve hors d'oeuvres and spy from the stairs landing before going upstairs to watch TV. Mom was great, but Dad was better. He was, I realize now, incredibly good-looking. But dads are dads. Of course we thought he was handsome. As I got older, I noticed women talking to him, laughing, laying a hand on his arm, or chatting to him for too long after he'd cleaned their teeth. Kids skipped into his office and ran up to him at school events to show him a loose tooth or just to say hi. He played golf with his buddies once in a while, went to a Yankees game once a year with his brother, but really, he was all about Mom and Rachel and me. His girls. He adored us. Mom was a really good mother. Dad was perfect. Sometimes Rachel or I would walk in on our parents kissing in the kitchen, a sight that Rachel adored and I pretended to find disgusting. It seemed to me that Mom was lucky to be married to the great man, the guy who made people love going to the dentist, the best father, the nicest person in the world. It was never the other way around. Weekends were spent taking hikes along the Hudson, Sunday night pizza at Louis'. At bedtime, Dad would sit in the chair between Rachel's and my beds and tell us long, absurd stories about renegade cats or child armies defeating evil giants through cunning and homemade weapons. On Sunday mornings, he'd make chocolate chip pancakes, so long as we brushed extra long afterward. Sometimes I'd go to his office after school, skipping down the hall, the sound of drilling not at all disturbing to me. His staff was all women, and they seemed to swell with love, seeing Dad scoop up his daughters and introduce us to his patients. Dad would always have time to examine our teeth and give us the grave news. "It seems like I'll have to pull all your teeth, little girl. Every single one is black and rotten. Don't your parents make you brush?" He let Rachel and me pick out the posters that he tacked to the ceiling above the exam chairs. A kitten dangling from a branch with the caption, "Hang in there," or the unicorn standing under a rainbow and the words, "Don't stop believing." There was a treasure chest filled with little toys for kids once they'd endured their checkup, and Rachel and I got to pick out the loot. Down the hall from Dad's office suite was a storage room, not much bigger than a closet, filled with dental supplies. Boxes and boxes of toothpaste, floss and toothbrushes, canisters of nitrous oxide, extra scrubs and boxes of masks and latex gloves, syringe tips and bib clips, plastic chair covers and Dixie cups. Rachel and I loved to play in there, tucking notes for Daddy in between boxes of his supplies, or just hiding. Lena, his younger hygienist, got engaged right there in the office, and Dad was in on the whole thing. Lena's father had died years before, and she asked Dad to walk her down the aisle. Rachel and I got to go to the wedding, and it filled us with pride, Dad being acknowledged like this. "I can't wait to get married," Rachel whispered to me, even though she was only 14 at the time. "I want it to be just like Mommy and Daddy." I didn't share the same sentiment. Not yet. I was 11 and still in love with horses. But I knew what she meant, even if at that time my vision of adult life entailed living next door to my parents and owning a lot of cats. Rachel was Mommy's girl. They both loved the domestic arts of decorating and baking and gardening. Me, I like to think of myself as more like Dad. I'd sit next to him in his big chair, his strong arm around me, and breathe in his comforting Dad smell. Dial soap, freshly cut grass, and Crest toothpaste, the original mint flavor. So, you see, life was both normal and remarkable, banal and utterly happy, and more than anything, safe. Our parents loved us and each other, my sister was my best friend, and we had plenty of everything a child never knows she needs until it's gone. Then, two things happened. Dad's practice was thriving to the point where he hired another dentist, Dr. Dan Wallace, my first crush. He looked like Johnny Castle from Dirty Dancing, and what girl didn't love Johnny? Dr. Dan was just out of dental school, funny, and wore an engraved silver ring on his right hand. I had never met a man who wore a ring that was purely ornamental, and it made Dr. Dan seem unbearably hip. I wasn't the only one who thought so. Rachel couldn't go into the office without being struck dumb and blushing the entire time, and God help her if Dr. Dan spoke to her. Mom would invite him over for dinner, and it was an agony of pleasure and mortification, having him see us in our natural habitat, me trying to seem more interesting and exotic than I actually was, Rachel almost paralyzed with shyness, our father chuckling at both of us, Mom rolling her eyes but making sure she served an extra complicated and delicious dessert. I did manage to talk to Dr. Dan about school and playing the clarinet, as he had when he was my age. Finally, at the advanced age of 11, I had found a man I could picture marrying. Move over, Bono, and hello, Dr. Dan. At night, I'd picture our life. I'd be a full-fledged adult at 21, a mere 10 years from now, and we'd do a lot of hugging and hand-holding, a few chaste kisses on the lips. Sex to an 11-year-old was still incredibly disgusting. We'd host glamorous parties and go sailing and take trips to Paris to see the Eiffel Tower. It was right around that time that Dad seemed to change a little. One Saturday afternoon, he and I went to the pharmacy so I could buy maxi pads for Rachel, who was unable to face the humiliation of buying them herself, or even being in the store when they were purchased. I got the brand she requested, 2 giant packages to stockpile, and went through the aisles looking for my dad. There he was in the skincare section, studying a jar of moisturizer. "Dad, that's for women," I said patiently. He flushed and put the box back. Right, he said. My skin's been a little dry, that's all. You all set? He headed us up to the register. I looked at the box he'd put back, age-defying overnight serum. And when we got in the car, Dad told me he'd forgotten to get razors, ran back into the store, and came back out with a bag that clearly contained more than razors. I didn't say anything, but later on, I checked in my parents' medicine cabinet. The serum wasn't there. I found it under the sink, hidden behind a package of toilet paper. Not only that, he had hair dye. Hair dye. For men. How embarrassing. Why would Dad care about defying age? He was old. He knew that. Then Lena the hygienist had a baby and went out on maternity leave, and Dad hired someone to take her place. I barely noticed Dorothy, too busy being sophisticated around Dr. Dan when I went to the office. But her name began cropping up at the dinner table, and my antennae twitched because something else was happening, too. My mother was irritated. Dorothy hadn't been able to find a steady job as a hygienist, Dad said. What does that tell you? Mom said, uncharacteristically judgmental. Dorothy was widowed and struggled financially. Is she already nosing around for a raise? When Dad suggested that they fix Dorothy up with my Uncle Greg, Mom said, Rob, be serious. Greg's not going to date a dental hygienist. Even at age 11, I recognized the put-down in my mother's voice. She did tend to worship her little brother, who went on to marry an unemployed stripper, for the record. Talk of Dorothy continued, almost as if Dad couldn't resist mentioning her. I didn't know why. She sounded pathetic to me. Dorothy had a daughter a few years younger than I was. The two of them lived in the grittier town of Brooks Mill in an apartment. No one I knew lived in an apartment, just in houses. I thought we could give her some of the girls' clothes, stuff that they've outgrown, Dad suggested. I looked up sharply, not sure if I wanted to part with anything, especially to an unknown stranger. How old is she again? Asked Rachel. She's 6, Dad answered. 1st grade. The fact that he knew that made me jealous. Dad had 2 daughters. He shouldn't care what grade someone else's daughter was in. She can have my yellow dress with the daisies on it, Rachel said. That was a pretty one, remember, Mom? I wore it to science night when I had Mrs. Norton. And those overalls with the pretty pockets. Oh, and that red velvet dress. I loved that dress. Thus shamed by Rachel's kindness, as was often the case, I went up to the attic and dug out some of my clothes for this poor and mysterious child, and added a few stuffed animals and books, too. Summer turned to fall, that season of golden leaves and gray skies. I played soccer. Rachel was in high school and getting pretty good at horseback riding, showing on the weekends, bringing home ribbons. Mom had been promoted to a full-time position as activities director at the nursing home, and she got home just before dinner, stressed and moving at 100 miles an hour, trying to throw dinner together and arrange a carpool for Rachel and make cookies to show that she was still that kind of mom. She loved her new job and had a lot of stories to share, which was different. Before, she'd talk only about her clients, whom I viewed as tragically old. Now she had stories about the haughty yoga instructor, or the wardrobe consultant who cried when Mr. Ziegler flashed her, or the kids who came up to play violin and piano or sing for the residents. For the first time, it seemed that Mom was suddenly the more interesting parent. We knew Dad's staff and clients, but Mom had a whole new cast. Not that I still didn't love him best, of course. He was just a little predictable. One Friday night, it was just Dad and me, that rarest of treats, and he said he had to make a quick phone call before we would watch our movie. He went into the den, and I waited in the living room, patiently at first, then not so much. Our movie was Edward Scissorhands, and Lisa, my best friend, had seen it twice already and said I'd love Edward because he was so beautiful and strange, and I'd had the movie on the waiting list at the library for months, and finally, it was here. So I sighed hugely and agreed to wait. 10 minutes, honey bun, Dad said. After 20, I went down the hall. I know, I do. Well, it wasn't quite the same, but yes, exactly. Really? You did? He chuckled that low, wonderful sound, and I felt an instinctive flash of jealousy. Daddy, I said loudly, are you going to be much longer? He looked up. "Oh, hi, honey," he said to me. He held up a finger. "Listen," he said, "I should go. My princess and I are watching a movie, Edward something." "Scissorhands," I said. How could he forget the title? "Scissorhands? I don't know, I'll ask." He looked up at me. "Think a 6-year-old would like it?" he asked. "No, it's too sophisticated." "Oh," he said with a wink. "You hear that? Too sophisticated." "Okay." He laughed again. "Bye. See you Monday." He hung up. "Want popcorn?" "Who was that?" I asked. "Dorothy, from the office." "It's the weekend, Dad," I said. "I know, honey, but she's lonely. She only has her little girl for company." "So?" I said. "She could get married if she wants. Maybe she likes it being just her and her daughter." "Maybe so," he said. "Come on, let's have popcorn. As long as you floss afterward." Not long after that came the day that changed everything. My soccer practice had been canceled due to rain, and I was looking forward to being in the house by myself. Rachel was at her riding lesson. She took a different bus on Tuesdays to get to the stable, and Mom was still at work. But the spare house key wasn't in the fake rock in our flower bed. The little space was empty, which meant whoever had used it last hadn't put it back. Feeling deliciously aggrieved and martyred, poor latchkey kid that I was without so much as a key, I walked around the house and tried the windows. All locked. Our neighbors had a key, but I didn't want to go there. Mrs. Donovan was very nice, but Richie, her son, had just turned 9 and asked if I was wearing a bra every time he saw me on the school bus. I decided to walk downtown to Dad's office, the better to martyr myself on the cross of adolescent suffering. It was quite possible that Dad would take me to the corner cafe and buy me a hot cocoa to make up for this sorry state. Even better, maybe he'd make Dr. Dan take me. Not that this had ever happened, but it could, at least in my imagination. Also, I might trip on our way there, coming dangerously close to an oncoming car, and Dr. Dan would grab my arm, pulling me out of harm's way, saving my very life. And his hand would rest on my shoulder, warm and strong and comforting. Of course, nothing would happen. That would be so gross. No, he'd just say something about how 10 years could fly by and he wasn't going anywhere, and he hoped that I'd come down to the office every week for cocoa so we could talk. He'd smile at me, then go back to his lonely house, where we'd live someday as a married couple, and wait out the years. Filled with this lovely dream, I walked in the cool rain toward downtown. My dad's office was housed in the tallest building in Cambry, and the thrill of riding in an elevator had never left me. I pushed the button for the 8th floor and mentally reviewed stories I could tell Dr. Dan to entertain him and show him I was mature and insightful. Caleb Johnson's spoiled tuna fish sandwich? No, too disgusting. Sydney Dane dating a 9th grader? No, because that might make me look a little young. Oh, Mr. Heisman's limp, a subject of great speculation today at lunch. I could express my compassion for those less fortunate. I think it's a war injury, I could say to Dr. Dan. But he doesn't like to talk about it. Understandable, of course. As it turned out, Mr. Heisman sprained his knee while in a bouncy house with his daughter, but I didn't know that then. I got off the elevator and went down the hall into my dad's suite. Dr. Dan was right there in the reception area, leaning on the counter where Lizzie, the receptionist, sat, a very handsome smile on his Swayze-esque face. "I'd go wherever you wanted," he was saying. "Lamond is fine with me if that's where you want to eat." Lamond was a fancy restaurant on the Hudson River. My parents went there for their anniversary. I felt the burning prickle of humiliation in my face before I completely understood that he was asking Lizzie on a date. "Hey, kiddo," Dr. Dan said, turning to me. "How's it going?" Kiddo? Kiddo? Not what you'd call the girl you were going to wait for. A spear of pain slammed through my chest, snapping ribs, crushing my heart. Even worse, I felt the burn of tears in my eyes. In a second, I'd be crying, and Dr. Dan would know. And so would Lizzie, and so would everyone. "Is my dad here?" I blurted. I have an emergency." "Are you okay?" he asked, frowning. "Where's my dad?" "I think he's in the storage room, honey." Lizzie said. The storage room was down the hall, back toward the elevators. I pushed through the doors and ran, my wet jeans flopping against my skin, which felt raw and cold. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Imagining someone like Dr. Dan would think I was interesting, that he would wait 10 years for me. I was an idiot. I burst into the storage room and saw a man and a woman kissing, their arms twined around each other. At my entrance, they jumped apart. The man was my father. The rush of my heartbeat thrummed through my ears. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. The silence spread like melting tar. Dorothy? Dorothy? He liked Dorothy? Twisted the hem of her jacket in her fingers, biting her lip. Pumpkin, my father said, far, far too late. What a nice surprise. Is school over? Why are you wet? It's raining, I said. My eyes felt hard and dry. Of course it is. Dorothy, did you find what you needed? Yes, Dr. Tate, she said, then slithered around us and out the door. Soccer practice was canceled, I said, accusation knifing through my tone. Sure, honey. Come on, let's go get a hot chocolate. My poor Jenny, you're soaked. You must be freezing. He almost made me feel better. You were kissing her. His face wriggled as he searched for an answer. She was upset, that's all. You were kissing her. Dad sighed and crouched down to my eye level. Yes, I was, because she was upset, but I love Mommy and you girls, and if you tell your mother or sister, they'll just be upset. Don't give it another thought, Jenny. It was nothing. Except I knew. There was no nothing about it, and the wrongness shimmered in the air. Dr. Dan's betrayal evaporated in the heat of that wrongness. Let me buy you a hot chocolate, sweetheart, he said, and his voice, his dad voice, was the same as always, warm and low and loving, and I hated him in that moment. But I went with him, and I drank my hot chocolate and ate 2 Madeleine cookies, and when Mom harped on me that night for not eating my dinner, he told her to go easy on me. I didn't forgive him. I knew. He liked that Dorothy. How dare he? From that day on, true adolescence in all its sulky, consuming power burst out of every pore, seeped into the air around me. I didn't speak to Rachel when she asked in her gentle, sweet voice if something was wrong. My mother muttered something about another menstruating female in the house, and I stormed out of the kitchen. When Dad asked if I wanted to go for a bike ride that weekend, I said no and stayed in my room, furious that he'd then asked Rachel and actually gone and had fun. The nerve, the betrayal. The next week, Mom asked Dad how Lena and the baby were doing. They were great, he said. Lena would be back next week. What about Dorothy? Mom didn't look up from her plate. His eyes cut to me. Well, I don't need another hygienist. I'll give her a good recommendation, though. He took another bite of potatoes and chewed. The skin on his throat was lax and swaying with the motion of his jaw. Funny how I'd never noticed that before. My father was getting old. Of course, to a 6th grader, old is anything north of 18. But in that moment, I felt 2 things. A savage, hot triumph that Dorothy was out of our lives, and an overwhelming disgust for my father. Just because she was gone didn't mean I was going to forgive him. And then, 3 months later, my father was shot in the face and killed, and he never got a day past 44 years, 6 months, and 1 day. Death affects everyone differently. For me, I became more protective of my sister. Rachel had always struggled, too tender, too giving. After Dad died, she became even sweeter and more shy. Mom became someone entirely different. She was now a professional widow. Gone was the busy bee mother, the art therapist, the committee chair for every committee that ever existed. Instead of world's best mother, Mom became world's most grief-stricken wife. A creeping dread, and disgust, I'll admit, grew in me like mildew as my brisk, capable mother devolved into someone who fell asleep in her chair every night, clutching a picture of Dad and her on their wedding day. She stopped coloring her hair, gained weight, started wearing Dad's clothes. Work, which she'd so loved the past year, became too much, and she demoted herself back to art therapist, then cut her hours back to just a few a week. "I can't bear being around all those people," she'd say. "Why was Rob taken so young? Why not one of them instead?" All she could talk about was how happy they'd been, how blessed, a word I'd never before heard her say. "I wish it had been me," she said one night, her tone sticky with self-pity. "You girls would have been better off if it had been me instead of Rob." That was another thing. There was no more Daddy or Dad, or even your father when Mom spoke. There was only Rob, her husband. She was a pale comfort to us in our grief, but at least you two have each other, meaning she was suffering much more than we were. And maybe she was, but it didn't seem fair for one of us to burst into tears and then have Mom cry harder and longer and louder. That's how I changed. I became cynical and tougher, though really the change had started in the dental supply room. A conglomerate bought Dad's practice, and Tate dental offices became Oak Hill Dental. The hygienist stayed on. A 60-something-year-old woman who didn't believe in nitrous oxide was hired, and Dr. Dan moved down south a couple of years after Dad died. Every once in a while, I thought about Dorothy, wondering if she knew about Dad, if she was sad. And then one night, I bolted awake and decided something. I had seen wrong. They hadn't been kissing, hugging, yeah, maybe, but not kissing. Dad would never cheat on Mom. It was me. I was wrong. My romantic fantasies about Dr. Dan had infused my little brain with all sorts of tawdry soap opera images. That was all. I needed to mourn my father, that wonderful, sweet, gentle man. He couldn't be a cheater anymore. I mean, he never was, anyway, right? With my mother an abject wreck, I had to love my father again, to think of him as that nearly perfect guy. It was too hard to fight, even silently, against Rachel and Mom and their unadulterated grief. During my freshman year of high school, I took an elective called Design Basics, and suddenly, finally, I had something to do at home to distract me from our house of mourning. I asked for sewing lessons for my birthday, and a tiny Italian woman taught me how to make French seams and rolled hems, gussets and buttonholes. Rachel went to college for graphic design. She was also artsy, and she stayed close by, going to college in New Paltz. When it was my turn, I headed for the city, to Parsons. To anyone in the Empire State, Manhattan is the shining star, shimmering at the mouth of the Hudson like Oz. Within a week, I knew the subway systems, the best place for Thai food, and had already introduced myself to every one of my professors. I became a cliched New York City college student, wearing black clothes and ugly, heavy shoes, carrying my sketch pad with me wherever I went, proudly living in a refrigerator-sized apartment with 3 other students. I went home often, but briefly, grateful to slip back into the city. The city, where already I was distinguishing myself. Every guy I dated, I imagined marrying, but nothing stuck, and I had my heart broken more than a couple times. Then, between my undergraduate and master's degrees, I headed for Sydney for a 6-month internship at Chanel, Australia. There was a huge snowstorm, and my flight was delayed by 19 hours, give or take. Rather than crash on a friend's floor or go home to Cambria-on-Hudson, I decided to tough it out at JFK, wandering with the throngs of fellow strandees and airport staff as the leaden skies pelted us with fist-sized snowflakes. I sketched 4 dresses and a suit, entertained a little Korean boy by drawing him anime characters, then got up, my ass numb from sitting on the floor for so long. I wandered through the vast terminals, watching people, checking in with my mom and sister to assure them that I was fine and didn't want to come home, that I'd be on my way soon enough. The sun-drenched glory and good cheer of Sydney seemed as far as Pluto, and my eyes grew gritty with fatigue and filtered air. And then I saw him. Dr. Dan Wallace, DDS, my father's old partner, sitting at one of the many crowded bars. Still looked like Patrick Swayze, too. When I tapped him on the shoulder and told him who I was, a smile sliced his face, and he hugged me tight, smelling of whiskey and Irish Spring. When he pulled back, he was a little teary-eyed. "Join me for a drink?" he said, and I realized with some degree of affection that he was half in the bag. "Have you been stuck here long?" I asked. 20... He looked at his watch. 27 hours, more or less. "Bartender, a drink for my friend here. Hang on, Jenny, are you old enough to drink?"
"I am," I said, ordering a glass of Merlot. "I'm 22 now."
"No," Dr. Dan exclaimed. "That doesn't seem possible. Oh, Jenny, you've gotten so pretty. Well, you always were a beautiful girl."
He had an impressive memory, given that he'd worked for my dad for such a short time. I told him about Rachel, her graduate degree in graphic design, her work for an online startup. Mom was happy, I lied. Doing well? And how about himself?
"Oh, I'm married very happily," he said. "Got 2 kids, a girl and a boy."
He pulled out his wallet to show me pictures, and they were awfully cute. His wife was lovely. It dawned on me that Dr. Dan wasn't even 40. Not really that old at all, now that he and I were both adults. He lived in Macon, Georgia, though he remained a Yankee at heart.
"Your father was the greatest guy," Dr. Dan said, slurring the slightest bit. "He really took me under his wing, gave me a chance."
"I know he liked you so much," I said.
"Well, I looked up to him, that's for sure. He was everything I wanted to be. The original family man. Beautiful wife, you girls, gorgeous house. You know, I was so glad when he gave up that woman. Rob, I told him, you have everything. Don't shit where you eat, even if it's not my place to say so. Is she worth ruining your marriage? And see, even though I wasn't married at the time, I knew. He and your mom, they were the real deal."
The bartender met my eye, and I stared back. What did he want? Oh, he was asking if I needed a refill. I nudged my glass a little closer, and more red wine flowed. He had a tattoo on his wrist. The wine was yellowtail. There was a maraschino cherry on the floor, and he was just about to step on it. My legs were shaking. Dr. Dan was still talking. "Dorothy?" I interrupted. "Was that her name?"
"Dorothy, yeah, I think so. Lizzie hated her. Oh, man, Lizzie, remember her? She and I dated a couple times. She was all right, that Lizzie."
He kept up in that vein, talking and talking and talking, the subject drifting from his days in COH to his migration south, how he met his wife. I stopped listening. I nodded in the right places, then checked my watch and pretended my flight was boarding in 10 minutes, kissed him on the cheek, thanked him for the wine, and left. Dorothy. I could see her face as if she'd been standing in front of me. Blonde hair, black roots, that full-lipped mouth, blue eyes, big nose. But it worked. So it was true after all. My father had indeed been kissing Dorothy. In fact, he'd had an affair.
I was so glad when he gave up that woman.
That didn't even sound like a one-night stand. A middle-aged man confronted with his fading youth in the face of Dr. Dan, a wife who's suddenly in love with her career, 2 daughters who didn't leap into his arms at night anymore, and a damsel in distress in the form of a single mom who struggled to pay the bills. I remembered Mom's flashes of jealousy, her easy dismissal of Dorothy's problems, but I also knew Mom well enough to understand that if she had known Dad was sleeping with someone else, she'd never have been able to hide it. Mom didn't know. Rachel didn't know. 6 hours later, my flight really did board, and I fell into a coma-like sleep the second we taxied down the snowy runway. When I woke up somewhere over the Pacific, I was resolved. I'd never tell. It was too late. The hot chocolate and Madeleines hadn't fooled me back then, that rainy day when I was 11. I had known. I gave him the benefit of the doubt that night when I decided I'd imagined the whole thing, and I was wrong to do it. For the past 12 years, I'd been pretending Dad wasn't the cheater he was. I should have told Mom when there was still time. She could have confronted him, gotten counseling, could have divorced him. She could have separated, at least, and when he died, she at least might have been on the road to some other form of happiness. And maybe, just maybe, if he'd been the guilty man who had to make amends for his affair,
he wouldn't have gone for that stupid green watermelon brain freeze. If he'd been living in some pathetic apartment, wondering how he was going to pay alimony and child support, maybe he wouldn't have stopped to indulge his sweet tooth. Maybe if I'd told, he'd be alive today.
Rachel. My STD panel came back clear. There have been moments in the past 2 weeks when I've been able to forget my husband had an affair. During the days when the girls don't have school, for example, when we're elbow deep in organic clay or paint or dirt, I forget. I dug out part of the backyard to make the girls their own garden, and they're so beautiful out there that I take dozens of pictures. Grace sprinkling the pink impatiens with one of the 3 tiny watering cans we painted, Rose laughing and filthy, clutching a seedling in each fist, Charlotte lying in the dirt, singing to her pupil plant. I'll mat and frame a photo of each girl and hang the photos in their room. My love for them still fills me with such light and joy my feet almost leave the ground sometimes, and when they snuggle against me or pick me a flower or leaf, when they draw a picture of me with a big red slash of a smile, I know who I am. Everywhere else, though, I'm muddled. 3 weeks ago, I was a happy, happy wife in love with her husband. Now hatred flashes like corrosive acid, spurting out of me at the very thought or sight of Adam. I hate myself as well, that stupid, happy woman who thought that making inventive dinners and wearing pretty clothes would keep this wolf from my door. I never knew I had hate like this in me, and it horrifies me, a consuming monster that leaps and claws at the love I had for him, and for us. And then, sometimes he'll just call to see if I need anything before he comes home, and I forget that he had sex with someone else, and I love him again. Until I remember. I've called the Tribeca Grant 4 times this week. The poor woman at the reservations desk is starting to smell of fake, I'm pretty sure, but she's been so kind, as if she knows exactly who I am and how I'll never stay in a hotel like that, certainly not on my own. I've noticed they've updated the pictures. There's a bar in the suite, and in the lobby for that matter. A long curving couch with pink pillows, that ocean-size white bed. What would I do there? Sit? Cry? Drink Pinot Grigio and watch Say Yes to the Dress? I bet Emmanuel would be right at home in that suite. In the past 17 days, I've read dozens of articles about infidelity, and we all have the same question, we stupid wives. What does she have that I don't? In Emmanuel's case, the answer is pretty clear. Confidence, style, amorality, a Brazilian. I can't think of her. Just can't go there without the rage monster clawing its way right through my rib cage. My phone dings with a text. Jenny. She's been collateral damage in this mess. For the first time in my life, it's been hard to talk to my sister. She came over the other afternoon to play with the girls and visit, though we can't talk about it with the kids around. I know she wants to help, but what can she do? I can barely look her in the eye, because then I'll see all the love she has for me there, and I'll lose it. Tonight, however, she's babysitting, because Adam and I are going to a marriage counselor. It was one of my ultimatums, that and me sleeping in the guest room. The girls wanted to know why, so I told them that I had a little cold, which was why my eyes had been wet. They've already adapted, running into my room in the morning and climbing in bed with me, smelling of sweat, and in Charlotte's case, faintly of pee, since she still has to wear a diaper at night. Adam appears in the doorway looking rested. How dare he sleep so damn well, and hopeful and slightly sad, making me wonder if he practices that look in the mirror. The girls leap and bounce and beg to be held by their daddy, whose tongue has been in places I don't want to think about. And so, my list of ultimatums, trying to prove to myself that Rachel is a strong woman. Once I thought I knew exactly what I'd do in the ugly face of infidelity. It was so clear back then. If I couldn't have what my parents had, then I'd rather be single, divorced. I knew what I deserved, and I wouldn't be one of those pathetic women who settled, who ate or drank or starved herself in her misery, who carries anger like a switchblade, always ready to slice into someone else's happiness. But I guess I don't know anything anymore. Jenny comes over at 6:30. "Hello, my little giraffe babies," she calls, and the girls wriggle and squeal in delight, wrapping themselves around her. "Auntie, I'm not a giraffe," Grace says. "Are you sure?" Jenny asks. "I am. I'm a giraffe," Charlotte says, detaching from Jenny's leg and running around the house, whinnying. Rose follows, and Jenny picks Grace up and snuggles her. Then Adam comes downstairs. "Hey, Jen," he says, and my sister's face hardens. He ignores that. "Babe, you ready to go?" As if it's a date, as if we're going to dinner and a movie, as if he's done nothing wrong. "See you later," I say to my sister. "Bye, girls, I love you." I used to say we love you, but Adam's on his own tonight. He doesn't get included. "Love you, princesses," he says, then holds the door for me. 20 minutes later, we're in the office of Lainey Shields, who has a bunch of letters after her name. I found her by Googling marriage counselors. She was covered by our insurance, and on her website, certain reassuring words leaped out. Brief, focused, solutions. And God, I want a solution. Lainey's office is a building in the backyard of her house, a tiny little playhouse almost, with 3 couches and a chair, bookcases and end tables. Lots of boxes of tissues, the good kind with lotion. That strikes me as ominous. Come in," she says warmly. I sit on the flowered couch, and to my annoyance, Adam sits next to me, like he's already trying to show what a loving husband he is. Lainey takes the chair across from us. She's in her 50s with flyaway graying hair and a pleasant face, wonderful crow's feet. "A few things before we start," she says. "You can only come here for scheduled appointments. If you need to reach me urgently, you must call. If I see you on the property without an appointment, the police will be called." "Jesus," Adam says. "Well, I had one client appear with a gun several years ago," she says calmly. "There are surveillance cameras all over the property, as well as a state-of-the-art alarm system. I'm sure you're not the types, but it's my policy to inform clients up front." "Understandable," I murmur. "Also," she says, "this building is soundproof because emotions can run high. You don't have to worry about crying or yelling. No one will hear you outside of these walls. However, I have a panic button right here." She points to the underside of the arm of her chair, "in case things turn physical, and the police will be here in under 2 minutes." I love her. She's prepared, and clearly we're not the worst couple she's ever had. We're not going to need the police. We're probably pretty run-of-the-mill for her, just a cheating husband and his weepy wife. I bet she can fix us in 2 sessions. I feel oddly cheered. Adam, on the other hand, is already uncomfortable, shifting next to me. I inch away. He should have gotten his own couch. He's not wanted here. "Things tend to move faster if you're both honest," she continues. "It can be very painful, but think of it as lancing a boil. Unless you get to the heart of the infection, it won't clear up. It may be hard to hear what the other says, but that's what you're here for." I liked her more when she was talking about the panic button. Painful boils aren't nearly as fun. "So tell me, what brings you here?" Lainey says. Adam and I look at each other. He says nothing. Asshat. That's one of Jenny's favorite words, and it's becoming one of mine, too. I wait him out, staring steadily, wondering if he can feel the poison seeping out of my heart. "Rachel, thought we should see someone," he says finally. "We've had some difficulties lately." "And what do you mean by that?" He doesn't answer. "He had an affair," I say, "with a co-worker." "And is this affair still ongoing?" Lainey asks. "No," Adam says. She nods. As of right now, do you both feel like you want to stay married? Your answer may change later, but right now, what would you say?
Why do you think we're here?
He snaps. She's unaffected. Adam, let me state up front that I'm here for both of you. I'm not going to side with Rachel just because you had the affair. It's not my job to make you feel bad about yourself. That's a shame. Adam's been adored for too long. I also think it's important to understand why you had the affair. And Rachel, I don't want you to think of yourself as a victim. You have all the right in the world to be upset and hurt, and you have a vast array of choices to make. The affair has happened, and our goal is to move past that initial hurt and see what kind of solutions will work best for you both. This is focused counseling with an end goal in mind. It's up to both of you to decide what that goal is.
Right,
Adam says. Lainey sits back in her chair. Adam, why don't you tell me how this affair got started? Rachel, can you handle hearing about that? Sure, I chirp, but my legs buzz and twitch like they want to carry me out of this little playhouse and fast. Adam sighs.
Well, Rachel's perfect. Everyone knows that. Perfect housewife, perfect mother.
How old are your children?
3.5,
he says.
Girls, triplets.
Go on.
And I guess things got a little boring,
he says, and I actually jump. God, I didn't expect that at all. Boring? That word sledgehammers me in the chest and tears flood my eyes.
I'm sorry, he says. Look, it's just, all we talk about is the girls.
That's not true. I always ask about work and you... Let him talk, Rachel. Your turn is coming. Lainey smiles kindly, pushes the tissue toward me, and nods at Adam.
Yeah, so, we've been married for 10 years.
It's 9 years.
And she became Holly Hausfrau, and I just kind of felt myself losing interest.
Fucking fuckity fuckster. How dare he? I wear matching underwear, lace even if it itches. Last month, I read a Cosmo article on new techniques in the world of blowjobs, and I put those techniques to good use. Me, a mother. And yes, the whole time I worried the girls would wander in. We don't have locks on our doors.
Emmanuelle is a woman I work with. Razor sharp, incredibly smart, takes no shit from anyone, and she was blatant about wanting it.
And by it, what do you mean? Lainey asks.
Sex. Fucking. Me.
The words are like punches.
At first I told her I was happily married.
Did you consider yourself that way? She asks.
Yes.
He sounds surprised. He looks at me, sees my stupid, hated tears, and his face changes. He grabs the tissue box and hands it to me.
Oh, babe. Yeah, just, I don't know. It's not even that I was bored, honey, he says. That was a poor choice of words. It was routine, I guess. And Emmanuelle, she's like a fantasy. It was porn sex.
And what do you mean by that, Adam? Lainey asks. I shoot her a dark look, because I, for one, don't want to know.
She was really aggressive and, adventurous, and her body is amazing.
I can see why Lainey Shields has a panic button. The image of me punching Adam in the throat is deeply, deeply satisfying right about now. He must read my expression.
I mean, your body's great too, Rach, but, well, you know what I mean.
You mean I bore your daughters in the 3-for-1 special because you had a low sperm count and it took a toll on my body?
Right, blame me for the infertility. Dr. Shields, I have a low sperm count. Apparently my wife wants the world to know.
I just think it's unfair of you to talk about Emmanuelle's perfect body when having our children made mine less than perfect, I bite out. Let Adam talk, Rachel, Lainey says calmly. Adam shoots me a triumphant look, like the teacher just sided with him.
I guess that's it. Emmanuelle, she's like a porno movie. Rachel is like a wife.
Probably because I am a wife, I snap. This is the new me, courtesy of my cheating husband. Angry, curt, hostile. All things I'm entitled to be, and all things I hate. How did you end things with Emmanuel? Lainey asks. Adam sits up straighter and looks Lainey in the eye.
I told her that I could not keep up an affair with a coworker when I love my wife, because I do love Rachel. She's everything to me.
Except a porno movie, I say. Do you have feelings for Emmanuel? Lainey asks.
He shifts. Well, yeah, I mean, not love, but lust. She's funny, she's smart, we operate in the same world.
How did she take you telling her it was over? Lainey asks.
She was fine with it,
he mumbles.
I think she hoped for more, but...
His voice changes into his country club voice, firmer and louder.
I would never leave Rachel and the girls.
See what a great guy I am? Why not? Lainey asks.
Because.
His voice breaks.
Because I love them. I love you, Rachel. You're everything to me. And the girls are too. I just screwed up. I thought it wouldn't hurt anyone because I didn't think you'd find out. It was never going to be long-term. I was stupid, I know. A kid who wants all the toys.
His face scrunches up and he looks so much like Grace in that moment that my heart gives an unwilling tug.
I love you,
he whispers. Yay me, I say, and we both laugh for a second, identical surprised snorts. Okay, Rachel, why don't you tell me how you're feeling? Well, I say, and suddenly I feel more like my old self, shy, embarrassed at having to talk to a stranger, horrified at the tides of anger and grief and shame that surge without my permission or control. Grateful for Adam saying what he just did, grateful and limp with relief. He loves me. He's staying with me. She was just a fling. Yeah, right. And he said you were boring and Emmanuel is razor sharp. No one has called you razor sharp before. I stiffen. I'm very angry, I say, and Lainey nods and smiles sympathetically. I don't trust him, because the first time I asked about this, he lied. He wanted to have porno sex with Emmanuel, so he did. I had to get an STD screening last week. That definitely wasn't on my list of things to do. I told the babysitter I was getting a pedicure.
But you don't have an STD. I would never endanger you,
Adam says. You want a medal? I look back at Lainey. It's hard to accept that screwing his porno dream was more important than 9 years of marriage and 3 daughters and this precious, beautiful life we've built.
You mean you've built, Adam interjects. Your life, your vision of precious and beautiful.
Really? When did you ever want anything else before Emmanuel and her vagina came along, huh? You told me you wanted at least 2 kids. You were all for me being a stay-at-home mom. You bought our house without even consulting me. So don't give me this you've stifled my dreams bullshit. I seem to be yelling. Adam looks stunned and my face burns and my legs are shaking, and I can't sit next to him another second. I bolt to the other couch and can't bear to look at my husband. How did things get so wretched? Lainey leans forward. Do you want to stay married, Rachel, even knowing that Adam's been unfaithful? I don't know, I whisper. Grabbing a tissue, I press it against my eyes. I don't know. I kind of hate him right now.
Well, I love you, Adam says impatiently. Sex and love are different.
Fuck you, I say.
Nice, you sound like your sister.
Don't you dare talk about my sister. Okay, Lainey says. Adam, I want you to do something right now. Look at Rachel and tell her you're sorry.
I've told her that 100 times since this happened.
Since I found out, you mean. You actually tried to guilt-trip me the first time I asked. Tell her again, Adam. Really look at her." He turns to me, and after a second his caramel eyes soften from irritable to love.
"I'm so sorry," he whispers. "I really am, Rach."
This is the hard part. The love. I stare back, feeling older than I ever have before. "That's all we have time for this week," Lainey says, "but we're off to a good, solid start, you two." For no reason that I can fathom, Adam is chipper in the car.
"That went well. I had my doubts, but that went well."
I don't answer. My head is killing me.
"Think I can have my wife back?"
he asks, giving me a sidelong smile. "What?"
"Can we sleep together tonight? I miss you."
"I don't think so, Adam." He sighs, taps a finger on the steering wheel.
"Then when?"
"Whenever I feel like it, which I don't." Listen to me. I do kind of sound like Jenny, who's always so quick and sharp. I miss the old me.
"I meant what I said, sweetheart."
Adam's voice is gentle. "About me being boring or about you being so sorry?"
"I am sorry. Do I have to chant it over and over?"
"Maybe."
"Then I will. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I love you. Forgive me."
His voice holds a hint of amusement, and I'm too tired to be angry about it. The window is cool against my forehead. A soft rain taps against the windshield. The lovely homes of COH pass by in their tasteful colors, gray and white and yellow, dark green and colonial red. Pots of pansies and wreaths of forsythia grace doorways, and the lawns are lush and thick. "Would you mind driving me to the cemetery?" I ask.
"Sure, baby,"
Adam says. He's back to considerate Adam, the Adam I love. He pulls into Eden Hills, the vast rolling cemetery that serves COH and 3 other towns. I've always loved coming here. It's only a mile from home. My mother finds it agonizing, and Jenny hasn't come in years, but I visit a couple of times a month and tend Daddy's grave. Just last week the girls and I were here. They know their grandfather is in heaven, but they haven't asked the difficult question yet. How did Grandpa die? Grace will be the first, I'm sure. "I'll walk home," I say as Adam pulls up to the gentle hillside where Dad lies.
"You sure, sweetheart? It's raining. Well, you like the rain."
He gives me a sad smile. "I do love you," I tell him. I can't help it. I do. And as Lainey said, being honest is going to help. I was honest about the anger. I can be honest about this as well.
"I love you too."
His eyes get teary again, and it's reassuring and sad.
"Take your time,"
he adds, clearing his throat.
"I'll make sure the girls are tucked in."
"Be nice to Jenny." I open the car door.
"I will. Here, take my jacket."
He reaches back and hands me his windbreaker.
"In case you get cold."
I take the coat up to Dad's grave and watch Adam pull away, then spread out his jacket and sit on the wet grass, the coppery smell of rain against granite oddly reassuring. Some of the graves here date back to pre-Revolutionary War days. Mrs. Brewster's family, the Hales, as in Nathan, have a mausoleum, in fact. There are different sections connected by twisting roads, huge old trees, statues of angels. The entire cemetery is enclosed by an iron fence. When the girls are older, I'll bring them here to learn to ride their bikes. If we're still living in our house, that is. I brush off a few maple seed pods that have fallen on Daddy's headstone. I'm fairly sure my father would have been furious by all this. He would have punched Adam right in the face when he heard. Dad and Mom were that magical couple who never lost interest in each other, who still exchanged those private, smiling looks when they thought Jenny and I weren't watching. The ultimate united front. All I ever wanted in a relationship was to emulate my parents, to be as good a mother as my mom was before the shooting, to find a man who'd never tire of me. Mom and Dad were married for 17, together for 20. 20 years together seems like an eternity to me right now. It sure would be nice to have my father right now. To get a hug from your dad makes you feel safer than just about anything in the world. And in his arms, you don't have to be brave or strong or selfless. You're daddy's little girl again. And just knowing he's there makes everything a little better, even if it doesn't really change anything. I hear a hissing sound and look up. A man is riding a bicycle down the cemetery lane with the wheels slicing through puddles. It's Leo, Jenny's super, who was so nice to me that night. "Hey," he says, slowing to a stop. "Hi, Leo. Kind of a wet night for a bike ride, isn't it?" "It's not so bad." He gets off his bike, puts down the kickstand, and comes up to join me. Reads the headstone, which says Robert James Tate, beloved husband, adored father. "I'm sorry," he says, sitting next to me on Adam's jacket. I haven't been this close to a man other than Adam since my obstetrician, and not counting him since work, when Gus Fletcher, who had smiley eyes and flirted with every woman in the entire building, would lean down next to my computer and ask me to tweak a design. "Thanks," I say belatedly. "He was a great father." Leo nods. "Everything okay with you?" He gives me a sidelong glance. "Stupid question, sorry." "I guess Jenny told you." "I kind of figured it out. How are your girls?" "They're fine. They're wonderful." "I hope to meet them sometime." "You're great with kids, I hear." His mouth pulls up. He has one of those faces that's not quite handsome. He's a little too angular, but is all the more appealing because of it. "I like kids." "Do you have any of your own?" I ask. "No." "And you're not married?" "Nope. Don't fix me up with your sister, though. She's already half in love with me." He grins full on, and I find that I'm laughing. "Why would that be a bad thing?" I ask. "Oh, I don't know. I'm not the most stable or serious of men." Sounds like a line. It is, but a sincere line just the same. He runs a hand through his hair, which is soaked. No helmet, tisk. "Can I ask you a question, Leo?" "Sure." "Will you be really honest?" "You bet." "How pretty am I?" His eyebrows pop up. Very." "On a scale of 1 to 10. "At the moment, 8.75. When you're dry, 9.25. Your hair isn't great in the rain." I push the wet hair back. "True. That's generous of you." "No, just accurate." "Where would Jenny fall on that scale?" 3. "Oh, please, she's a 10. He shrugs rather adorably. "You sure you don't want to date her?" "I don't want to date anyone, but thank you." He glances toward the gate. "Can I walk you home?" "No, thanks. I could use a little alone time." Alone time. It sounds so juvenile. "Mommy needs some alone time," I often say to the girls when I'm in the bathroom, but they push right in and play happily at my feet as I do my thing. The bathroom has become very communal. "Okay, then." Leo stands up and offers me his hand. It's a nice hand, very big and warm, those long pianist fingers. "Jenny says you went to Juilliard," I say. "Yes, piano performance and composition." "I'd love to hear you play sometime." "I'm really out of practice." He smiles a little, and I find that I like him a lot, even without knowing him, and I'm comfortable with him, which hardly ever happens with me and a man. Leo walks with me to the cemetery gate, asks me again if I don't want an escort on the mean streets of Cambria-on-Hudson. "I'm fine, but it was nice to see you," I tell him honestly. "You too, Rachel." He gets on his bike and starts off. 9.25, he calls over his shoulder. "Wear a helmet next time," I call back, the mother in me. 8.75 in the rain, I murmur. Not bad for someone who will turn 40 soon. Yes, my sister is a 10 with her shiny hair and deep eyes, that wry smile always ready to spring, her perfect skin. And that whore Emmanuelle, also a 10, though in a very different, more blatant way. She reminds me of a model in the New York Times magazine, slightly terrifying, perfectly beautiful, angles and spareness everywhere, except for her big, juicy, hungry mouth. I don't hurry home. I want my alone time to last a little longer.
Jenny. Don't judge me, Rachel says as soon as I pick up the phone. It's Monday morning, my day off. I hate when people say that. It's like saying no offense, but you're so ugly or something. I'm drinking coffee by the sink and spying on Leo, who's got a pile of wood and a saw that he barely seems to know how to hold. Hang on, Rach. I mute the phone a second and bang on the window. Stop before you lose a finger. He drops the saw instantly and smiles up at me, as if he was waiting for me to intervene. I'm back, I tell my sister. I need you to come with me somewhere, Rachel says, but don't try to talk me out of it, okay? I'll be over in 20 minutes. She hangs up, knowing I'll agree. I admit I'm curious. She's not usually so bossy. It's kind of refreshing. I go down my front steps and into Leo's courtyard. Why are you trying to mutilate yourself? I ask. Wouldn't that hurt your career and all?
Good morning, Jenny.
Damn, he's just so deliciously adorable. I want to feed him. I want to cuddle him. I want to kiss him for hours. The knowing eyebrow raises. Just because you are a tool doesn't mean you should use one, I say before he can whip out the old eye-fucking line.
That's a good one.
He's wearing what he wears most days, except when he goes to see his mom. Jeans and a t-shirt. He has quite an array of t-shirts. This one is faded gray with faint blue letters spelling out Starfleet Academy. Such a dork. Then again, I know exactly what Starfleet Academy is, so I'm in the same dork boat. What are you making? Or, more aptly, what aren't you making? Upon closer inspection, the pile of wood resembles a triangle, a crooked, timid triangle.
It's a ramp for Loki.
I glance at the dog, who appears to be dead. A ramp to heaven? I suggest.
To my bed, which is kind of the same thing.
Leo winks.
Or so they tell me.
And by they, you mean foul-tempered dogs? I put my foot on the ramp. It collapses.
I flunked a wood shop,
Leo says. You don't say. Why can't you just lift him up on the bed? I ask. Leo hesitates.
He has arthritis, and it hurts him if I pick him up.
He looks away from me. I get it. He doesn't want to put the dog to sleep, even if Loki is circling the drain as it is. I try to think of something nice to say about the dog and come up empty, so I crouch down and pet his ear. He growls at me. He's quite a character, I manage.
He's the best.
Yeah, well, I can't go that far, but it's kind of sweet, Leo's devotion to Old Yeller here. My sister and I have plans today. Can I fix this later? I ask.
That'd be great, Jenny.
For once, he's not flirting or tragic, his two resting states.
Tell your sister I said hi.
On cue, Rachel pulls up, waves, and off I go. How bad is the crush on him? She says as I buckle in. Oh, pretty bad, I say. He's unfairly attractive. I saw him at the cemetery the other night. Did he tell you? He was out for a bike ride. I've seen Leo go out on his bike. I haven't seen him drive, oddly enough. Then again, he may well go out when I'm at work, and when I'm home, he's got his students tormenting me with 3 blind mice and pop goes the weasel and let it go. He's already warned me that around Christmas time, I may want to buy some swords for seppuku. So, where are we going, Rach? I ask. To hell, she doesn't say, but 10 minutes later, I'm in hell. Or, as it's known, Monarcha Med Aesthetics and Youth Restoration, LLC, part of a beautiful shopping complex on the edge of Cambria-on-Hudson. You do not need this, I say firmly. Rachel, do not let Adam make you feel unattractive. Is that what this is? Don't judge me. she answers blithely, closing the minivan door. "I'm only here for a consultation." "You're perfect. You're beautiful. Rachel, you get carded when we go out. Everyone thinks I'm the older sister." "I'm feeling a little frumpy, that's all." "So go buy some green nail polish. You don't need anything done to yourself." She turns to me and her face is unexpectedly furious. "I want to see the plastic surgeon, okay? I thought it would be easier with you here, but if you're going to be a pain, then leave." Yikes. "I'm sorry, it's just that I love you and think you're beautiful." "I know, thank you." She takes a deep breath, shoots me an apologetic glance. "Look, obviously my ego has taken a hit. I'm just curious. My friend Elle had a little work done. She had some big work done. Those things are like cannonballs. And even before this, I noticed I was looking a little tired. I've been thinking about it." "Really? Since when?" "Jenny, I'm allowed to have thoughts without immediately picking up the phone and calling you. Are you going to be a pain here, or are you going to be supportive?" Supportive. Sorry. Let's go." I fake a smile. Rachel has told me just about everything since finding that picture on Adam's phone. I know about the counseling session. I know she told him to ask Emmanuel to get transferred, and he said he couldn't do that. I know she called AT&T, Verizon, and Comcast to see if he has another phone. I know she broke their wedding picture and got it reframed. I know she got a clean result from the STD panel. I know she deliberately oversalted his dinner the other night, and he ate it anyway. But she's never once brought up plastic surgery. The doctor's office is as dark as a cave. The windows are frosted, and there's a code to punch in. It feels more like we're going into witness protection than a doctor's office. When my eyes adjust, I can see that it's actually quite lovely in here. There's a huge dispenser of lemon and cucumber water and some hot water for tea, several tasteful black couches and cube end tables. Birdsong twitters from unseen speakers. A faux waterfall gushes behind the reception desk, reminding me that I had 3 cups of coffee this morning. Rachel whispers to the receptionist, her shoulders tight, smiling hard to counter her shyness, and maybe the humiliation she feels at being here. It's hardly original, is it? Husband has a fare, wife decides to get some work done. Except Rachel isn't the plastic surgery type. The soft-voiced and beautiful young woman checks Rachel in, and we take our seats. "Hi," says a woman next to me. I recoil, then scratch my nose to cover. She looks like someone took a baseball bat to her. Her face is swollen and plum-colored. Her hair is matted. She's wearing pajamas and slippers. One of her feet is hugely swollen, and tubes snake out of the bottom of her shirt. "Hi," I say, remembering to speak. Rach is staring at a Martha Stewart magazine, pretending to be invisible. "Are you getting work done?" the poor woman asks. Nope, not yet. Maybe someday, I don't know." "Well, Dr. L is great," she says. "I'm just sorry I waited this long." How long?" "I should have done this when I was 60, she says, ventriloquist-like in her ability not to move her lips. "I'm 82, can you believe it?" She's actually ageless, given that her purple face is stretched tighter than an eggplant. "So, what did you have done?" I ask, unable to help myself. "The whole package," she says. "Got my eyelids done, some Botox, a little filler, chin implant, cheekbones. Got my lips done, neck lift, breast implants, tummy tuck, ass lift." "Oh, wow," I whisper. I can't imagine the pain, let alone the cost of all those procedures. I think she might be smiling at me, or grimacing. An ass lift? At 82? I plan on proudly letting my ass drag when I'm 82. I sure as hell wouldn't. I say go for the whole package. No need in coming back 10 or 12 times. Just have them knock you out and go for it. "So, are you in a lot of pain?" I ask my new best friend. "Agonizing," she answers. "I won't lie. I was hit by a car when I was 16. This hurts more. I was begging for morphine the first 3 weeks. My eyelids flutter. I've never been brave with pain. "Rachel Carver?" a nurse calls. Rach puts down the magazine and stands up, running her hands over the front of her dress. I scramble up after her. "Did you hear that?" I hiss. "She was begging for morphine. Can you just relax, please?" "Rachel, that woman looked like she was attacked by gorillas." She doesn't answer. I'm being an ass, but come on. My sister does not want this. I'm almost positive. The nurse shows us into a spacious exam room, much nicer than the regular doctor's office, where you practically need to sit on each other's laps. Rachel is given a soft terry cloth robe, and when she's changed, the doctor comes in, a very normal-looking woman, which I find reassuring. Maybe around 60, a pleasantly big nose, bags under her eyes. "Hi, I'm Dr. Looper," she says. "Rachel, right? So nice to meet you. So, you're interested in the mommy makeover?" "Mm-hmm," my sister says. "And why now?" "Why, indeed." "Well, I'll be 40 in a couple weeks," Rachel says, her voice shaking a little. "You look great for 40. The double-edged compliment. 40 is when you look old and haggard and flaccid, but you hardly do. The most important thing to remember is that this should be for you. If it makes you feel better about yourself, why not go ahead, right? You have 3 daughters, it says here, so like most women, I bet you put yourself last." She smiles kindly. "This would be something just for you to enjoy for years to come." Rachel looks reassured. I don't roll my eyes, but I want to. "Let's have a look, then," Dr. Looper says. For the next 15 minutes, Rachel is examined as if Dr. Looper is about to buy a racehorse. I'm surprised she doesn't ask Rachel to turn her head and cough, frankly. My sister's stomach, breasts, thighs, ass are pinched and poked and lifted. So, we've got sagging here, a little drooping here, some cellulite here, and of course a loose skin here. You had triplets, so no wonder. You're a superhero. She is indeed, I say. Dr. Looper smiles. We can do a little tummy tuck and get rid of that little bit of extra skin, move your belly button up to here, tighten everything up so you look like a teenager, because honestly, you don't have that much extra weight. She has no extra weight, I say, unable to stop myself. Your sister's right. And then for your breasts, I'd recommend a breast lift to get the girls back where they were, maybe some subtle implants if you'd like to go a bit bigger. She smiles reassuringly, but I can't get eggplant woman out of my mind. And while we've got you on the table, we can do a little lipo on the thighs. You barely need anything, but a lot of women these days are doing that, and then having some of the fat injected into their labia to plump things up down there. Yes, so Rachel can enjoy that for years to come, because what woman doesn't fret over this? After all, don't we walk around with mirrors in our panties, making sure our labia looks plump enough? I try to fix my face, but I'm fairly sure my disgust shows. We can even do a little vaginal tightening to enhance sexual pleasure for both you and your husband. My sister bursts into tears. Thank God. Please give us a few minutes, I say, taking my sister in my arms. The doctor looks confused, but takes her evil clipboard and leaves. Rachel, I say, hugging her tight. Oh, my poor honey bun. She's really sobbing now. You don't need anything changed about you, I say, my voice shaking. I know, she whispers. I just can't. I can't help. I hate myself for coming here, but I can't help it. Emmanuel is so beautiful, Jenny. She's so scary beautiful. She's maleficent beautiful. I want to say, so what, or who cares, or that shouldn't matter. But of course it does matter to my sister. I bet she's not that beautiful. She is, my sister says. Well, she has a very ugly vagina, I say, and my sister bursts into that mixture of laughter and crying. And she's a whore, I add. My sister gives me a watery smile. I'm so glad you say all the things I can't, she says, wiping her eyes. Dr. Looper opens the door. Is everything okay? She asks. Yes, Rachel says. I'm sorry, I'm just not ready for this. That's completely understandable. You have to do this for the right reasons, the doctor says kindly. Come back if you ever change your mind. I take my sister out for an early lunch and tell her about some of my clients. The Russian girl who wants to wear a dress completely covered in Swarovski crystals, no matter that it will be so heavy she'll barely be able to walk in it. The bride with the EE bra size who wept when I told her it would be no problem to make her a dress. And Kimber, how did that go? Rach asks. Oh, interesting appointment, that one. Mrs. Brewster wants her in a long-sleeved, high-necked ball gown. Not a centimeter of skin showing anywhere. The pictures she brought in were so ugly my eyes bled. Kimber is being an incredible sport about it, but I doubt very much it's her dream gown. Jared is really crazy about her. Kimber, that is. Well, she lights up every time she says his name. Think they'll last? Rachel says, toying with a lettuce leaf. I do, actually. After so many brides, I have a good sense about these things. Do you think Adam and I will last? She asks. I don't know. Do you think so? I have to give him a chance, she says, right? I think of her tears an hour ago, of the STD panel and the 5 days it took for the results to come in. No, Rachel, you don't. You deserve better. Gratitude flickers across her face, fast as a hummingbird, and then is gone. I love my life, she says, her voice so soft I can barely hear her. And it just breaks my heart. Then she perks up, or fakes perking up, more accurately. You have a date tonight, Jimmy Grant, right? Right. He better be normal, Rach, or you'll pay. She grins, and it's almost sincere. Jimmy is the divorced dad whose kid goes to the same nursery school as the girls. He's very normal, and he's pretty cute, too. Could be the one. That's my sister. Her life is in the shitter, but she still wants me to find a happily ever after. Rachel and I pick up the girls, and I spend an hour playing bucking bronco with all three of them, and probably rupturing a few discs. Then I head for home. I don't want to run into Adam, who's been coming home early, Rachel says, and I did promise Leo I'd make that ramp, and of course there is the date. I went back to Manhattan the other day for the final fitting on a lovely woman who viewed her wedding dress with the perfect blend of joy and deprecation. I'd had to let out the seams a little bit to accommodate her growing belly. 3 months along, but already showing. She's 43. She and her fiancé are thrilled about the baby. See? It's not too late for me, 7 years younger. Anyway, the thing that surprised me was how the city, felt both foreign and familiar. I knew to get off the West Side Highway before 14th Street. I knew where to find a parking space on Green Street. I knew to stop at Benny's Burritos to pick up dinner, because lukewarm Benny's is still better than anything you can get in a 100-mile radius. But in less than a month, New York is no longer mine. The city always seemed alive to me, a great, jagged dragon sitting on its jewels, the unexpected alley garden on the Upper West Side, welcoming you to sit and rest, the homeless man on Madison Avenue who offered critiques of your outfits for $5, the brownstone on East 81st Street where no one lived but which could be accessed by the garden door so you could wander the empty rooms as if you owned the place. Central Park at sunrise in June, a golden paradise filled with birdsong against the reassuring sound of fire sirens. Reassuring because New York's bravest were on their way. What I didn't quite expect was that as soon as I left Manhattan behind, the beneficent, regal creature forgot me. It tolerated me when I was a student of 18. It gave me my chance. It celebrated me when I made it. And it forgot me the second I drove over the Henry Hudson Bridge. You're always just a foster child in this city that never sleeps. The second you go, someone else takes your room. And though it was hard to picture, I'm glad. It's an almost shameful confession. I love my hometown more than I thought I would. I love the buildings and the old trees, the little alleys between houses, the tiny backyards. I know where the tree roots buckle the sidewalk, and I know that the middle Ortega girl has a beautiful voice, that the cat who climbs the tree outside my bedroom window belongs to the Capistranos. I know the old guys who sit outside the barbershop downtown playing chess, Miles and Ben, and I know that Luciano's has better takeout eggplant parm than Forenza, which is 3 times more expensive. I know that if impressive music seeps out of number 11 Magnolia, as it does now, Evander James has a lesson. Leo has some fairly proficient students, and he has some abject beginners. And then he has Evander. Heavy, ominous notes crash from inside Leo's apartment. I stand at the gate and watch the boy as his hands fly across the keyboard, his entire body playing, arms, shoulders, body moving with the sounds, his face drawn with intensity and fervor. It's like watching a force of nature, like watching electrical current move through him. Even I can see that he's special. Leo sits behind him and to one side, his arms folded, watching his pupil's hands, a slight frown of concentration. He glances up to me, winks, then looks back at Evander. The music stops and the boy sits there for a minute, reverent and silent, then turns to Leo, who leans forward and says something, pointing to the music. Then they both get up and a second later come out into the courtyard.
"Hello, Harriet the Spy,"
Leo says. "Hello, Maestro," I say to Evander. "He's the Maestro," Evander says in a near whisper. "Is he? He looks like Voldemort to me." Evander smiles at this. Leo, too, and there's that delicious tug in my uterus.
"Evander's gonna hang around for a while,"
Leo says, glancing up as a mother and child approach. "Leo, hello. So good to see you." It's one of the hungry moms, as I've come to think of them. They who always carry food and look at Leo with voracious eyes. Hey, at least I've never offered him food. Hungry Mom is dragging along little Sansa, or Renfield, a miserable-looking girl of about 10, and carries an expensive-looking picnic basket in one hand. She cuts me a cursory look, then decides I don't exist. "Listen," she purrs up at Leo. "Don't say a word, but I made too much for dinner, so I brought some over for you. In fact, Renly here, that's it, Renly, not Renfield, is dying for you to come over for dinner one night. And not to brag, but I have taken quite a few courses from the Culinary Institute." Renly looks close to death by boredom.
"Hi, Renly. Did you practice this week?"
Leo asks. "No." She glares at Evander. "What's he doing here? He's poor. He can't afford lessons." Evander looks at the ground.
"He's my star pupil,"
Leo says, his voice hard.
"The best student I've ever had and probably ever will have."
"Now, Leo," Hungry Mom says, "it's not really fair of you to tell Renly that she's not as good as—"
"But she's not,"
Leo says.
"Renly, you will never, ever be as good as Evander. I could lie to you and say you have talent, and you just need to keep at it, but the truth is you don't. Evander, on the other hand, can already play Bach and Chopin and Debussy, and you're still hacking your way through Ragtime Wrangler after 3 months. So, show some respect or find another teacher."
Well, if there was any doubt I was half in love with Leo, it's gone now. Evander's eyes are wide. Renly looks at Evander. "I'm sorry." She sounds as if she means it. "You can't talk to my daughter like that," Hungry Mom yelps.
"I just did,"
Leo says. "We're done here," she says frostily. "Renly, let's go." "Yay, thank you, Mr. Killian. No offense, but I only took piano because my mom said I had to. Bye, Evander." Evander looks confused. They leave, the mother hissing, Renly skipping.
"There goes dinner," Leo says. "Well, want to play some more, kid? Miss Jenny and I have a dog ramp to build."
"Can I help?" the boy asks. "Sure," I say. "You can make sure Leo doesn't cut off any important parts." Leo has left the supplies where they are. The pieces of wood are equal and make sense. 4 2x4s for the frame, a piece of plywood, and 4 strips of lighter wood so Loki won't slide. A gangplank. "Who cut these for you?" I ask.
"The woman at the hardware store,"
Leo says. I could tell it wasn't you. He smiles. "Evander, hold on to this, honey," I say, handing him a strip of wood and picking up the hammer. "I'm going to nail this one in, and then you can have a turn." The boy is just beautiful, ridiculously curly lashes, the green eyes of Derek Jeter. He'll be a heartbreaker someday. All that and a prodigy, too. "How come you know how to do this and Mr. Killian doesn't?" he asks.
"Some of us are geniuses in other ways, Evander,"
Leo says, sitting in his lounge chair and stretching out his long legs.
"Cut me some slack."
Loki collapses beside him. I check to make sure his furry chest is still moving. My job is all about putting things together, I tell Evander. I'm a dress designer, wedding dresses mostly. Evander flicks a look at me. He's still very shy, even though I've seen him 4 or 5 times now. I hammer in the nail, then hold the hammer out. Your turn. He takes the hammer carefully and gives the nail a tentative tap, then another. Doing great, I confirm. Tap, tap, tap. He seems unwilling to give the nail a good smack. 50 or so taps later, the nail is in. Good job. Thank you, he says, a little smile lifting his lips. Can I ask you a question?
No, I'm sorry. I won't marry you, Leo says. And Evander's a little young yet, right, pal?
This gets a full-fledged smile from the boy. I give Leo a tolerant look, then hammer in another nail. What does it feel like to be able to play the way you do? Evander doesn't say anything for a minute, just looks at the ground. Then he lifts his eyes to me. I can feel the music inside me, he says in such a soft voice I can hardly hear him. It gets bigger and bigger, and then it comes into my chest and down my arms, and it gets out through my fingers. I glance at Leo, who's listening closely. Does it hurt? I ask. Evander laughs. No, it's my friend. My best friend. Do you play a lot? Not really, he says. Maybe 5 or 6 hours a day. I wish I didn't have to go to school because the music quiets down then. There were days for me like that when I was learning design. Days when I opted to stay up till 4 in the morning rather than stop sewing. When my back would audibly creak when I stood up. Lately, not so much. Maybe it's just that I've been at it a while and the thrill isn't new anymore. I take the hammer again and show Evander the next step. A half-hour later, Evander's mom pulls up in a battered Honda, a dent in the front fender, a few rust spots near the wheels. Hey there, baby, she says, and Evander's face lights up. He runs inside to get his stuff, and Leo unfolds from the chair. The man is tall, and goes to speak to her. I don't hear what they say, but Mrs. James smiles, and when Evander flies past me with a "Bye, Miss Jenny," I can't help the familiar ache of love and envy and longing. Yes, I want a child. A little boy like Evander, shy and a little strange and solitary and lovely. A girl like serious smart Grace or ebullient Rose or gentle Charlotte. Even a girl like Renly. I could whip her into shape in a matter of days, I think. Teach her manners and kindness. I'd be a loving, firm, fun mom. I'd teach my kids that of course they're special, but no more special than any other child. My kids would go to bed early. They'd eat vegetables. We'd cuddle and read together right in the second bedroom where the light comes in each morning like a blessing, and my husband would bring me a cup of coffee and he'd...
Jenny.
What? I snap out of my reverie. Mrs. James is gone and Leo stands in front of me. The fact that I'm on my knees makes things a wee bit awkward since I'm staring right at his groin, so I clamber up.
You almost done?
He asks.
I have to go out.
Me too, actually. And yes, all done. His eyes look gray today, rather than blue. A reflection of the sky, probably.
You have that date,
he says. I do, yep. He doesn't say anything. My sister fixed me up with a friend of theirs. We're going to St. Arpad's in Ossining. It was Jimmy's suggestion. He lives there, though his ex-wife and kids live here in COH.
St. Arpad's?
Leo asks. Yeah, it's Hungarian.
I know. That's where I'm going to.
Really? Do you have a date, Mr. Recreation Only? I thought you were more of the booty call type. A date? Yeah, I'm jealous. Great, I can check her out. Or we can double, how's that? Want to drive together? Maybe we should have a code word if things go south. I may be trying a little too hard here. Leo is not amused.
It's not a date, just someone I used to know.
He's not looking at me.
Listen, do me a favor, okay? Don't talk to me at the restaurant, and don't wave, okay?
My head jerks back. Wow, nice, Leo.
She's kind of difficult. If you could pretend not to know me, that'd be great.
Sure, I won't make direct eye contact either, and I'll back out of the room bowing. And maybe I can scrub your toilet for you since the dog ramp is already built.
It's complicated. I just don't want you to meet her.
Oh, shut up. I drop the hammer on the flagstone and stomp up my stairs, slam the door to emphasize my point. Don't talk to me. Why would he say that, huh? I'm a tenant in the building he manages, badly, I might add. He hasn't fixed a damn thing here, and the water in my shower is still either scalding or ice cold. I thought, given the number of times he's dropped in, the number of times we've talked this past month, that we were kind of sort of friends. I guess not. Not if I'm not allowed to wave. St. Arpod's is dark and muted and old world, with stooped, white-haired waiters in three-piece suits muttering in Hungarian, I assume, shuffling silently past with fragrant trays of food. Jimmy and I are already in a banquette booth, and he kissed me on the cheek in the foyer. He's quite good-looking, which I already knew, thanks to Twitter, Facebook, and Google. But in person, he's even better. Brown hair, blue eyes, medium height. He smells nice, too. Armani, I think. His hands are clean. That being said, I'm not sure I could pick him out of a lineup, because 5 tables away is Leo, deep in conversation with a woman whose hair is beautiful and straight and blonde. She's quite pretty, I noted as I walked past, and she's wearing red. Someone I used to know, my ass. Red is such a date color. Otherwise, I can't see much thanks to the fat guy with the shiny bald head who blocks my view of her. But not of Leo, who is facing me, but not making eye contact, of course. That might intimate that I matter. He looks wretched. Even when he smiles, he looks like his dog just died. And even though I've been forbidden to acknowledge him, that stupid, sad, beautiful face does something to me. The tiny waiter, who looks to be about 97 years old, comes over and wheezes through what I assume are the specials. Chabolks, his name tag says. I can't understand a word he says. He may be telling me that his great-great-grandchildren are in the kitchen being gnawed on by a pack of wolves. I nod and smile. I'll have the chicken, I say. Chabolks asks something that has a lot of shtut and zuz and icht sounds in it. Sounds good, I tell him. This is how people end up eating cats, I believe.
Goulash for me,
Jimmy says. Chabolks creeps away. I'd offer to carry him, but I don't want to make a scene.
So you're divorced,
Jimmy says. Yes, yep, about 1.5 years now.
Sucks.
He pours himself more wine. I've barely touched mine. We ordered a bottle. It was cheaper, Jimmy said. No, it was all very civilized, but thank you. I smile awkwardly. Jimmy reaches across the table and takes my hand. Something incredibly sympathetic and sensitive, yet masculine, he says. Forgive me, my imagination isn't really having its best night. The touch of his hand sends a tingle down my arm. I feel the exact same way, I answer. And for the rest of the night, we can't look away from each other, and we laugh, and he walks me home and says he can't believe we hit it off like this, and... Nope, it's not working. Not with Leo sitting across the way. All of a sudden, I miss Owen so much it's like a knife wound. Somehow, I haven't thought of him in a day or two, not consciously, and I ache for him. His funny, boyish hair, his sweet smile. Yearning for my old life reaches up and slaps me hard. I wonder what he and Anna Sophia are doing right now. Owen is a great cook. He's probably making dinner while his wife nurses Natalia, who undoubtedly hasn't cried once since her birth, and is in fact mastering her 3rd language. Because Anna Sophia is from a country less constipated than my own, she'll accept a glass of wine. So funny that these provincial Americans think everything is bad for you, and Owen will kiss her gently upon the lips. When we met, Owen wasn't that great a kisser. I taught him a thing or two. Jimmy drinks. I grope around for first date conversation and come up empty. Nice place, I say. Jimmy answers. Leo coughs. I don't look over. Eventually, Chabolks brings our dinners, and lo and behold, mine smells like heaven. Chicken swimming in a golden gravy, heavily sprinkled with cheerful paprika, A mountain of mashed potatoes to one side like an island. Jimmy digs right into his goulash. Thus, cheered by food, as always, I have a burst of conversational energy. And what about you, Jimmy? You're also divorced, right?
Yes.
He says nothing more, just washes down a mouthful of stew with his wine. That's his entire answer. I sigh and take a bite of the chicken dish, which is unbelievably rich and succulent and delicious. I wonder if I could somehow drink the gravy. I wonder if Jimmy would notice if I did. I ask if he likes to read. No. Seriously? And he admits that? I ask if he watches TV. Yes, mixed martial arts. He doesn't ask what I watch. I ask if he has siblings. Yes. Does he like any sports, I ask? He guesses so. Shit. Meanwhile, I can't stop looking at Leo. It's not my fault. He's right in my line of vision. Short of holding up my hand to block him, I almost have to see him. His hair looks beautiful. It's ridiculous that a man can have hair as beautiful as his. Golden brown with the close-cropped curls, like a Roman emperor or something. It grows straight off his forehead, and he keeps it short. If he let it grow, he'd have Disney princess hair, I swear to God. He's not eating much. Doesn't seem to be drinking either, just listening to the woman in the red dress and nodding occasionally. Jimmy, on the other hand, has just poured the last of the wine into his glass.
You gonna drink that?
He asks me. Yeah, I say, moving the glass closer to me.
Figures.
He chugs half of his wine.
So your sister's the one with triplets, right?
He asks, his voice a little loud. We'll have to make sure he's not driving. Sigh. Yes, 3 girls. They're the light of my life. I smile pleasantly.
Oh, great.
How about you? Any nieces or nephews?
No, I mean, great. Another woman who wants kids.
I mean, isn't that why you're here? Excuse me? I glance around, aware that several tables of diners have gone silent.
You want kids?
Well, yes, I do, yep. But that's not why.
Fucking A.
Jimmy hiccups.
So, you want me for my fluids, is that it?
What? No.
Yes, you do. You want me for my sperm.
Can you keep your voice down, Jimmy?
You know what? I'm a person, okay? A flesh and blood person.
I'm aware of that.
Are you? Because it sounds like you just want me for my sperm. You've been on my Facebook page, haven't you?
No. I mean, I have, but there was nothing about sperm, for the love of God.
How about a little romance first, huh? Can we at least learn each other's last names before you ask for a genetics workup?
It appears I've hit a nerve, or more likely, Jimmy is both drunk and an ass. Okay, I stand up. Lovely meeting you. I'll leave my half for dinner with the maitre d'.
And I'll leave you a tissue sample so you can see if I've got what you're looking for.
You don't, I say. It's a good line, but he's still ranting, so no one gets to hear it. Too bad. I walk to the front of the restaurant. One of the busboys wiggles his eyebrows at me. Great. I am now that woman who wants sperm. Indeed, there is a murmuring as I walk past. Leo, however, fails to acknowledge me. He certainly doesn't come to my rescue. Not that I need rescuing, but if he jumped up and said, "Hey, Jenny," and kissed my cheek, that would sure be nice. The maitre d' isn't at his station. I wait, feeling the eyes of the entire restaurant on me. Ah, here comes someone. Zoltan, the name tag says. He makes my waiter look like an adolescent.
Everything delicious, yes?
He wheezes. Yes, thank you. I just need to pay for my half of our bill. He sighs.
Your waiter, who?
I have no freaking idea how to pronounce my waiter's name. Indeed, trying to picture his name tag just results in a blur of consonants. I'm not sure his name had a C in it, and an S, and a Z. Meanwhile, Jimmy is delivering a fiery speech on how men are no longer needed or valued in society except for their tiny little swimmers, and how if women had their way, all men would be chained in cells and only taken out when a woman was ovulating, which actually sounds pretty good about now. How about if I leave $60, I suggest? Will that cover it?
I come back soon.
Zoltan whispers, then shuffles away. Yeah, I forgot how bad dating sucked. And now Leo and Red Dress are approaching. I stare stonily ahead, hoping Leo can read the piss-off message I'm trying so hard to convey. I scratch my nose with my middle finger in case he misses the point. Well, it was so great to see you again, Red Dress says. You look good.
You too,
Leo says.
Why don't I walk you to your car?
He darts me a look which I pretend not to notice.
Just go to a sperm bank, why don't you?
Jimmy shouts. The blonde puts on her raincoat. Burberry, so boring. And does she have to be so damn pretty? Then she takes Leo's face in his hands, and I stiffen, bracing for their kiss. They don't kiss. Leo takes her hands and sort of holds on to them, keeping her from moving in closer. She doesn't seem put off, just gazes at him. Tears fill her eyes. Leo, she says.
I know,
He interrupts.
Thank you. Beth, thank you, really. I'll walk you out.
He gives me another look and holds the door for her. Who cares? I don't care.
Get a turkey baster, bitch,
Jimmy shouts. Several elderly Hungarians have Jimmy by the arms and are slowly dragging him toward the back, where hopefully they'll beat him with rubber hoses or empty sour cream containers or whatever other weapons they may have at their disposal. Chubulks, my old friend, creeps up to the desk.
Dinner on house,
he whispers. Okay, great, thank you. So, standing in front of the entire restaurant being shouted at, that was just for fun. I go outside where the rain cools my hot face. I take a few deep breaths, then get into my car. You know what? The turkey baster is looking better and better. I've been on 5 dates since my divorce. 2 guys were very nice, said they'd love to see me again, and failed to call. I waited the appropriate amount of time, 6 days, according to my dating books, then called but didn't text John, and then later Marcus, and told them, again according to the dating books, that there was, in John's case, an exhibition at the Museum of the City of New York on subway tunnels, male-friendly topic, and, in Marcus's case, a craft beer tasting. Same. And I was going to go, demonstration that I had interests outside of work, and would they like to come? Both times I got their voicemail. They never called back. The other 3 dates consisted of a man who told me in great detail about the first time he saw his mother naked and how it made him feel. Way too good for the record. Guy number 2 was nice enough, but our date took a nosedive when, right as we were finishing dinner, he found a tooth in his fettuccine, a human tooth. That was enough to have me dry heaving, but I had to give him credit. He was very cool about it, and the restaurant comped our meal, not that we were eating anymore, and even gave him a gift certificate for $250 to apologize. When we were about a block from the restaurant, my date started laughing and told me it was his tooth, that he did that all the time. He'd had a molar pulled and kept it for just this purpose. And guy number 3 came in, sat down, took a long, hard look at me, then checked his phone and left. And now we have Jimmy of the fluids. I have to wonder sometimes how I ever got Owen. We met at a party. He was a resident. I'd just gotten hired by Vera Wang and was so buzzed on the fact that Vera Wang hired me, I would have hit on Robert Downey Jr. I was feeling so confident and fabulous. There was Owen, handsome and funny and so cute. So normal, so kind. He listened when I talked, laughed at my jokes, called when he said he would. And I had no idea how rare and wonderful such a thing was. I'm 36 years old. I was 28 when I met Owen. Maybe it's that, my age. At the moment, I don't even care. Except, of course, I do. Leo's lights are off when I get home. Fine. Good. Let him go get laid. Looking the way he does, he's not going to be celibate. I get that. He's recreation only. He's not interested in me. Not like that. He's gay where I'm concerned. And you know, that's great. Look at my sister. Look at me. Look at my mom. No one has a great marriage. No one. Okay, yes, my Aunt Angela does, and so does my best friend from grammar school, and my neighbors in the village. They were fantastic together. But still, you know what I mean. No one is happy except those three. I'll just adopt. Or you know what? I'll go to the sperm bank and take a picture of myself there and send it to Jimmy Grant with a note. Thanks for the great idea. It may be time to get a dog. There's a knock on my door. I can see through the windows alongside the door that it's Leo. I'm not home, I call.
Oh, okay.
A second later, the door opens.
I have a key.
He says apologetically.
I'm the super.
My throat tightens. It's not fair that he can be this way and not want to sleep with me and marry me and father my babies. And I know this is stupid, but these are the thoughts that run through my head. Well, you suck as a super.
I know. I'm sorry.
Take a class, why don't you? It's not rocket science.
I'm sorry about tonight, I mean.
Damn, an apology. I'm back to my stupid crush. The juvenile hatred was easier. Then he comes over to me and takes my hands, and my heart becomes gooey, warm caramel.
Jenny,
he says.
Trust me when I say you don't want to get involved with me. You're great, but...
Oh, shut up, I say, yanking my hands free. I'd love to get involved with you. You're the one who's chicken. He smiles, that sad, beautiful, happy contradiction.
Trust me.
Why would I? I don't even like you anymore.
Yes, you do. You have to. You're my only friend.
And he kisses my forehead, and I feel the faint scrape of his 5 o'clock shadow. And I want to stab him in the heart and climb him like a tree at the same time. And then he turns and goes out the front door, taking my dopey heart with him. At 3 a.m., I decide to Google him. I stalk Owen online. I'm not proud of it, but everyone needs a hobby, right? I've got Google alerts on both him and Anna Sophia. I could dig around in Leo's past and see why he says he has no friends. And then I decide against it. For one, those damn Google alerts bring me no joy when I read again about how selfless and perfect Owen and Anna Sophia are. For two, they don't exactly help the cause of me moving on. And for three, for some reason, it feels as if Leo Killian deserves better. Because I may be his only friend.
Rachel. I'm sleeping with Adam again. Sleeping with, not having sex with. It got too exhausting, all that righteous anger, all that I'm still sleeping in here because of what you've done. Lainey has asked me what I'd like Adam to do to show me he's sincere. Be sincere, was my answer. Forgiveness is difficult, she said, making me feel small-hearted and brittle. You don't have to trust Adam again, not right away, but it does mean you have to accept what's happened and start to take steps away from the infidelity. So, once again, the burden is on me. Planning the wedding, though it was a genuine joy, was on me. Once we figured out why we couldn't get pregnant, the burden was on me too. With those horrible shots that made me so hormonal, I had to go into the bathroom at work and cry. And everyone knew and was so nice, which made me cry more. All Adam had to do was switch to wearing boxers and have more sex. The pregnancy, me again. I'm the one with a 4-inch scar and a pooch of skin. The house decorating, painting, hiring people to overhaul the plumbing and electric, me. His mother's birthday, also mine to remember. Holidays, vacations, weekend plans, all mine. And while I would never call my girls a burden, the huge responsibility of raising them is 99% mine. And now the future of our marriage is on me. I have to forgive him. I have to accept his apology. I have to get past this. That first night I lay stiffly next to him. He gave me a meaningful basset-hound look and said, "Thank you, Rachel." And it was all I could do not to flip him off. In that moment, I hated our bed. The bed in the guest room was unsullied and smaller, perfect for one. But I have to take a step away from what happened. Otherwise, the fury will corrode me until I'm nothing. I think about Emmanuelle instead, the hatred for her untainted by love. I picture my vengeance on her, pushing her down an escalator at the mall. I don't know why it just pops into my head. The red soles of her Christian Louboutin heels flashing over and over as she falls. I picture slapping her. I imagine her peering from behind a tree as the 5 of us picnic in the park. Adam's so in love with me again that he can't take his eyes off me, the girls giggling and singing, and Emmanuelle is filled with yearning and longing to have what I have. She's choking on the knowledge that she was just a fuck and I'm a wife, and tears stream from her eyes, her face ugly and smeared with drippy globs of mascara, as she sees all that I am and have. Sure, that could happen. She's still working at Triple B. That was another sucker punch to the stomach. Adam has absolutely no power over that, he says.
I guess you can tell Jared and see if he can fire her,
Adam told me.
He's always been your friend, not mine.
Again, the burden is on me, and Adam knows I won't tell Jared. So Adam and Emmanuelle still see each other. I imagine they still talk. I asked him to send out his CV and start looking for another job, and he just laughed and asked if I knew what the market was for lawyers these days.
You want us to keep this house, Rach? He asked. You want the girls to stay in their expensive little preschool and take ballet next year? Then you want me to stay at Triple B.
There it was again, that faint threat. Yes, I've been a bad boy, but don't push it. I'll have to bring it up in counseling, though I swear to God Lainey likes him better than me. Thank God it's book club night, because I need to get out of the house and think about something other than this. Book club consists of Elle Berkman, Claudia Parvost, Mean Debbie, and Nice Kathleen. Elle is hosting, and Adam makes a big show of coming home early so I can shower and change. He makes the girls dinner, macaroni and cheese from the box again. They need a vegetable, I tell him. No, Mommy, Grace pronounces. We do not. No, Mommy, no, Rose and Charlotte second. And just like that, I'm the bad guy again. The burden of broccoli on me.
Mommy's right,
Adam says, underscoring the mommy is an ogre theme. Good night, sweethearts, I say. Grace stonily refuses to offer me her cheek, so I kiss her head. You smell pretty, Rose says, smiling at me. Thanks, Angel. Why are you going out, Mommy? I want you home, Charlotte says.
What? Adam says. I thought you loved Daddy Night. I guess if you don't love Daddy Night, we'll just have to have Grizzly Bear Night.
The girls shriek and scream in terror and delight. Charlotte wets herself. I can already imagine them on the therapy couch 25 years from now. Mommy was always going off to drink with her friends. At least Daddy was fun. Book club meets every other month or so. Besides marriage counseling and the very occasional night out with my sister, I'm home 29 nights out of 30, and still the girls resent me. Not once have they ever complained about Adam's late meetings, which may or may not have been booty calls for amazing porno sex. Me, I go out to my stupid book club and I'm punished for it. Use Clorox cleanup on the pee, I tell Adam.
Girls, I'll be right back,
he says, following me into the mudroom.
You gonna tell them?
He asks, his voice low. Tell whom what, Adam? I know what he wants to know, if I'm going to tell them about Emmanuelle.
Look,
he murmurs.
I know I have no right to ask you anything, but I'm asking anyway. The more people who know about this, the harder it will be to make things better. Put things back to normal.
You should have thought about that then.
Baby, I know,
he says. He looks at me a long minute, and irritation flickers across his face. I know this face well by now. This is the I said I was sorry face. The what more do you want from me face. He must see something in my face. I'm pretty sure it's the I hate you face. A face that never existed until the picture.
Tell them if you need to, he says wearily.
Daddy, Daddy, come back, Charlotte yells. Have fun, I tell him. I won't tell. He knows it, and so do I. An hour later, we've moved from the I'm still so insightful portion of book club to the lion's share of our nights, gossip. I listen with half an ear, consumed by thoughts of Adam. Is he sexting with Emmanuel? Is he watching porn on the internet? Chatting with horny 18-year-olds? A few weeks ago, those thoughts wouldn't have even entered my blonde little brain. Now I can't stop wondering if coming tonight was a mistake. Here's the thing, Elle says. I get that he wants her for sex. My head snaps up. I mean, she advertises a certain bad girl vibe. Guys like that. Who are you talking about? I ask. Jared and his tattooed fiancée, Lucienne says. Harmon doesn't go for that type, Claudia says proudly. He only likes very classy women. Last month, when Claudia wasn't here, Elle and Debbie discussed Harmon's sexuality at length and found it to be lacking in the hetero department. Rachel, Elle says, you know them both. Tell us about them. I swallow another mouthful of my red wine, which will give me a headache later tonight. They're really in love, I say, eyeing the brie. So fattening. I take a healthy chunk and eat it. Kind of a Cinderella story, isn't it? Kathleen asks. Her mother is a tattoo artist, Debbie says. They're white trash. No, Debbie, as usual, you're wrong, I say calmly. Her mother is a nurse, put herself through school in her 40s as a matter of fact. I hear your sister is making her dress, Kathleen says. The shop is beautiful, by the way. Yes, she is, I answer, and I'll tell her you think so. Oh, Bliss, that one? Debbie asks. So what's Kimber's dress like? Whorish, I bet, total slut. Debbie, don't be such a bitch, Kathleen snaps. My sister doesn't make whorish total slut dresses, Debbie, I say, my voice uncharacteristically hard to my own ears. So if you ever need another wedding dress, you'll have to shop elsewhere. Oh, you just got served, Claudia crows in delight. She and Elle high-five each other. Rachel, honestly, Debbie says, laughing, though her eyes are cold. What's gotten into you? I can tell she hopes it's something lurid and horrible. Cancer. That would make her day. Of course, I won't tell them about Adam and Emmanuel. They're not those types of friends. Kathleen could be, I guess, but not yet. Elle and Claudia, never. Forget Debbie. I knew her in high school, and she was mean as a snake then, too. No, they'd all side with the strongest social ties, and in my case, that's Adam. Look how many friends of Jenny's practically trampled her to be even better friends with Anna Sophia. And Jenny's the type of person who knows how to be a great friend. Me? I've always been too shy. I have Jenny, I had Adam, I have Mom. Maybe I need to make more friends. I look across at Kathleen, who smiles back almost as if she knows something. Talk between the other three has turned to Jared's wedding, which will be huge, and if they'll be invited, which they'd kill for. Who's doing the cake? Cottage confections, of course. Nothing but the best for Mrs. Brewster. Is Adam a groomsman? Elle asks. Adam is fucking a woman at work, I almost say. Was fucking. A technicality. No, he's not, I say. I'm sorry, ladies, I have to go. I forgot I have to make cupcakes for the nursery school play tomorrow. It's true. Never before have I forgotten such a monumental and life-giving responsibility. Cupcakes. Rachel, we need you, the director of the preschool had said. No one else's cupcakes are gluten-free, nut-free, and still delicious. At the moment, I'd been thrilled, validated. That's how pathetic I was. I go out to my car and Kathleen follows. Hey, we should have lunch or coffee sometime, she says. That'd be great. I smile, and for the first time tonight, it feels a little genuine. Everything okay, Rachel? She asks. I pause. It would be awfully nice to unload on someone other than Jenny. But Kathleen and I don't know each other that well. Yeah, Thanks, though. You bet. She sighs. Well, back to the great works of literature. She rolls her eyes and goes back into L's. I get into the car and head for home. Time to bake the cupcakes and show the world who I am. The next day, Adam surprises me by showing up at the girls' play. A stir goes through the assembled parents and grandparents. Sexism still reigns supreme at these types of events, and most of the girls here are mothers, with the exception of Gil Baines, who's a firefighter and has a flexible schedule, and Maury Bennett, who's running for mayor again this fall and is here to remind people how wonderful he is. Adam has never come to a nursery school event before, unless it's after hours like the art show. But today, at 10:11 in the morning, here he is. "Oh my God, you're so lucky," Claudia murmurs. "Adam, hey, how are you?" "Just here to see my little princesses," he says easily, sliding an arm around me. "And my queen, of course." "You two are sickening." She smiles and looks at the stage. "This is a surprise," I murmur, not quite looking at him. "I want to do better," he whispers, kissing my neck. My skin either crawls or breaks out in gooseflesh, or both. Miss Kathy, the girls' teacher, gives us a wave. Look at the Carvers, such a great couple. For the next half hour, we watch our daughters, who are each daisies, wriggle up from a brown blanket, demonstrating the growth cycle. They sing a song about sunshine and raindrops, and I feel my eyes watering, as they so often do at these kinds of things. The children are all so beautiful and innocent, especially mine. I may be biased. They deserve a happy family. I grew up in the safe, warm embrace of just that until the day my father died. My girls deserve that too. Adam hands me his handkerchief. He still carries one every day. I should know. I wash and iron them. I wonder if he's ever had to give Emmanuelle one, or why. I can't bring myself to use it. Picture her falling down the escalator again. Except women like Emmanuelle don't fall. Even if some spurned wife pushes them, they somehow make things work in their favor. The girls are so happy to see their father after the play. They wrap their sweet arms around him and ask if he could hear them and if he wants to meet Tyrion or Genesis, their friends, then drag him to visit the bathroom, which is one of the highlights of nursery school, since the toilets are so tiny. "You're so lucky," Miss Kathy says. "What a wonderful guy." "Yes," I say automatically. "Not only is he gorgeous, he's here," Claudia murmurs. "If he's good in bed, I may have to kill you." "It's so nice that your husband came, dear," says an older woman, a grandmother, judging from the fervor with which she shoved her way to the front to film the entire performance. "In my day, husbands never did things like that." It's time to go. One of the frustrations about these special school events, of which there are at least 3 a month, is that they warrant early dismissal. No me time today. Good thing we pay thousands of dollars for the girls to come here. No one mentions my cupcakes. I was up till 3 last night finishing them, taking care to sterilize the counters, the muffin tins, the bowls, the mixer, the spatulas, so Aria Timkowski wouldn't go into anaphylactic shock, so Cash Boreas wouldn't get a rash. I frosted them in a swirl using my special Williams-Sonoma set, and they're beautiful, these damn cupcakes. But all anyone can do is make cow eyes at Adam in a rush of good daddy hormones. "I have to run," he says as we go into the parking lot. "Girls, you were so wonderful." "Who is best, Daddy?" Rose asks. This is something she's picked up recently. Competition. I wonder if she senses something from me and my resentment toward Emmanuelle. "You're all my favorites," he says. "You're all the best." He kneels down and kisses and hugs them. He is a good father. I know that. "See you at home," he murmurs. Then he kisses me gently on the lips. "Love you." "See you later." His eyes flash disappointment that I didn't say the words back. Words I used to tell him 4 or 10 times a day. His patience isn't going to last long. The thought hums like a tuning fork next to my ear. I buckle the girls into their seats and get into the driver's seat. "Wait!" Grace bellows. "We didn't get cupcakes! Where are cupcakes?" "No," Rose wails. "Mommy, no," Charlotte adds. There's no way I'm going back inside that building to hear more about how wonderful Adam is. "You know what?" I tell them. "We're getting ice cream instead. Who wants ice cream? I know I do. And guess what else? You can get whatever you want on top." This stuns them into silence. "Really?" Grace asks. "Yes, whatever you want. 2 things even." They go a little crazy at Ben & Jerry's. Chunky Monkey with gummy bears and broken Oreos for Charlotte. Fish food for Grace with chocolate-covered almonds and graham crackers. Cotton candy for Rose, topped with rainbow sprinkles and more gummy bears. I ask them questions and say silly things while they eat, and they're clearly delighted with me, not wiping their hands or faces, not telling them to slow down, though it's a physical battle to stifle the words. No, I'm the fun parent now, that's for sure. Who cares about vegetables? We get back in the car after gleefully using way too much soap in the Ben & Jerry's bathroom, because Ben & Jerry's soap is much more fun than the soap from home. No need for lunch. I'll just run them around the yard a little bit. And you know what? It may be time for a puppy. I'll be the one to tell them that, and to take them to the pet store to pick one out. Or 3, so they can each have one. And I get to be the fun parent, thank you very much. And then nap time. Me time. And today, maybe I'll actually do something for me. I'll order stuff online. Watch the Avengers for the eye candy. I'm almost 40, I'm not dead. "Mommy," comes Charlotte's voice. "I don't feel good." And then comes the sound that every mother knows. The sound of a little stomach expelling its contents. They puke like falling dominoes, 3 in a row. Bing, bang, boom. "Mommy, Charlotte threw it up and me too," Rose says, outraged. She gacks again. Mommy, help," Grace commands. "Mommy, make it stop." Another very juicy-sounding vomit. I pull over as soon as I can, but I'm already dry-heaving myself. God, the smell, so thick I can taste it. Sour dairy and sugar and who knows what else. Oh yes, oatmeal for breakfast, and flecks of the carrot sticks, along with the hummus I packed for snack. "Oh, babies, Mommy is so sorry," I say, leaning into the back seat. Grace vomits on my chest, almost on purpose it seems. "Mommy," she demands, outraged at the indignity. "Mommy, I sick," Rose says. Mommy, Charlotte moans, not to be outdone. She retches again, as if knowing I doubt her sincerity. I carry wet naps at all times, so I mop up the girls. Rose is crying because she threw up on her favorite dress, and Grace is crying with rage because she's got puke in her lap, and "It's too hot, Mommy," and Charlotte is crying because one of her gummy bears came up whole and this is freaking her out. "I'm so sorry, sweeties," I say, struggling not to cry myself. "We'll get home as soon as we can, okay?" I slide their door shut, and then I'm bawling, that dreadful kind of crying. And luckily the girls can't hear me because they're still wailing. But I'm sobbing, my hands are shaking, and I can't stop crying. Me, in a meltdown, covered with vomit on the side of Route 9. I can't drive like this. I think I may actually be hysterical, and the noises coming from my mouth and throat are horrible. My God, listen to me. I want things to be the way they were before. I miss Adam. I miss loving my husband. I can't deal with this. It's too hard. It's just too hard. Then a car pulls over and a man gets out. "Rachel?" he says, coming closer. I'm still crying, so it takes me a minute to figure out who he is. Then he smiles, his eyes turning into merry little arcs, and I do know. "Gus, hi," I sob. "It's so nice to see you. How have you been?" The girl's volume inside the van has risen to shrieks of rage.
I'm great," he says. "But you're not, I'm guessing. Unless you always wear vomit."
"My girls, I gave them too much ice cream and they threw up." My sobbing intensifies. He grimaces.
"Nasty."
I nod and try to control myself. I sound like a cat being slowly strangled to death.
"Want some help?"
"What?"
"Want me to help? It sounds like you have rabid weasels in there."
No, no, I've got it."
"Can I open the van door?" he asks.
I nod. He slides it open, and the girls all fall silent immediately at the sight of a stranger.
"You must be the Puke sisters," he says.
"You not funny," Rose says, and her own comment makes her laugh, then puke again.
"You're gross,"
Gus says. He reaches in the back for something, Rose's backpack, opens it up and takes out her lunchbox.
"If you need to puke again," he says, "do it in here, okay? You too, Princess Pukey."
Charlotte accepts her Hello Kitty lunchbox from him, and I grab Grace's backpack and give her hers, Matchbox cars. She's not the girliest girl. "Mommy, why are you crying?" Rose asks. "Oh, honey," I say, not aware that I still was. "I'm just sorry I let you have all that ice cream. I shouldn't have. I'm so sorry you feel bad." "It's okay," she says kindly, and my tears surge hotter and harder.
"Tell you what," Gus says, "I'm gonna follow you home."
"No, that's—"
"Oh, come on. How could I live with myself if I didn't?"
An hour later, the girls and I are clean again. I've given the girls a bath, put them in their jammies, and tucked them into bed for nap time. "We love you," Grace says sleepily, speaking for her sisters as she often does. "I love you too, my little angels. So, so much." I go into my room and change into jeans and a sweater. I washed up while the girls were splashing in the tub. No makeup,